Morning? What have I done now? Life on a farm, you get dirt somewhere, sometime. I haven't even looked myself in the mirror since I got all inside my... What's that on my face? Oh, all right. Good morning, folks. Good morning, folks. And who do we have here already? We have fun size with atheist and excited David. Hey, David. Do you have work today as well? uh, Brooks. Hey, Rabbit. Christine Fortunato. Yeah, everybody's here this morning, US time, afternoon, Swedish time. And is it tomorrow yet? Excited, our friends? Or two? That means 10 hours. Yeah, or very late. It is. David has no internet. House struck by lightning last night. That's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. I hope you get it fixed. Because there's Yodi Day on Saturday, before Saturday. Have it fixed before Saturday, David. Is Iowa a death penalty state? Iowa death penalty? Nope. It was abolished 1965. That's a good while ago. That is 68 years ago. So it hasn't been a DP state for a very long time. And yeah, so go watch, after you're done with this stream, go watch David's stuff, because yeah, so he can invest in some lightning rods and stuff like that on his place. So yeah. Yeah, yes, atheist and David's house being struck by lightning is shocking. Oh, yeah, we are going back to Iowa versus Henry Dinkins, and damn it, the prosecution is failing Breasia Terrell. I mean, for instance, they seem to focus their entire case around the kid's story, which I think is a huge mistake. Now, the kid's story and everything surrounding, he was the last one, that might be good enough for a probable cause and everything around it. But the investigation should have really focused on, okay, let's exclude everything else, which I don't actually believe they did. And then focus on everything you can prove in this case and work from there. That is not the kid's story. But I don't think they did that either. And here we are at trial with a cluster fork of epic proportions, in my opinion. Now, I know that Law and Seaward audience is of a different opinion. Apparently, this is the best trial since sliced bread. And I don't agree. And I hope that my little corner of the internet, my little coverage of this trial makes a difference. You don't have to see my kitchen there. Yeah, my little corner of the internet with my coverage helps you understand what I think should be the correct process, and that is trusting the evidence and let the evidence guide you, not one story and hope to the Lord you can convince somebody, especially now since they have a bench trial. And yeah, for me, I don't see how the state is going to recover this from the nothing burger so far. The state's case is there are too many holes. Instead of answering questions, because from the state's opening statement, I should be dialing stuff. My questions should be starting to get answered. I'm not supposed to have, okay, I start with these questions. Now I have more questions. That's not how it's supposed to go. Because that is my method. I start out, okay, that's your opening statement. Now prove it. And now instead, I have more questions than ever. Oh, thank you, Rabbit. Yes, hit the like button. Much appreciated. The more who hits the like button, the more likely YouTube algorithm picks it up and promotes my stuff to a larger audience. Oh, yeah, I am so disappointed in the state regarding this. Do I still think he did it? Yeah, everything points to it that we can see. Not everything in this case for me is I can exclude many other probabilities. Can I do it to beyond a reasonable doubt? No, especially not what the state is providing me. Then absolutely not. It's appalling, to be frank. All right, folks. I see. Sorry. That many of you who are normally here is already here. So, oh, and yeah, I got a bit of an answer from my provider that can explain why after a good time, not a good time, but after a good number of hours of streaming, they think I hit the limit for the day and starts lowering speed and stuff like that. Here's the thing, I pay extra for unlimited. So, yeah, we have a bit of a conflict, me and my internet provider. All right. Yes, and switch from top messages in the chat to live. That way we can all see. That way you can see all of the thingies, all of the messages. And I will do a pop-out chat so I can see, because StreamYard doesn't show all they show the super chats, they show members free highlighted chats, but they don't show when gifting memberships is. And Please, if you think that my coverage is good enough, now when you have watched it a good number of days, if you wouldn't mind becoming a member, it's $3 a month, and you get members only stuff in the membership tab on my channel, and you get access to my Discord where you can continue discussing the case. You can give me hints and tips on, oh, I think you missed this, or you can tip me off on other trials that is upcoming that you think, oh, I think you should cover this, and I will have a look at it. I will also ask questions to my members and share with you my everyday life on occasions. Life here on the farm. And if you are completely new here, hi, I'm Nick. I'm a union rep. I do labor law. My focus is negotiations and individual workers' rights. And so this means I am trained in evidence evaluation. I'm trained having a counterpart, how to read, so to speak, how to evaluate witnesses. And I think that is valuable. Even though I am Swedish, this does apply universal. I'm not muted. I shouldn't be muted. Don't joke about that. Hi, Sal. All right. We left off with Tiffany Smith going through her analysis. Yeah, here we go. Can't put it out much more. Let's go back a bit just to make sure we catch everything what we didn't. Yeah. YouTube says YouTube wasn't playing audio, so it thought I was muted. All right, let's get it on.
Let me go ahead and turn the next page.
This is
Item 7 was the buccal sample from Mr. Henry Dinkins, and a buccal sample is a cheek swab. This is the known sample from Mr. Dinkins. Item 8 was a swab from the left shoulder area on front passenger seat of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 9 was a swab from the back seat of the 2007 Impala. Item 10 was a swab from the crevice on the back middle seat of the Impala. Item 11 was a piece of fabric from the left shoulder area on the front passenger seat of the Impala. Item 12 was a piece of fabric from middle rear seat of 2007 Impala. Item 13 was a piece of cushion from middle rear seat of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 14 was a rag from driver's console of the Impala. Item 15 was a shirt from the trunk of the 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 16 were shorts from the trunk of 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 17 and 18 were 2 sandals from the trunk of a 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 19 was a hatchet from the trunk of a 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 19-1 was the blade cover from that hatchet from the trunk of the 2007 Chevrolet Impala. Item 21 were 2 swabs from bathtub drain at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 22 were 2 swabs from molding along bottom of bathtub at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 23 were 2 swabs from bathroom sink countertop at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 24 were 2 swabs from toilet seat at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 25 were 2 swabs from top rim of toilet bowl at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Excuse me. Item 26 were 2 swabs from the top of the toilet tank at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 27 was a piece of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8.
Okay, going to our third page.
Item 28, item 29, item 30, item 31, item 32, item 33, and item 34 were all pieces of mattress from 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. Item 35 was a shirt from plastic bag. Item 36 was bra from plastic bag. Item 37 was underwear from plastic bag. Item 38 was washcloth from plastic bag.
And if I could, item 35 through 38, was that the plastic bag that contained the clothing of the children that law enforcement had collected?
That's what I was informed.
Okay, go ahead.
Item 39 was swab from right side of kitchen sink in room C of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181. Item 40, swab from left side of kitchen sink in room C of mobile home, license plate number ENJ181. Item 41 was swab from bathroom sink handle in room E of mobile home. Item 42, swab from bathroom sink in room E of mobile home. Item 43, swab from foam padding in room D of mobile home. Item 44, swab from foam padding in room D of mobile home. Item 47, machete from on top of microwave at 743 Schmidt Road. Item 48, machete. Item 48-1, sheath with item 48 machete.
And then finally, on page 4 of your report, our final items that were submitted for submission.
Item 49 was a broom from kitchen at 2744 East 53rd Street, number 8. And lastly, item 52, bottle with cap and liquid contents from 2744 East 53rd Street.
Now, I want to
I
make
don't know
sure
if
that
there
I am
ever
clear.
needed a lot
Is
of
this the
details.
corrected report
have
that
no
you would
idea.
have prepared?
Yes, this is the superseding report that replaced the original report.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make sure that that was correct. From there, then, let's just walk through then your analysis of items of evidence. Give me a moment. All right.
If
In this report, do you set forth the
if it is
DNA
another
for
nothing
Breasia Terrell?
burger, I think
I do,
it's
yes.
It's
Okay.
a mistake.
All right. Take us through your findings. How many different findings did you make in this report?
So all of the items that were just listed, with the exception of the known samples, were tested for either blood, semen, and DNA.
Okay.
Daily Quick Bites. Good day. So, am I to believe that the state is proving DNA was found in places where all the people relevant frequented anyway, including the laundry? It seems so. And for me, that's a nothing burger. The only thing that is remotely interesting is where her DNA shouldn't be, like the RV. The type of DNA that is found. If it is blood DNA, if it comes from other bodily fluids, then it is interesting. If it is in the laundry basket, no. If it is, yeah. Hey, Emilus Larshaw, here is the 4 months working together. Yeah, me and David have been working together for 4 months now. We've been working together since before he was monetized. So thanks to me, David got monetized. And now he has more now he has more subscribers than I have. So please change that, you watch here, and subscribe so I can catch up to David. I think I deserve your subscription following this trial. Just saying. Just joking. David is doing an excellent job over at his channel, and he deserves that amount of subscribers and many, many more. Many, many more. But yeah, please consider being a member. And if you have social media, I wouldn't mind if you shared the link to my coverage on your social media, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you so much.
Is it necessary for there to be blood, semen, or some type of bodily fluid present, which would then result in a DNA analysis?
So for this particular case, because again, I had information that we knew that Ms. Terrell had been in some of these locations, if the items tested negative for blood and or semen, they were not carried on for DNA testing in most instances. Only the items that tested positive for blood and or semen typically went on for DNA testing, with the exception of a few items in this particular case.
Now, as far as Mr. Dinkins' known DNA, that came from what sources?
That was from a cheek swab, a buccal sample.
All right. And then from there, let me just walk through this. The shirt that Mr. Dinkins had been wearing, which is your item 54, was that examined?
Yes, it was.
What was noted during the examination of that item?
On the item 54 shirt that was from Mr. Dinkins, blood was indicated on that item. An indication of blood means that it tested positive for our presumptive test. However, blood was not confirmed. That stain then was sent on for DNA testing.
That is how you testify to blood. Now remember, in the Zachariah Anderson case, it wasn't even confirmed blood presumptuous or with luminol or any other. They try to get around that by BSing about the shape of this pin size driplet, that the shape of it means it was blood. And I say that expert has left me wondering about that crime laboratories, and yeah, everything they do should be questioned after that testimony in the Zachariah Anderson case. This is how you're supposed to testify to blood and DNA. She's doing a good job, in my opinion, testifying. This is what we found. This is what we can confirm. This is what we cannot confirm. I mean,
and male DNA was obtained from that item, and no DNA results, unlike Mr. Dinkins, were obtained.
Okay. The language that you had used, no DNA typing results, unlike Mr. Dinkins, were obtained. Very simply then, was that consistent with his DNA?
Yes, typically if we take an item directly from an individual, we expect to find their DNA present on that item. So instead of doing statistics whenever we have a match, we would typically say no DNA unlike that individual if their DNA is expected to be present.
Okay, and then that helps us understand that particular finding. All right, now let's go to the Chevy Impala. As far as the Chevy Impala, did you do DNA testing on the various swabs that were cut from the front passenger seat and even from the back seat of that vehicle?
For the swabs from the different areas of the Chevrolet Impala, blood testing was conducted on those swabs. However, blood was not detected. From the cuttings of some of the fabric areas from the Chevy Impala, those were tested for both blood and semen. However, blood and semen were not detected.
Since blood and semen were not detected, was there any DNA analysis done on those items?
No, because again, the information I had was that we knew that Ms. Terrell had been in that vehicle at some point in time, so finding her DNA in the vehicle would not be informative.
Okay. I'd like to speak to the issue of bleach. Bleach is a component of this
oh, fuck no.
investigation.
Oh, sorry,
when you were doing your DNA analysis there at the laboratory, do you do any type of analysis to determine whether or not bleach was a product that was used in an area to destroy DNA?
Not as part of my testing, no.
Okay. Can you speak to the topic of bleach and how that product would impact the presence of DNA?
So bleach itself is used to destroy or degrade DNA. So we use it, for instance, in our laboratory to clean items. So for instance, when a biologist is doing their testing on an item of evidence, before they pull out that item, they would clean their work surface, they would clean their instruments with bleach to remove any DNA that might be present. And then when they are done with testing, they would repeat that process to, again, remove DNA.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go to an item that was found in the trunk of the Chevy Impala that was of interest. Item number 16, can you speak to that item?
Item 16 were a pair of shorts from the trunk of the Impala.
Was it examined for the presence of blood or semen?
Yes, it was. Blood was indicated on this pair of shorts from the trunk. However, semen was not detected.
Okay. With there being blood detected, was there any type of comparison to the known DNA of Breasia Terrell or Henry Dinkins?
Yes, there was.
Explain.
So 2 collections were done from this pair of shorts. The first was a swabbing of the stain from the inside back crotch area of the shorts. For that stain, female DNA was obtained from a single individual. When I compared Mr. Dinkins and Ms. Terrell, they were excluded. So the DNA profile from those 2 individuals was not the same as the DNA from that stain. So therefore,
That's weird. But what size shorts were it? Was it his girlfriend's shorts? Was it kids' shorts? What kind of shorts were there? I mean, that's kind of important too. But also, they were excluded. Okay, good to know. So,
they were excluded.
Okay, let's speak to a subsequent report that you would have generated. Now, was it known that Andrea Culberson was the girlfriend of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Was her DNA submitted so that you could compare her DNA to either, well, the blood on the shorts or even the swabs taken from the waistband of the shorts?
Yes.
And what was the result of that?
Ms. Culberson was excluded from both of those stains.
Okay, and so then is the DNA, has it ever been identified as to who it belongs to?
No.
Okay, and was that a female or a male's DNA?
From the swab of the stain from the inside back crotch area, that was a single female individual, was obtained from that. From the wearer swabbing or the swabbing of the inside waistband of the shorts, I did get DNA from a female, but it was interpreted as originating from 3 individuals.
Okay, and then so with it originating from 3 individuals, could you conclusively say that it was not Breasia Terrell or Andrea Culberson?
I could exclude Ms. Culberson. I could not visually exclude Ms. Terrell from that item just because it was a mixture. So what I did is I calculated a likelihood ratio, which is, again, that statistic that provides either support for inclusion or support for exclusion. And in this case, I got support or limited support for exclusion. So it meant the DNA results from that swabbing of the inside waistband of the shorts are 2 times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individual are contributors than if Ms. Terrell and 2 unknown, unrelated individuals are contributors.
Okay, now something of interest would have been swabs taken.
So it's twice as likely to have been someone completely else but the known individuals. So, side piece, yeah. Okay, good to know. So he's a player.
At 2744 East 53rd Street, particularly in the bathroom around drains, and then also from a toilet seat. I would note that there was a small dot on a toilet seat, and we've had photographs introduced that looked like it was just a little darker stain, maybe consistent with blood. Can you tell us what determinations that you made from all of the items that came from 2744 East 53rd Street that were subject to your analysis?
Yes, so again, for those items, they were subjected to either serology, so blood and or semen exams. If they were negative, DNA testing was not conducted because, again, my understanding was that Ms. Terrell had been at that location. If they were positive, then I sent them on for DNA testing.
Okay, identify each location that's in play here.
So for the items from 2744 East 53rd Street, from the first round of testing, I have swabs from bathtub drain, swabs from molding along bottom of bathtub, swabs from bathroom sink countertop, swabs from toilet seat, swabs from top rim of toilet bowl, swabs from top of toilet tank, broom from kitchen, bottle with cap and liquid contents, shirt and shirt from bed, and blood was not detected on any of those items.
All right. Now, were there multiple cuttings from a mattress at that address that were sent in for analysis?
Yes, multiple cuttings were taken, and all of those cuttings were tested for blood, but blood was not detected on any of those pieces of mattress. Some of them, semen was identified.
Okay. Relative to semen stains, were you able to attribute any of those semen stains to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, I was, and those final results would have been subject of my third report.
Certainly. And then I'll just ask you this. Were you able to attribute
Well, semen stains from that bed where he slept with his girlfriend. Not really surprising, would it be? Well, I mean,
any stains from the mattress to Andrea Culberson?
Yes, I was.
Okay, now let's just speak to that. With there being either semen attributable to Mr. Dinkins or even bodily fluids attributable to Ms. Culberson, is that what you would expect if they live in this apartment and they are involved in a relationship with one another?
Yes, I would.
Okay, all right. So nothing there that really stood out and was concerning. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
All right. As far as just any of the stains on the mattress, was Breasia excluded as a contributor to any of those stains on the mattress?
Yes, she was excluded from some of those stains. That's correct.
All right. And then for Mr. Dinkins, just go ahead and give us a likelihood ratio,
Yeah.
even though we would expect to find his semen, in that bedroom on the mattress.
So I did calculate likelihood ratios for Mr. Dinkins before I had received the known from Ms. Culberson, but I actually did end up changing my results to no DNA unlike or the DNA unlike Mr. Dinkins because I put him as an assumed contributor. So I can give those first results if you'd like, but they did change subject of the second report.
Okay, and how did they change then? In what respect?
Your Honor, may I refer to my second report?
oh please, if it is another guy shooting his load.
So for the item 27 piece of mattress, for that, male DNA was detected, and it was interpreted originating from two individuals. In both of the reports, Ms. Terrell, Mr. Dinkins, and Ms. Culberson were excluded as contributors for that particular cutting.
Oh.
For item 29 piece of mattress, originally I did not have Ms. Culberson's sample, so I just compared any DNA that I had to Mr. Dinkins and Ms. Terrell. However, when I received the known from Ms. Culberson for item 29, I could see that the majority of the DNA on that matched to Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins, which would be what I would expect if you have two
majority.
adults in a relationship where they both are potentially living. So therefore, my final results for that item were that male and female DNA was obtained from that cutting of semen stain, which was our item 29-1. Item 29-1 was interpreted as originating from four individuals, two of whom are Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins. The DNA results from that item are equally likely if Ms. Culberson, Dinkins, and Terrell and an unknown unrelated person are contributors than if Culberson, Dinkins, and two unknown unrelated people are contributors. This is an inconclusive result, meaning.
Okay. So throuple or orgy? What was going that? But that is more interesting. That is really that because this means someone else had access to that apartment in some shape or form. Did they test it against the system? Any of it? Any of it? I would assume the defense will bring that up. Daily quick bites. People don't buy new mattresses when they sleep. Oh, I switch mattresses at least every 4 years. So, and considering I've been in a relationship for the past 7, I switched twice, I think. Because, yeah, things get worn out when you are a large guy. But this is interesting. Just the fact that there is DNA from load stains in the bedroom. It would it would be really interesting to see. Did you compare it to the mother? Just for funsies. Just for funsies.
It's uninformative result, meaning there's equal support for inclusion or exclusion.
Certainly. Let me ask you this, just given the findings there relative to the swabs in the bathroom and also the findings relative to the cuttings from the mattress, would those findings be consistent with the statements taken from witnesses that there had been no untoward activity at the apartment where the children were staying before Breasia came up missing?
That is one explanation. As part of DNA testing, I can't state why or when DNA is left behind or why DNA is not found. But if nothing occurred at a location, I would not expect to find necessarily blood or semen at that location.
Okay. Now let's go to items taken from the motorhome at 743 Schmidt Road. Articulate what those items are for our record.
The items from 743 Schmidt Road were a swab from right side of kitchen sink, swab from left side of kitchen sink, swab from bathroom sink handle, swab from bathroom sink, swab from foam padding, and machete from top of microwave.
Okay. Were all of those items examined for the presence of blood?
Yes, they were.
Was blood detected?
No, it was not.
Since blood was detected, was there any DNA analysis that was done?
Because blood was not detected on these items, I did not carry them on for DNA testing.
Okay. Now let's go to the plastic bag that contained the clothing for the children. What did those items consist of?
I had a shirt, a bra,
Good
a washcloth,
morning.
another shirt,
Mama
and a
Stories
pair of
next
underwear as
year.
part of this first report.
Okay, let me go to, all right, gotcha. All right, and then was there any blood detected on any of those articles?
Blood and semen were tested for all of those items, and blood and semen were not detected.
All right, and then again, going back to my earlier question, if these items had been, I guess, gathered from the address of 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment number 8, and there was no statements provided by people that anything untoward had happened at that location, are these findings consistent with those statements?
Again, I can't speak to why they may or may not have body fluids on them. However, that is one explanation. If nothing occurred, then I would not expect to find blood or semen potentially on those items.
As for the final item that you noted in your report under miscellaneous, give us a descriptor for that.
For the miscellaneous items, I listed them because I at the time of my testing, I was not aware of where those items were collected from. It was a machete and a sheath from a machete.
Have you since learned where that machete and the sheath for it was collected? We've got the one from the RV.
I believe it also came from the RV, but I don't actually know for certain.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and fill that gap in through testimony of one of our detectives. At any rate, describe your finding relative to item 48 and 48-1.
Blood was not detected on those items.
All right, and so since blood was not detected, was there any DNA analysis?
No.
All right, now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 53.
Okay. Why does
And
the
Your
expert sound
You may.
look?
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 53 for purposes, for purposes of identification. I can just go ahead and take this copy, if you will. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, this is my third report that I generated.
All right. And how does this report differ from the earlier report?
This report is just receiving additional items. So in this specific report is where I received the known sample from Miss Andrea Culberson, as well as a shirt from the trunk in a 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. So this report just outlines the results from that shirt, as well as any comparisons between Miss Culberson and that previously tested items.
All right. Does it bear the same caption on this document of being a laboratory report?
It does, yes.
Does it have the same case ID number?
It does.
The same lab number?
Yes, with the exception of instead of -19, it's -24.
And then who's identified as our field agent responsible for this submission?
Special Agent Cameron Smith,
All right. And then what date was this report generated?
September 18th, 2020.
And whose name appears on this document as the DNA caseworker or analyst who authored this report?
Myself.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 53.
No objection.
Exhibit 53 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, may I publish this particular exhibit?
You may.
Okay. All right. In this report, then, give us the item numbers for the latest submissions and the descriptors for those two item numbers.
Item 74, which was the buccal sample from Miss Andrea Culberson. And again, this is the known cheek swab from her. The next item is item 79, which was a shirt from trunk in 2012 Chevrolet Camaro.
Okay, have we already discussed the findings relative to Andrea Culberson when they were compared to the cuttings taken from the mattress at 2744 East 53rd Street?
From some of those cuttings, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, I think really what I want to focus on then for purposes of this report is the shirt from the trunk in the 2012 Chevy Camaro. There was previously a photograph introduced of a white T-shirt that had some staining on it, creating the impression that it might potentially be blood. Tell us about the analysis of that shirt.
Blood was not detected on this item.
And then so with blood not being detected, was any DNA analysis done?
No.
All right. What else do we need to talk about then relative to the cuttings from the mattress? Is there anything else that we need to add to your testimony as we look at this report?
Yes, Dennis.
So
What
the
would
only,
make this
I did
trial
not discuss
really
item
exciting
34
is
piece of mattress
evidence.
previously. For item 34, 2 cuttings were taken. From one of the cuttings, male DNA was
Baker.
obtained. This is 34-1. This is the first cutting.
Okay, Baker is traveling today, so he won't be joining. I knew that yesterday he would be traveling. I didn't know where, but he is in Munich, in München, traveling through Germany. Good for you, Baker. Good for you. You deserve a vacation. You deserve it. I'm on my vacation, and I'm spending my vacation streaming this trial. Yay! Yay! Lucky for me, Sweden we have paid vacation. Lucky for me.
There was DNA, unlike Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins, obtained from this item from a single individual, but it was very limited for comparison purposes. However, Ms. Terrell could not be compared because LabCorp that provided the profile to me used a different type of DNA kit than what we use at the FBI laboratory. So there's not 100% overlap. So I was not able to compare her to that stain. In the second cutting, male DNA was obtained and no DNA, unlike Ms. Culberson and Mr. Dinkins, were obtained.
Okay.
Oh, they're trying to claim that since
Did
you
that
couldn't
conclude
compare, it could have been her.
your involvement in this
No.
particular case?
Means
It did. The only exception that we have not discussed was the underwear from the plastic bag. DNA testing was conducted, although it tested negative for blood and semen.
All right. And that would have been the plastic bag that contained the children's clothing, correct?
That was my knowledge with the testing. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. Let me go ahead and grab that exhibit from you. That's the original. I have no further questions.
We'll take our afternoon break. At this time, we'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
okay, so nothing. Nothing. Let's move on to the cross-examination. So every test, all the tests, nothing shows murder. Nothing shows SA. Kim Walker, did the state intentionally did not want to discuss the underwear results? Apparently. Again, a testimony that could have been brought in 15 minutes or less. Cross-examination time. But what was most interesting is who were the other DNA in the cutout from the bed? Who? Were Andrea aware of it? Was Henry aware of it? Who was it? For me, that speaks to, okay, someone else had access to the apartment in some shape or form. Who? And in what form? Did that or those have key? Who? And this again tells me that the prosecution didn't want to know. Maybe those people know something we don't know. Not yet, anyway. I doubt anybody will be called.
Mr. Freeze, thank you. Is it Ms. Smith?
Yes,
Thank you. Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
I want to clarify a few things. First of all, with respect to DNA, DNA is everywhere. We're sloughing DNA off continuously, aren't we, as human beings?
We do leave our DNA behind on items when we're touching items or when we potentially sneeze on items. Yes, we do leave DNA behind.
So we leave DNA off through skin cells, correct?
It is possible. It's not guaranteed, but you can, yes.
Saliva is another way we can leave DNA.
That is correct.
Sweat,
Sweat itself contains skin cells. So yes, skin cells again.
tears, right?
It's possible.
Sneezing, correct?
Correct.
Any other way we can leave off DNA?
Any body fluid would typically have DNA present just either due to, again, blood cells, sperm cells, skin cells. And again, by touching items, you could leave behind skin cells as well.
For instance, if someone come by here right now and just kind of wiped off this table, the chances of finding my DNA on this table would be quite high, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't know without testing it, but it is possible depending on how often it's cleaned, yes.
Okay, thanks. But in this case, the only substance or fluid you were looking for, you were directed to look for, was blood and semen, right?
So that was my determination originally based off of the information I had. I determined to do blood and or semen testing, and if positive, continue with DNA. If negative, I would stop.
Okay.
Oh,
But it could have been possible to search for other substances like sweat, tears, epithelials, things like that, right?
We do not have serology tests that will identify those fluids. We could have done DNA testing. However, I would not be able to state where the DNA came from, what type of body fluid it was, because we do not have serology exams for those.
For instance, the Impala, you could have tested for DNA inside the Impala had you chosen to.
Yes, I could have. That's correct.
And the decision to not test for DNA from the items that came from inside the Impala, first of all, the passenger compartment, was based upon the assumption that Ms. Terrell was inside the passenger compartment of the Impala.
The information I was given was that there was no question whether she had been in that vehicle. So finding her DNA in that vehicle would not have been informative. So that was what my determination was based off of.
Who gave you that information?
I believe it was either Special Agent McMillan or Special Agent Smith.
And the trunk of the DNA of the Impala, were items submitted there that could have been tested for DNA?
Again, they could have been, but again, I wouldn't be able to state how or when the DNA got there, whether it was through direct contact with the trunk or if an item was just placed into a trunk. So therefore, again, I determined not to do DNA testing if they were negative.
Very well. Now, if you had been told that Ms. Terrell had never been in that Impala, would that have changed your analysis?
If I was told she had never been in the Impala, I might have done DNA testing on some of the areas, not all of the items again, because items that can be placed into a vehicle, again, it doesn't necessarily mean the individual was in that vehicle. However, I might have sent some of the swabs on for testing.
From a DNA expert.
Were any swabs or cuttings taken of the liner or the carpet of the trunk of the Impala?
I don't know if any were taken. I did not receive any.
That's interesting. Why, if the cadaver dog marked the lining, why didn't they send that in for testing? Why? Why? That would have proven, is it human remains, is it other remains, and whose remains? Why didn't they want to test that if they are using it as evidence in this trial? That is, as I said, Breasia Terrell needs justice, and this prosecution is not bringing justice.
If you had received some and were asked to test them, you would have done that, right?
Yes, I would have tested them again for blood, and if positive, I would have sent them on for DNA.
And if they were sent to you for testing, that would have been included in your two reports, State's Exhibits 52 and 53, right?
Yes, if they had been tested, I would have outlined them in a report.
I want to talk a little bit about your report, ma'am. Item number 1 was the toothbrush that was submitted for testing. Do you know where that item came from?
I do not.
Okay. But you asked for a known specimen of Ms. Terrell's DNA to be submitted, correct?
Yes, I did.
And it was
Okay, Nan. Nan D says this case is local to me. I'm so scared he's going to be found not guilty. I agree. Here's the thing. It's the prosecution's responsibility to follow all the evidence and reach a conclusion. Can we prosecute this guy? What can we do? And I said this earlier. If their entire case is based on the kid's story, then the prosecution is not bringing justice to Breasia Terrell. Once the kid started to fabulate all over the place, they should have, okay, what can we prove if we remove the kid, the brother, DL, from the equation? And then test everything, check every lead, check more, check again. Who else? Check. But they didn't. They based everything, so far, they based everything on the kid's testimony and the kid's story, who we know changed a lot during this. And yeah, I'm afraid the prosecution is going to blow it because incompetence, tunnel vision, whatever it is, there's a real possibility they are failing Breasia Terrell.
important that that item be solely Ms. Terrell's, correct?
Yes, typically, whenever we do comparisons, we need known samples. Unfortunately, with individuals that are missing or not available, oftentimes if they're, like, for instance, deceased, we have to get other samples, like alternate knowns or items that we believe they have come in contact with. But our preference would be true knowns, like blood or cheek directly from an individual.
And that's where a toothbrush would come in, cheek DNA, for example, right?
No, a toothbrush would still be considered a question item unless that was what somebody directly gives the person to swab their mouth under observation and turns it in. Because if you just find a toothbrush, you might not necessarily know whose DNA is present on that. A known sample would typically be either blood drawn from a hospital or a nurse and or a cheek swab collected directly from a person.
But as I understand item number 1, the toothbrush, when it was tested, it was solely the DNA of Ms. Terrell's mother, right?
It was, yes. When I compared the DNA profile.
Why would she bring her own toothbrush? What? What? Why would the mother bring her own toothbrush? Now, state of confusion and everything, she might have, and the same color toothbrush. But why would she bring her own toothbrush? Why not all of them and say, we both use the same color toothbrush. It's one of these. Why would she only bring one and her own? Seriously? What is going on here? What is family toothbrush? Ugh. Ugh. Oh God, I hope not. This case is so weird and so strange, and people are changing their stories and
From the toothbrush to the paternity report, I saw that it was consistent with Ms. Terrell's mother.
So Ms. Terrell's DNA was nowhere on this toothbrush, correct?
From the area that was tested, I did not see her DNA present.
But the DNA of her mother was, right?
Yes, from what I understand based off of the LabCorp report.
Items 2, 4, 5, and 6 all came from Henry Dinkins. So the penile swab, hand swabs, and fingernail swabs, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Were those tested for female DNA?
They were tested for DNA.
So there was no female DNA found on Henry Dinkins' penis, right?
No DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was found on the penile swabs. That's correct.
So I can safely state that there was no female DNA on Mr. Dinkins' penis, right?
None that was detected. That is correct.
No female DNA under Mr. Dinkins' fingernails, right?
There was no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, obtained. For the fingernails specifically, no sex typing results were obtained, so no male or female DNA was detected. However, for the actual type of DNA testing we conduct, there was no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, for either of those items.
And that statement allows me to assume there was no female DNA.
That is correct. There's no female or male DNA detected.
And fingernail swabs are taken, in your experience, why?
Typically, fingernail swabs, we do often receive them as part of sexual assault kits or from instances where there might have been close contact where an individual may have scratched someone. That is typically when we see them, but they're often collected and we receive them at the laboratory.
And the hand swabs, both the left hand and right hand swab, again, the only DNA that was discovered was that of Mr. Dinkins, right?
Yes, that is correct. No DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was obtained from the left or right hand swab.
So in summary, all the DNA that was taken from swabs from Mr. Dinkins had only Mr. Dinkins' DNA.
From those that I received, yes, that's correct.
In item 54, the shirt, there was blood on that shirt, but that was Mr. Dinkins' blood, right?
Blood was indicated on that shirt. Blood was not confirmed because that confirmatory test was not conducted. However, no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was obtained from that stain.
And there's no need to confirm that blood because it was male DNA, right?
No, we actually do the confirmatory test for blood prior to DNA testing. However, due to the quantity of the stain was very small. So I didn't want to do the confirmatory testing because if I did, I might have consumed or used up too much of the stain. So I felt the DNA testing was more informative.
The items in the trunk, the short trunk, again, no DNA of Breasia Terrell was found on those items, was there?
From the shorts from the trunk, Ms. Terrell was excluded from the stain from the inside back crotch area of the shorts. She could not be visually excluded from the inside waistband, but again, there was limited support for exclusion. So there was support for exclusion.
Okay. Moving on to the items found in the apartment at 2744 East 53rd Street. Swabs from the drain, all the swabs from the bathroom. Again, no blood, right?
That is correct. Blood was not detected on those items.
So if there's been testimony or if there's blood preliminarily thought to be found there, confirmatory tests done by you indicate there was no blood on any of those items, correct?
That is correct, but I want to clarify, blood was not detected. It doesn't mean blood couldn't have been there. It could have been below our limit of detection.
Okay, but for evidence of this record, you have no evidence of blood on those items.
That is correct. Blood was not detected using our exams.
And the only evidence of semen stains you have are from the mattress at that location, right?
Yes, that is correct. Semen was identified on some of the cuttings from the mattress.
And that's not to be unexpected on a bed, correct?
That is correct.
Moving on to Schmidt Road and the RV that was found there, items number 39, 40, 41, 42, and 44. Those are swabs from the sink and swabs from foam padding found inside the RV. Those were tested for blood.
That is correct.
Was blood detected?
No, it was not.
In item 47, there was talk of a machete found on top of the microwave. Does that comport with your best recollection?
Yes, that is correct.
Was there any blood detected on that machete?
Blood was not detected.
It was tested, right?
That is correct. We tested, I had my biologist test that machete for the presence of blood. However, blood was not detected.
Could that have been tested for DNA?
It could have, yes.
But it wasn't, right?
That is correct. Again, I had made the determination that because blood was not detected on that item, I would not swab for DNA testing.
The likelihood of finding DNA in that machete without blood would be fairly low?
It depends on what the DNA is from. If there was saliva or other body fluids present on the machete, there could have been DNA. However, based off the case and circumstances, I was strictly looking for blood in this case.
Okay. What do you mean when you say case circumstances?
Again, there was a missing child, so the information I had was they wanted to determine if there was potentially blood on these items.
No other semen was found in this case, was there? As far as you know?
From the items that I tested, no, semen was not detected on any of the items besides the mattress cuttings.
And the machete, that was item 48 and number 48-1, the sheath from another machete, no blood detected on that, right?
That is correct.
Was Breasia Terrell's DNA located anywhere that you tested?
Yes, there was one item where when I compared Miss Terrell, her DNA did match, and this was a pair of underwear from inside a plastic bag. Blood and semen were not detected on that item. However, when I did the DNA testing, because typically with underwear, we would still swab the inside crotch region of the underwear to see whose DNA it might have been. Female DNA was obtained from that item, and it was interpreted assuming one individual. That was compared to Miss Terrell, and she did match to that DNA. The likelihood ratio I got was 84 trillion, which means very strong support for inclusion.
And that was in this plastic bag of children's clothing, correct?
It was, yes, it was a plastic bag of clothing.
And that one positive hit for DNA, I'm going to call it, for Ms. Terrell, was Mr. Dinkins' DNA found anywhere on that sample?
No, Mr. Dinkins and Ms. Culberson were excluded from that.
So other than that DNA that was discovered in that plastic bag, Ms. Terrell's DNA is found nowhere on the items that you tested, right?
For the limited items I tested, I did not have any support for inclusion for Ms. Terrell on those other items, with the exception of that underwear.
So we have no DNA of Ms. Terrell in the Impala, correct?
From the items that I only tested one item from the Impala for DNA, and her DNA was not detected.
Okay. And we could have tested for DNA had we chosen to, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
No DNA of Ms. Terrell in the Camaro, correct?
For the Camaro, I don't believe any, there was no DNA testing done on the Camaro. It was only blood testing.
Okay. Could have done that if we wanted, correct?
It's possible. Again, the only item I believe I received from that was a shirt.
And her DNA was not discovered in the apartment either, correct?
For the mattress cuttings, I could not compare her to one of those cuttings, so I can't state one way or the other. For another cutting, she was uninformative. So again, it's more of an inconclusive result, but there was no support for inclusion. That is correct.
But other than the mattress, there was no DNA located anywhere in that apartment, correct?
Again, DNA testing was not conducted because they were negative for blood.
Okay. Could have been had the test been done.
That is correct. I could have sent additional items on, but again, because the information I had was that Ms. Terrell had been in that apartment previously, finding her DNA was not informative in my opinion.
And on Mr. Dinkins' person, no DNA of Ms. Terrell was located, correct?
Correct. From the penile and hand swabs as well as the fingernail swabs, no DNA, unlike Mr. Dinkins, was obtained.
And on any clothing that was taken from Mr. Dinkins, there was no DNA from Ms. Terrell, correct?
Ms. Terrell was excluded from the one stain that I sent on for DNA testing from the shirt from Mr. Dinkins. That is correct.
And was that shirt identified as the one he was wearing on July 10th?
I do not know that information.
That's fair. Very well, thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smith, can you explain what a serology examination is?
Sure. Serology is the identification of body fluids on forensic items. At the FBI laboratory, we test for blood and semen.
All right. And then if you were doing some type of serology examination, are there light sources that have to be utilized so that you can observe bodily fluids that may not be obvious to the naked eye?
Yes, for when we're testing an item for semen, the biologist would use an alternate light source that causes semen to fluoresce or glow under the lighting. So we would use that if we're looking for semen. If we're looking for blood, we would typically just use natural light or maybe a lamp that has a stronger light.
Okay. Now let's go to the conversation that counsel had with you about whether or not there were any carpet samples taken from the trunk of the maroon Chevy Impala. With the FBI's evidence response team, are you familiar with the processes that they utilize where one of the things that they will do is they will use alternate light sources to identify the presence of blood?
Yes, I am aware of the fact that they can do that. I don't know specifically what any ERT unit will do because there are multiple tests available.
All right. And then so very simply, as far as informative testimony relative to the trunk area of the Impala, we should look to the testimony of the agent who was involved in the processing of that vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I was not present during any of the collection of evidence, so I can't speak to why or when specific items were collected.
Okay. And if there's testimony, that
The one thing I bring from this, except that none of the blood or semen or bodily fluids that was tested came back as Breasia. What I want to know is why, when they know that the cadaver dog marked on certain spots, why wasn't that tested? Why wasn't that sent in for testing? That I want to know. I'm playing the lawyer talks as fast as an engineer. I'm playing this in 1.25 because she has good pronunciation and so does the witness. And this is so we can get caught up. with the actual trial. We are a few days behind, and I'm hoping to be caught up completely before Monday. So this weekend we will have lots of streaming to do. But yeah, the one thing that really sticks out to me, why was not that where the cadaver dogs marked, why was that not tested? Why? Why wouldn't you even, why would it, if you're investigating a kidnapping and murder, why don't you want to test that?
Did not indicate the need to collect any type of what I'm going to call carpet from the trunk. You have no reason to, you have no basis for why that decision would have been made. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about this. Say, for example, a subject has DNA, somebody else's DNA on their body, potentially under fingernails, or, you know, if there's been some type of sex act, maybe the transfer of an individual's DNA into the area of their penis. How would bathing affect the presence of DNA on an individual's body?
Oh, here we go again. The reason we can't find anything is because he must have cleaned. That's not evidence, Miss Prosecutor. You need to search for actual evidence, not use the absence of evidence as evidence in itself.
Typically, when an individual bathes, they remove their DNA on the surface of the body, especially if they, it's going to obviously depend on the amount of scrubbing, what type of chemicals or soaps they're using, but we...
A bit of a correction. If Mr. Dinkins claimed he woke up and immediately started looking for her, there would have been no time for cleaning up. But it's still speculation. But it's poking a tiny hole in Mr. Dinkins' story. Why, if you woke up, you saw that Breasia was missing, you started looking for her immediately. Why are you so clean? Clean so much that you don't even have your own DNA on your swabs, more or less? Or your girlfriend's DNA? That's a hole in his story. That can be used.
do expect that bathing will remove DNA.
All right. And so if an individual's whereabouts and movements are unknown for a period of time before law enforcement comes into contact with that individual and collects samples such as buccal swabs and penile swabs and even swabs underneath fingernails, would that be something that needs to be recognized and considered?
Yes, typically when we're doing our testing, finding out the information of the length of time between when the alleged incident occurred and when the items were collected is helpful, because in my experience, the longer the amount of time that goes on, the less DNA you would expect to find on an individual's body, because of the fact that they can wash, go to the bathroom, things of that nature that can help remove DNA.
And then finally, if in the course of an investigation, one of the things that has been noted is that a subject of interest has changed clothing, is that going to be something that would be important for you to consider when you are receiving clothing and examining it for the presence of another individual's DNA?
Yes, typically in a case, we would want the clothing that they were wearing at the time of the alleged incident to be submitted to the laboratory, because that is going to be the more intimate items. As people change and as, you know, if they put different clothes on, I wouldn't expect necessarily to find probative information from that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeze.
Ma'am, DNA can last a very long time, can it?
It can, yes, as long as it's stored properly, DNA can.
Even if it's not stored properly, there still can be the likelihood of finding DNA on an item, correct?
Yes, it can. There is heat, water, moisture, bacteria, mold. Those all do break down DNA, and it can happen relatively quickly. Humidity. So you typically would see DNA last on items for a long time if it is a cool, dry, dark environment.
Have you tested items that have been subjected to the elements for a period of time in your lab?
I have, yes.
And you have found on those items on occasion DNA, haven't you?
Yes, on occasion I have. Sometimes the DNA is degraded, but I have found DNA when it has been subjected to some of those extreme conditions.
And sometimes you find partial profiles and things like that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
In this case, were you asked to test any item from the scene where Breasia Terrell's remains were found?
I was not, no.
So after March of 2021, you were asked by no one to do any more testing?
No, I was actually not even familiar that she had been found.
What? No testing from where she was found? What? What? I hope there's a state crime lab involved in this. What? Why wouldn't you take samples of everything in the surroundings, from the clothing she wore, or what was found on and beside where the remains was found? Why wouldn't you send that in for testing? Why? Why? This is poking a giant hole in the state's case. What? Peace Peony says, is the state lazy or you're stupid? Yes. On both. I mean, yeah, 8 months in the environment, but you still test it just for the possibility. You don't avoid testing these things. The actual F. What in the actual fuck? DNA other than Breasia's would have been washed away where she was found. Yeah. But the experts just testified to, they have on occasion found DNA even after, during extreme circumstances like weather. You still test it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I do have one final question. You talked about how DNA will degrade, and the best way to preserve that would be in a cool, dry, dark environment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Speaks to conditions where we have an environment where it has been rainy, there's humidity, there's sunlight, and warmer temperatures. How would that impact DNA?
That would degrade DNA relatively quickly. Those environments do break down DNA, and I would not expect to get DNA if it's been an extended period of time.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. This DNA expert actually testified to actual DNA results. Unlike the expert so-called in the Zachariah Anderson case, who had nothing but opinion.
The state would call Patrick Siebert.
Okay.
So tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Please have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name?
Patrick Sievert, Patrick. Sievert is Sievert.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a police officer with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Davenport Police Department?
17 years.
And currently, what capacity do you work for the Davenport Police Department?
I'm currently assigned as a corporal on afternoon shift patrol.
Have you held or worked in different areas within the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, I have.
What other areas have you worked?
Besides patrol, I've worked in our major case unit, our narcotics unit, our NETS unit, and our street crimes unit.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and any training that you've received for your positions?
I attended college at North Central College in Naperville, Illinois. Afterwards, I was hired by the police department, attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. After the academy, received field training through the department, and then there's yearly training after that.
Did you say there's yearly training after that?
Correct.
And that's something you would have participated in throughout your entire employment with Davenport Police Department?
That's correct.
Now, back in July of 2020, in what capacity were you working for the Davenport Police Department?
At that time, I was a detective in our narcotics unit.
And on July 10th of 2020, were you asked to assist in executing a search warrant at a motorhome or RV located at 743 Schmidt Road?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have began executing that search warrant?
I believe it was early afternoon.
Now, prior to
No
Any
medical
searching,
examiner yet.
what
But
did
we
you do when you
don't know
first arrived
what.
to that location?
When I first arrived, we did not have the warrant signed yet. We were
What he or
preparing.
she will
So we did a search of the parking lot,
testify to.
looking for any evidence.
And after the search warrant had been prepared, how did you then proceed?
Initially photograph the exterior of the camper, then make entry and take overall photos of the interior.
Now, at that particular time, what was the purpose of that search warrant?
I believe it was to check for Breasia inside the camper.
And so really, were you going in trying to look for any evidence of a crime scene or anything at that point in time?
Evidence of a crime scene, yes, but we didn't have any specific items we were looking for at that moment.
So really, you're just going in there looking to see if Breasia's there and to see what that scene appeared like.
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I wonder what he's going to testify to, since there's no trace of her in the RV.
So Candy wants to mark the state's exhibits 8-1 through 867. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are these exhibits?
These were the photographs taken by me during the search warrant, the first search warrant.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of this RV when you executed the search warrant, the first one, on July 10, 2020?
Yes, I do.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer exhibits 8-1 through 867 into evidence.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, so showing you first state's exhibit 8-1, what are we looking at here?
This is the front end of the camper that the warrant was executed on.
State's exhibit 8-2, what is this?
This is the front passenger side of the same camper.
And then state's exhibit 8-3, what is that?
This is the passenger side of the camper.
State's exhibit 8-9,
Is the view from the door looking into the camper.
so as you enter the camper, this would be the first thing that you see.
Correct.
Good morning, Melissa.
This is state's exhibit 8-10,
This is basically from the door looking towards the rear of the camper.
and can you just describe what different items are being shown here in this photograph?
This shows the kitchen and then a hallway leading to a bedroom.
State's exhibit 8-12, what's being shown here?
This is from the doorway looking towards the front of the camper.
And state's exhibit 8-13,
This is basically standing in the kitchen with a view towards the back of the camper.
and to the left of this photograph, is that a microwave?
Yes, it is.
This This is State's Exhibit 814.
This is basically from the entry of the bedroom into the bedroom, at the rear of the camper.
817. What's being shown here?
This is the bed and the exterior windows.
State Exhibit 820. What's being shown here?
Underneath the bed
And what does appear to be underneath the bed?
appears to be a small table.
And in the upper left-hand
Small
corner of this
table,
photograph,
that
what
would be a
is being
footstool.
shown?
There's a bottle of bleach cleaner.
Showing you State's Exhibit 821. What is being shown here?
I mean,
This is
just
the
having a
closet in
bottle
the
of
bedroom.
bleach cleaner means stay clean. We're
State's Exhibit
still at the
822.
point where
What's being shown here?
the
Items in the closet.
prosecution in its
Then
entirety
State's Exhibit
is relying
823.
on
More items in
DL's
the closet.
testimony, who we know changed a lot. Even up to the trial when he testified to things nobody
And
has
State's
heard
Exhibit
of before.
825. Is that kind of an overview of the bedroom showing underneath and the spray bottle of bleach?
That's correct.
This is State's Exhibit 826. What's being shown here?
This is a blue laundry basket that was located on the floor of the closet.
State's 828.
This is again the blue laundry basket with the contents.
State's 829
This is the interior of the refrigerator.
and State's 830.
It's the interior of the freezer.
Fair to say both are pretty empty.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit A31. Where was this located?
This was, I believe, on top of, I'll be honest, I can't remember exactly where this was
Thank you,
located.
Aaron.
It was on top of some shelf, but I don't know exactly which one.
And what appears to be depicted in this photograph?
Spray bottle, some type of brush, and a mat of some sort.
In State's Exhibit A32.
This is there's a machete located on top of the microwave. This is depicting an overview of where that is located.
Now, when you were in this RV, approximately how tall are you?
I am 6 foot tall.
While you were standing there looking at the microwave, were you able to observe that machete just visually from how high you are or how tall you are? Excuse me.
Yes, I could see the machete from my height. Yes.
Yeah, hit that thumbs
Moving
up.
on then to State's Exhibit
And if you haven't subscribed yet,
A33.
please
What
subscribe.
are we looking at here?
This is a closer view of the machete on the digital scale that was located in the corner.
In order to take those photographs, how did you go about doing that?
These photographs were taken with my camera held about head high for me.
Yeah, I must admit that it by visual alone, that machete seems to have fabric visible on it. Does it prove the kid's story? No, it proves that at some point he cleaned it off with cloth. Not when or during what circumstances, because I don't find the kid's story credible. But it is interesting, in some shape or form at least, which is more than much of the other crap the prosecution has brought forward.
So can you demonstrate what you mean by that?
Yes, held above my head like this, with the camera being held about my height or my head.
Going back just briefly to State's Exhibit 832. It'd be somewhat difficult to see here with the glare. But what portions of that machete are visible, I guess, if you weren't standing there looking right at it?
The handle is hanging off the edge of the microwave about 4 inches, I believe.
This is State's Exhibit 835. What is being shown here?
The idea of this photo was to show the stains on the carpet.
And then State's Exhibit 836. What's being shown here?
This is the chair and table with a Paw Patrol blanket and a Home Sweet Home pillow.
You indicated that's a Paw Patrol blanket.
Correct.
Do you know what Paw Patrol is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's a child's cartoon about dogs that rescue people.
On State's Exhibit 838.
Is a teddy bear on the chair.
Here we go again. They are trying to get into that he has priors and he's on the register. But what does that prove other than, yeah, we know.
While you were taking photographs in this RV, showing you State's Exhibit 847. What are we being shown here?
This is the registration for the camper in the name of Nita McQuay.
Do you know who Nita McQuay is?
I do not.
Why the F don't you know who that is? Good morning, Kitten. Why you have a registration to another person and you don't know who that is? Why? Oh, please have it shown later on who that is.
It says State's Exhibit 849. What's being shown here?
I have, during this photo, I've opened that grocery bag to found some clothes inside. This is showing what was located inside that grocery bag.
In State's Exhibit 850.
There's another photo of the same.
At some point, did you then start pulling items out of that grocery bag?
Yes, it did.
This is State's Exhibit 851.
Thomas Stratford said, some judges are impressed and allow prior bad acts, nonsense like in, yeah. This judge doesn't. They have tried, but he shut it down really fast.
There's a white t-shirt located in the bag. It was muddy and wet.
State's Exhibit 852.
These were jeans that were located in the grocery bag, also muddy and wet.
State's Exhibit 850.
Okay, that is somewhat interesting. Finding still muddy and wet clothing in a bag. That is actually interesting. If he drove around looking for the kid, why is there a grocery bag with wet clothes in his RV? That's interesting.
55.
Showing the size of the jeans.
To your knowledge, size 1 to 2, is that an adult female sizing?
Yes, I believe so.
Adult female, wet and muddy, but they excluded his girlfriend. Are they trying to claim it's an unknown female accomplice? What's going on here now? This is completely new. I had no idea about this.
State's Exhibit A57.
These were Under Armour shoes located in the grocery bag.
Again, really interesting. Now we're getting to interesting stuff. Why is there muddy clothes? But why is it female size jeans? Now it's getting interesting. Finally.
And State's Exhibit A62.
This is the size of the shoe, which is a 7.5 in the US.
Are you able to tell from the label if this is a male shoe or a female shoe based on the size?
I could not tell.
What is size 7? Shoe size, short. Size 7 is okay. That is what I would think is female size. Definitely not Mr. Dinkins size. Now we're getting somewhere. Who is this female? Now we're getting somewhere. Kid's testimony was day 2, I think.
Now, any of the items that we've talked about here that were documented in these photographs, were they collected at this point in time?
The only item that we showed in the photographs that was collected was the digital.
Angst kitten, no, they only said it was size 7. He couldn't determine if it was female size 7 or men's size 7. Now I'm getting interested. Who is this new female?
Yeah.
Now, you've already mentioned a first search warrant being executed. At some point, was there a second search warrant executed at the same RV?
Correct. Basically, during the search, we notified our bosses of what we had located. The warrant we had didn't cover any of those items, such as machete or clothing, so another search warrant was drafted.
At some point, were you provided information that there had been a report of a machete and some involvement regarding a machete?
Yeah, there was information passed on to me that a knife of some type may have been used at some point.
And so at that point, application was made for a second search warrant. And did you execute that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
When did that occur?
Several hours after the first one.
But on July 10th?
Correct.
And during that search warrant, did you take additional photographs?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 9-1 through 9-13. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are these exhibits?
These are my photos of the second search warrant.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the photographs for the condition and the items you would have collected during the execution of the second search warrant at the RV on July 10th, 2020?
That's correct.
At this time, Your Honor, this case would move to admit exhibits 9-1 through 9-13 as evidence.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so State's Exhibit 9-2, again, same RV that we were talking about in those previous exhibits, right?
Correct.
So 9,
We're in the end of day 6, and finally there's
what are we being shown here?
a
This is the
scintilla of
machete and
evidence
how it
of foul play.
overhangs the microwave.
Finally, on day 6.
State's Exhibit 9-5.
This is showing the blade end of the machete.
And while you were documenting this machete, did you make any observations of its condition?
As I was looking at it, I could see what appeared to be some type of white cloth or paper on the serrated edge of the machete.
This is State's Exhibit 9-7.
This is showing the sheath for the machete that was located kind of tucked underneath the couch.
Now, when you eventually did you collect both the machete and the sheath?
Yes, it is.
At any point in time, did you?
Bets on whether they DNA tested any of those loads. Well, we know that FBI agent didn't. So who did?
Put the sheath on the machete to see if it fits or was a match or anything like that?
No, I did not.
This is State's Exhibit 9.
Serrated edge. It's not uncommon. I'll demonstrate. On the top side, to saw down trees or small branches or stuff, and then an actual edge. So the top here is sometimes referred to as a serrated edge. Yes, machetes have wooden handle, often. Mine has. Yeah, some branches. Yes, a great success. Cut, not sawing small branches to get if thick ordinary branches you can cut off. If it's wider, you can use the other edge to the top side to saw it off. Wouldn't a war axe or warhammer? Well, I have axes, but I don't have war axes. I mean, a farm, you sometimes need an axe.
9-9.
So this is the machete removed from where it was located on the microwave and placed in a box. This is, again, highlighting the paper or material located on the serrated edge.
And showing you then State's Exhibit 9-10. Is that just a closer up of that serrated edge and the white pieces of what appear to be cloth or something along those lines?
Correct.
Does this mean I put credibility on the kid all of a sudden? No. No, I do not.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 67.
This only shows
Testified that you did collect
the testings on that machete should have been all over the machete. Everything.
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 67?
This is the machete
Removing
that I
the
collected from the camper inside of
handle
the
to see
microwave.
is it anything
And that would have been the
underneath
camper
it.
located at 743
But
Schmidt
apparently
Road that you
not.
collected on July 10th, 2020.
Correct.
And showing you then State's Exhibit 68, based on the label. Do you know what State's Exhibit 68 is?
Yes, I do. It's the sheath that was located on the floor.
And that would have been collected again on the same day, July 10th, 2020.
But at least we're getting somewhere. but
After collecting these items. what
The
was
female clothing,
Basically, take photographs and then place it in evidence.
whose
And
is it?
that have been placed into evidence at the Davenport Police Station.
That's correct.
And they
At this
can't
time,
really
Your Honor,
say
the state
Andreas
offered
because
Exhibit 67 and 68 into
towards
evidence.
everything
Okay.
so far in the case, they
Exhibit
excluded
67
her.
and 68 will be admitted.
I haven't heard of any plea deals for Andrea, none whatsoever. And the defense certainly would have brought that up.
I may have published 2 more photos, Your Honor. So I want to show you again, this is State's Exhibit 833, which again would have been photographs taken the first time that you were at this RV. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
And again, the first time you were there and you were reaching out your arms to take pictures of this machete, again, are you able to observe any of that white cloth or fibers, whatever that might be, on the machete here?
Yes, you can.
And again, in States Exhibit 834, again, a closer up image of that serrated part of the machete. Are you still able to observe those white pieces of cloth at that point?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I just want to summarize here. Essentially, your testimony involves serving 2 search warrants on July 10th, 2020 to that RV that we just looked at, right?
That's correct.
Okay. The first one was in the early afternoon on July 10th of 2020.
That's the best of my recollection.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the next one was a couple or a few hours later, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about that clear spray bottle that you saw or you took a picture of the first time you were there.
I believe through cell phone activity. That everything about her cell phone activity places her in that apartment the entire time. That's how I believe they excluded her. Unless something shows up later, we don't know. It's a 5-week trial. And we're on day 6, and for the first time in this trial, there's actual evidence of something going on, in my opinion.
Any liquid inside that spray bottle?
Not that I recall.
Smell any bleach?
I did not smell any bleach.
I want to then talk to you about this machete that we've looked at a couple pictures of. I think you just testified that you saw some sort of cloth on it, right?
That's correct.
That machete is also a machete you just looked at, States Exhibit 67, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 67. And you would have been the person to collect this item, correct?
That's correct.
You can open it up and look at it. You would have also been the person to put the label on that box, right?
That's correct.
Okay, can you just read the label on that box?
Silver machete with black handle located on top of microwave. Appears to have blood fingerprint near the handle.
Okay, can you tell me where you see blood?
There's also some photos of it, but there are a fingerprint, and then there's some type of reddish brown spot on the blade, or on the blade near the handle, which I noted just to make sure other people were aware of that as well.
Just give me one moment.
But can you show it on the actual exhibit? Because they tested it and found no blood.
This is States Exhibit 9-4. If you could use the pointer next to you, I can grab it. Could you please just point to me where you see something to be appearing blood on that handle?
You cannot see it from this angle.
Okay. Well, did you have to flip it upside down?
Yes, I noticed it as I did the further examination after I removed it from this location.
Okay. Did you take a picture of what you saw that appeared to be blood?
Yes, it did.
Would it have been in States Exhibit number 9?
Yes, it would have.
Showing you States Exhibit 9-6. Can you see the stain that appears to be blood on that handle in this photo?
No, you cannot.
Whoa. You saw it, but you didn't take a picture of it? Well, he said he took a picture of it. Where is it? Where is it?
Showing you States Exhibit 9-9. Can you see it on this photo?
So the spot that I was indicating on, for as far as the blood, is located right here.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Well, I didn't see any. And let me just... They base the machete on the kid's testimony. And unless her remains have shopping marks, if her remains does not have any shopping marks, then no. Things that are left to the elements over summer, fall, winter, spring. The scatter could have been from other.
Ms. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But he testified, I saw blood spot. They tested it, no blood.
So showing you the state's exhibit 911. Is this a closer up look at the areas that you thought you observed either blood and or a fingerprint?
That's correct.
And now these were observations that you made just with your naked eye, correct?
That's correct.
Something that you would have documented and then turned over that information to a detective or to some sort of crime scene tech to allow them to do any sort of further analysis.
That's correct.
So you yourself didn't do any sort of testing to determine whether this was actually blood or a fingerprint or anything like that.
That's correct.
That's rust. That's a ship that has been rusted. I can see that from here. I have knives with similar stuff on it. Clear, yeah. Clear, that's not blood. If the cop says that is blood, yeah, that's convenient testimony. I agree, Thierry.
Well, if
I want to hear the medical
additional testimony,
examiner's
you wanna send it yourself?
testimony.
I believe
There's
so.
no traces of anything being cut up.
Want us just to rely on the other individuals who would have done
Then
that
the
testing and
machete
their
means
results
nothing.
for those findings.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Sir, in your training experience, does that machete that we just looked at appear to be wiped down?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Oh, there's some, look to be cleaning marks, I guess would be the best way, water spots maybe on it, would be the best way for me to describe it.
Your training experience, does it look like rust?
Possibility of rust, yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. O'Donnell,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, that would be the end of the day. Day 6. Let's start with day 7.
That would be our last witness for the day.
All right, thank you. I would like to make a record of our last bench conference. The bench conference concerned Exhibit 9-9-10. The defense objected to the witness conclusively testifying to fabric or fibers on that item based on the fact that that exhibit had not been admitted at that time. The defense did note that most likely there would be no objection to the exhibit once asked to be admitted by the state. The court noted there was confusing testimony provided by the witness at that time as to whether she was the actual person that identified viewing the fibers herself. The court sustained the objection and requested the state to rephrase. Is that a fair summary, Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be in adjournment until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, day 6. And finally, at the end of day 6, there's something. Damp, muddy clothes in the RV. Through testimony. Size 7 shoes. That's female, in my opinion. The damp, muddy pants, female. Who? If Andrea is out of the picture, who? I see nothing of the sort that this is a conspiracy charge involved in this. what's going on, but it's at least something of evidentiary value. So, yeah, let's see here. Let's move directly. Yeah, Mama Source, that might be her size. But if she isn't charged and there's no plea deal involved, then what's going on? They already had her on testimony. So Thierry, his other girlfriend, that's maybe why he often disappears in the night, according to girlfriend Andrea. Yeah, but who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Yeah, but let's move on with day 7. Let's see when they start. Not immediately. There. Let's see who shows up. I agree, Mama Soros. Everybody failed
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole
Breasia
truth, nothing
Terrell
but
when
the
she
truth?
was
I do, yeah.
alive,
Please
and
have
their
a seat.
prosecution is failing her now. So far.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Evan Obert, Evan, last name Obert, Obert.
What is your occupation?
Corporal with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
7.5 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background?
Bachelor's degree from Luther College, and then I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2016.
Is that when you began your formal career with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Could you describe for us the different capacities that you've served the department over the course of your 7-year career?
I completed the FTO program and was assigned to night shift for approximately 2.5 years. And then I was promoted to the Detective Bureau, where I was in that.
Daily quick bites. Is it really failing if the state simply has nothing? Yes, because that means they didn't investigate enough. They were too zoned in on one suspect that they failed by not checking other angles. If they had removed the kid's testimony, okay, take him out of the equation, and then, okay, now check the actual evidence. What can we prove? What can we not prove? But it seems like they have been so super focused. So they didn't check all the angles. That, in my opinion, is failing her.
Unit in the Special Victims Unit for 3.5 years. I was promoted to corporal in August of last year. As part of that process, I was moved to afternoon shift patrol. I've been there since, and then was reassigned to the Detective Bureau for this trial preparation of this case.
All right. Detective Obert, were you involved in the investigation of the report involving a little girl by the name of Breasia Terrell, who was reported missing on July 10th of 2020?
I was.
Okay. Were you the lead detective for this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now that being said, before we talk about your involvement in the investigation, what I want to do is I want to do just a little cleanup. There are some items of exhibits that we needed to introduce, and so I'm going to take care of that now, and then we'll start talking about your role in this investigation. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I've previously provided counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-2. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-2. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-2?
I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
It was a search warrant that I drafted and had signed by a judge for the maroon Chevrolet Impala that's registered to Andrea Culberson. Purpose of the search warrant was to collect mud that was
the
on
car
the
was
undercarriage of the vehicle,
registered
along
to
with dusting for
Andrea.
lane prints on the outside of the Impala.
Now we
Now,
know
Detective
why
Olbert,
he
throughout
had
the course of this
multiple
investigation,
vehicles
were there a number of
without a
search
job.
warrants that were applied for and presented to the court for approval?
There was
Do you have any idea of the total number of search warrants that had been applied for and approved for execution in the course of this investigation? And if you're not sure, that's fine.
an approximate would be 20.
Okay. At any rate, were you the author of this particular search warrant?
I was.
Was this one of several search warrants that were approved for the Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Okay. And then just for purposes of perspective, with each search warrant that was applied for relative to the maroon Chevy Impala, as information was coming in from various witness statements or officers were making various observations about the condition of the vehicle, would that then form the parameter for any given search warrant that was applied for?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date of the search warrant?
July 20th of 2020.
Does your signature appear on the application for search warrant?
It is.
Did you present it to a magistrate for review?
Yes.
And then was there a search warrant that was signed off by a magistrate authorizing this search?
Yes.
Okay. And then what date did a magistrate sign off on the search warrant?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. We are interested in only very limited information. With the application for search warrant, did you include an attachment A that basically set forth a probable cause statement in support of your request to be able to collect the items of evidence that you've identified?
Yes.
Okay. Within the context of the probable cause statement that was set forth, was there any information included within that attachment A of observations made by Detective Tharp when she had responded to the evidence bay with civilian crime scene technician and odors that she had noted when they opened the trunk?
There is a line in the affidavit about detective.
Oh, yeah. Yesterday, we had an officer testifying that because she was pregnant, she had a heightened sense of smell. So she smelled bleach. The other one at the scene who conducted the search did not. But her pregnant nose detected bleach. Later on, she testified by the question of the defense, well, why didn't you do this? And she testified under oath, well, I didn't do that because I was highly pregnant and very stressed. But you had a very heightened sense of smell. And you put that in your report. That officer and that officer alone. Due to magic nose, pregnant nose. Yeah.
A detective opening the trunk and they get to smell bleach.
Okay, thank you. Let's set that aside then. And let me go ahead and take that exhibit from you.
Yeah. I have 4 sisters. They are trying to populate the earth. I know about female, my sisters at least. Yes. Do they smell more? Better? Better is by that depends. Because one of my sisters smelled things that simply wasn't there. I could walk in fresh clothes, fresh anything, deo on, anything. No, I reeked, according to her, of old sweat. I was so disgusting. But that was her nose. So, and it's not evidence. Yeah, I know that women generally has better sense of smell than men. But the other officer at the scene was also a woman. Or the other technician searching, also a woman, did not smell bleach. And if one of them says, oh, I smell bleach, and the other one doesn't, I would assume that if one opens up and said, oh, that's bleach, the other one would go move in and sniff and didn't smell bleach. We are trying to catch up here. I'm playing in 1.25.
The next matter that I would like to address before we talk about your involvement in this investigation involves laboratory reports generated by FBI analysts out at Quantico. Was the FBI involved in this particular investigation?
Yes,
Were there a number of items of evidence that were seized that were turned over to the FBI for submission to the FBI laboratory in Quantico?
that is correct.
Okay. Now, yesterday we had testimony from FBI analyst Linda Otterstatter, who did a trace evidence analysis, and then also from analyst Tiffany Smith, who did DNA. There were a few items of evidence that were submitted that did not give us location information. So we're just going to address that issue if we could. Have we gone through the process of preparing basically an exhibit that sets forth location information for items in their laboratory report that didn't give us an idea of where they came from?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel States Exhibit 152. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you States Exhibit 152. Do you recognize States Exhibit 152?
I do.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 152?
It is a printout of different items that were tested by the FBI lab and as properly associated DPT items, FBI items, and then lab number items.
Okay. And then is there more specific location information so that we understand where those items were seized from during the course of the investigation?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 152.
No objection.
Exhibit 152 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, may I publish this so that we can get this information into our record?
You may.
And I see the discussion. And yeah, but if two people, both female, is at
Okay.
the trunk when it's
How
opened,
many
and
items
only
are
one
we
of
talking
them
about here
smelled the bleach.
on this exhibit?
8.
8? Okay. All right.
Yeah, and I pinned, if you don't want to,
How is that
give-
document captioned at the top?
Location information.
if you don't want to sponsor YouTube, I have a PayPal. And if you wouldn't mind, but only if you can actually afford. I would never, don't want anybody sending me money you can't afford. Okay, just saying. Thank you.
For items of evidence set forth in FBI laboratory reports of analyst Tiffany Smith and Linda Otterstatter, which do not have location information associated with them. I think is what it's supposed to say.
Okay. All right. Now, number one, what is item number one?
Laboratory item 35.
And to be clear, is that the item or the number the laboratory would have attached to an item of evidence when it came in?
That is correct.
What is their laboratory item 35?
Shirt from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay. And our DPT evidence item number would be what?
437.
And then to be clear, during the course of the investigation, had Aisha Langford dropped off a bag of clothing at the apartment for the children?
That is correct.
Okay. And was that clothing provided to the Davenport Police Department in
Yeah.
the course of the investigation? And then
Here's the thing. Chain of custody again. She took the bag, the clothes back home. They called her, could you please bring them back? And she brought 2 bags. There's no actual evidence of it if it is the same items, other than the mother. We simply don't know, in my opinion, if it is the same clothing that was in the apartment.
we received it, did we actually receive the original bag and another plastic bag that had the clothing that went to evidence?
We received the bag and the clothing. That's
Okay.
correct.
Now let's go to our number 2. What is item number 2?
I would agree with
Laboratory
Daily
item number
Quick Bites. If they
36.
had a strong hand with
And
a medical
what-
examiner,
Davenport
would have
Police
played
Department
that
item number
card.
would that be?
430.
Okay.
this
What
is the reason it is a 5-week trial. It's because they don't really have strong evidence. But seriously, the previous witness testified to finding damp, muddy female clothes in the RV. Where did those come from? Why don't we hear more about those ones? And hey, we have a visitor. Jingles is here. And Jingles brought me 3 presents this morning into the house. Thank you, Jingles, for leaving 3 mice on my kitchen floor. And that is why the bedroom door is closed, because if I have it open, he will bring it in, and sometimes on me in the bed. Let's continue.
Is the physical piece of evidence and then the location where that item came from.
Raw from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay, take us to number 3.
Laboratory item number 37,
The Davenport Police Department item number.
435.
What is that item?
Underwear from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Our next item.
Laboratory item 38,
What is that item?
431.
For the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And then what is the item of evidence?
Washcloth from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay. Our next item.
Laboratory item 48,
And then does our laboratory item number 48 have an associated exhibit with it?
the laboratory item 48-1, the sheath
Okay.
from the machete.
And then what was the Davenport Police Department item number for the machete?
Someone
Davenport
is
Police
having a
Department
good time.
item number was 457.
Where was that machete and sheath seized from?
The apartment of Andrea Culberson.
Yeah,
All right, and then there were photographs that
tolerates
have been
me.
introduced through
my cat tolerates me.
one of our civilian crime scene technicians that had responded to that address, showing a sheath with the
Yeah, I
sleeve
love
over
my
it underneath the mattress,
I
but on
do.
top of the box springs. Is that where this item came from?
Yes.
Okay, so then essentially, how many machetes do we have in play?
2.
And the location for the second machete would have been where?
743 Schmidt Road, the defendant's motorhome.
And then what is our next item?
Laboratory item 54
What is the Davenport Police Department evidence item number?
is this Davenport Police item number 32.
Now, the description on the lab reports stated shirt from Henry Dinkins. Did you provide information so that we know
around
specifically which shirt we're talking
25%
about?
more viewers
Yes.
now
And which shirt would
than
this
an
be?
hour ago.
It'd be the shirt
And if
that the
you're new
defendant
here,
was wearing when he came
Please
to the police
hit
station on
that
July 10th.
thumbs up.
Okay.
So
Would that
more
have been
people
around noon
find
when he
my
was interviewed?
stream and
Yes.
my channel.
And then finally,
Thank you.
our last item, what is that?
Laboratory item 55,
What is the descriptor for it?
shirt from plastic bag
What's our Davenport Police item number?
24.
And then when it says shirt from plastic bag, is there a further descriptor so we understand its association to items of evidence that were seized?
It's a child's shirt contained in the plastic bag. There's an MJ logo on it.
Okay,
Emblem.
all right. Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020?
I was.
What day of the week was that, if you recall?
That was a Friday.
Did you become aware of a report being placed by Aisha Langford at 8:29 a.m. that morning to our communications specialist, Mona Varelli, that Breasia was missing?
I do.
Okay. At what point in time did you become aware of that call having been made?
When we were advised by Sergeant Piper of the call, and we started being interrupted around 10:45, 10:50-ish.
Okay. Now, what was the dynamic of the investigation that prompted the Detective Bureau to go out to the apartment complex?
Officer Burkle was the first one on scene. He gathered information from the people that were on scene. He made the determination to reach out to his sergeant, which then in turn led to the sergeant of the Special Victims Unit to be notified. Reference 10-year-old girl that has been missing for an unknown amount of time. And our objective up there was to canvass the area, see if anyone has seen her, or recover any video footage that could potentially show the Breasia's whereabouts.
Certainly. Now, with you having been on the department for a period of time, have you taken calls or responded to calls where parents or caretakers have contacted law enforcement and indicated that they can't find their child?
Yes.
Okay. And in the circumstances where you've responded to those types of calls, describe how that typically plays out.
When we get there, speak to the person reporting the missing child,
Yeah.
gather
The
history of
prosecution
the child, if there's history of them
leading
running away,
questions all the
or
time.
potentially other people that they could be with, friends, other family members,
Objected to,
and establish
the
that
court allows
sort
it.
of
So,
better
here
knowledge
we
or
go.
understanding of the person that's gone missing, or
Okay, and typically is that child found fairly quickly?
depending on the history of the child. If it's a younger child that maybe 2 or 3, we've had several where they've wandered off and we're able to find them fairly quickly with the assistance from neighbors. And then if it's a child that has history of running away, it may be days before they're encountered again.
Certainly. Did this particular case have a different feel from prior calls that you've handled?
One of the things that stuck out initially was the report by the defendant and Aisha, the mother, was that this child has never ran away before, and the fact that this was her first time spending the night at this residence.
Okay, what is significant about this being the first time Breasia had ever stayed out at the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What's significant about that? The fact that this would have been her first times to be out at that apartment complex?
Unfamiliar with the area or anyone that would be living around there, so the likelihood of her wandering off is, I'd argue, slightly diminished.
Certainly. So then when you arrived, along with other members of the Detective Bureau, describe what was developing out there at the apartment complex.
Statements were being gathered by Andrea Culberson. DL was also there. Other people were doing just canvas searches of the area, being that it's near some other residential places, and then knocking on doors of apartments, trying to speak with others. And then also video camera footage. Unfortunately, that entire apartment complex did not have surveillance cameras.
Sure. And then was Aisha Langford also a subject that law enforcement was speaking to out there at the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about this. When you're out in the field and there are individuals who have been identified as witnesses, are the interviews in the field extensive like they would be once individuals are brought into the police departments to be interviewed?
Field interviews do not gather as much information as say an interview down at the police station. Just that it's a controlled environment. We can have a private conversation without anyone else.
Yeah. Here we come to the part where they are trying to assume that whatever DL said or acted during the field interviews, it doesn't really matter, is what they are trying to say. But if he didn't say anything during the field and the first interview, and then later on we know that there's some complete fabrications, none of it really matters, in my opinion.
Listening, or have to just worry about other people interrupting while we're talking to individuals and gathering information.
And just as a matter of standard procedure, is it common practice that once the field interview has been done, individuals will be brought down to the Davenport Police Department where an interview can be conducted in a more controlled environment?
That is a common practice, yes.
And was that a practice that was followed in this particular instance?
It was.
Okay. Now, were you involved in either knocking on doors or doing canvasses that morning?
Not that morning, no.
Okay. At some point in time, were you redirected from that location?
Yes.
Okay. Explain.
I was standing next to Aisha Langford, just gathering some initial information, and she received there was a phone call between her and the defendant. She asked where he was, and while standing there observing the conversation, she questioned about him being in the area of downtown, and that's when I asked for her to ask if we could meet him somewhere down there in that area. He responded that he'd come back up to the scene, and then just for time and convenience sake, I offered the suggestion of the Davenport Police Station, since he was already downtown, and that someone can meet with him quicker and get information.
When you had that conversation with Mr. Dinkins, how did he respond to that?
When he had that conversation with Aisha on the phone, it sounded like he agreed to meet down there.
Okay, and then so let me clarify this. Was this suggestions that you were making to Aisha that she then communicated to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay, so you never had any direct conversation with Mr. Dinkins?
That is correct.
Okay, throughout the time that you were out there at the apartment complex, was Mr. Dinkins ever on scene?
No.
Okay, and had there been discussions with Officer Burkle about Mr. Dinkins having left the scene after that initial point of contact?
Yes.
Okay, were you aware of Officer Burkle trying to contact Mr. Dinkins multiple times by telephone and not being able to connect with him?
I vaguely remember there was at least some sort of reach out to him about trying to get a hold of him again.
Okay, what happened next?
I responded to the Davenport Police Station.
What time would you have gotten down to the Davenport Police Department?
It was shortly after the defendant arrived at the police station.
What time did Mr. Dinkins arrive at the Davenport Police Department?
12.
Daily quick bite. What if the kid just happened to disappear for whatever reason whilst Henry was with the side piece? Pure speculation. Henry waits until everybody is asleep. He thinks. So he goes out to his side piece. Breasia wakes up, sees, oh, where's Henry going? She walks out. Follows him somewhere. I don't know. We do know that she can't get into the apartment again, because that's how it's locked. We saw that in the body cam. As soon as the door closes, it self-locks. Apparently it was determined. A grandmother told the mother that DL was supposed to go there for a couple of nights. And DL brought Breasia with him. That we heard from the grandmother. That's a new fact which is very interesting and can explain why DL has so much fabricated information. Because if he hadn't brought her, she would still be alive. That amount of guilt is horrifying.
12:01 p.m.
All right. Now, before we talk about your contact with him, there's another topic of conversation that I want to discuss with you. Who was the party that called to report the child missing?
Aisha Langford.
Who was the individual that the child had been in the care and control of?
The defendant.
Did Mr. Dinkins ever call the Davenport Police Department and report that child missing?
No.
Did you find that troubling?
That was one of the things that we'd wonder. Maybe he wanted to give Aisha the chance, but it definitely was something to consider.
Certainly. Is Mr. Dinkins present in the courtroom today?
He is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for a record?
He's wearing glasses and plaid shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification?
The record shall so reflect.
No white person is identified.
When you arrived at the Davenport Police Department, where was Mr. Dinkins located at?
In an interview room on the second floor of the police department.
Okay. Are these rooms where interviews are typically conducted for any individual, whether they be, a witness or even a potential suspect?
That is correct.
Okay. And so had Mr. Dinkins already been taken up to that interview room before you got there?
That is correct.
All right. Now, I want to set the stage for the sequence of events relative to interviews that were being conducted. Who was the first individual to be interviewed at the Davenport Police Department that day?
The defendant.
All right. What time did his interview start?
I began to speak with him at approximately 12:11 p.m.
That being said, did Aisha Langford ever come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is correct.
Did DL ever come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is also correct.
Did Andrea Culberson come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is correct.
Who were you involved with as those individuals were responding? And actually, let me rephrase that question. Who was conducting, or who was the lead detective on the interview for Aisha Langford and DL?
Myself.
Thank you so much to Peace Peony for sending me a very generous donation via PayPal. This is extremely appreciated. Thank you so much. And thank you. So I've pinned the PayPal on the top of the chat. If you don't want to, PayPal has I think a 2% cut, or some 2 to 5% cut. YouTube takes 30%, and they place ads everywhere. So thank you so much for helping me keep this channel afloat. Thank you so much.
And Detective Amos.
All right. Who started that interview process off first?
At the police station, it was myself.
Okay, with those two?
Yes,
And then when you started to speak with them, had you concluded your interview with Henry Dinkins?
that is correct.
All right. And then who would have been involved in the interview of Andrea Culberson?
That would have been done with Detective Ann Siebert.
Okay. Were those interviews then occurring at different points in time?
Yes,
And so with that being said, as each interview is occurring, is more information coming to law enforcement where you could put together the big picture?
that is, I'd agree with that, yes.
When you walked in to start your interview with Henry Dinkins, what information did you have for purposes of, setting up the construct of questions that you would be asking?
The most I had is that Andrea at some point in the night woke up and the defendant and Breasia were both missing from the apartment, and that was essentially it.
Okay. And then did you have any information about Henry Dinkins having come back to the apartment a short time later with Andrea having contact with him in the apartment and seeing Breasia standing out there on the passenger side of the maroon Chevy Impala?
That was not information provided until 4 days later.
Okay. So when you started your interview, you had very limited information.
Yes.
Okay. Describe how that process started.
Okay, so not until days later, Andrea says something else than she did initially. She had 4 days to say anything, but not until then. How was the question asked? Were they telling her, we will suspect you? We don't know. We have no idea. Not yet, at least. Hopefully, we will see all the interviews so we can make a determination if it's remotely credible. Fondian, member for 2 months. This is a cluster F and has me fluxing pissed. I agree. This entire case is a cluster F of epic proportions. And we are day 7 in a 5-week trial. And for the first time on the end of day 6, we had evidence of a female with female muddy clothes and size 7 shoes, muddy. Mr. Dinkins is definitely not a size 7. He definitely not fit in a female half-large pair of jeans. So what the actual F is going on?
Gathered his information, and then some of the topics that we discussed was how he got down there, where was the Impala that was registered to Andrea Culberson, and then also gathering information about Breasia and the events that unfolded from when he picked her and DL up until he notices that she is missing.
Okay. When you say that you gathered personal information, what types of information are you collecting?
Address, phone number, place of employment, stuff we ask every person that we interview.
Certainly. Was there discussions with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Andrea Culberson?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, was there a discussion with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Andrea Culberson?
There was.
Okay. And did you have discussions with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Would there have been discussions about any familial relationship he had with one of her children?
Yes.
All right. And then through that process, you indicated that you'd asked him about a vehicle that he had been driving?
That is correct.
Okay. And why was that a topic of inquiry?
Being that he was gone for a certain amount of time, it was just something that we wanted to double check on, a potential place that Breasia could be.
Certainly. All right. So if Officer Burkle has arrived out of the apartment complex, generally what time of the morning would that have been?
when he first meets with Officer Burkle, that is at 8:55 a.m.
All right, and then so after Mr. Dinkins leaves that apartment complex, is his whereabouts essentially unknown until he arrives at the Davenport Police Department at noon?
There was some pings that we were able to get general locations, but that was sporadic.
Okay, and was that later on in the investigation?
That was prior to him showing up to the Davenport Police Department.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But at any rate, with a missing child, is it concerning that Mr. Dinkins was out moving about and officers had no idea where he was going or what it is that he was doing?
Yeah, I mean, we typically like to have people until we can gather all their information, and a lot of people will wait and be like, all right, do you need me? Can I head out? Can I do this or that? It was just the sudden leaving of the defendant that was concerning.
Certainly.
The amount of time.
All right. Now, when you were speaking with Mr. Dinkins in the interview room, are the interview rooms set up with any type of video surveillance cameras?
They are.
Okay. Are these interviews recorded?
They are.
Did your contact with Mr. Dinkins, was it recorded?
It was.
And then was that interview preserved and placed on a disc?
It was.
Okay. We're going to play that, but what I want to do is I just want to generally touch on topics of conversations and what it is that we should be looking for. So you've had the conversation about relationships, correct?
That is correct.
Relative to the conversation about what vehicle he had come to the department driving, is there anything that we need to really focus on when you engage in that portion of the discussion?
His initial statements about where that vehicle is, and it's first told that someone else is out driving around, and then later in the interview it was advised that it was around the block.
Okay. Had there been a bolo put out for that vehicle?
Yes, it was relayed over radio traffic to for other officers to be aware of this maroon Impala that we need to locate.
And while you were in the interview room with Mr. Dinkins, were you notified that a patrol officer actually had located that maroon Chevy Impala?
That is correct.
Okay. Where had that maroon Chevy Impala been located?
Just going to address. We are still waiting for Mammosaurus Rex. We are still waiting for them to present some facts. So far, everybody contradicts each other, and even the body cam shows a different narrative than the witnesses. Yes, the officer's body cam showed something different from what he testified to. And I don't understand why. He must have seen the body cam before he testified. It was still different, in my opinion. And we have a pregnant nose testifying to bleach. We have a kid who can't make up and down about his story he wants to tell. The prosecution had to restart him several times. But the only interesting so far is that muddy, damp clothes that are female-sized. In his RV, yes, but it's damp, female-sized clothing. Yeah, I really, really hope there's more.
Relative to the address of the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been at 4th Main, which is one block east of the police department.
And is there parking right there in front of the Davenport Police
I'm
Department
going
where
to
an
test
individual could park?
1.5.
That is correct.
Okay, so
You tell
was
me
this
if it's
portion
too
of the
fast.
conversation about that vehicle and information that he's giving to you something that became of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was this portion of the conversation about the vehicle and its location, was this a topic that became a subject of interest as you went through the interview?
It was.
Okay, and then from there,
You'll let me know
did
if
you
it's
have any
too fast.
discussions with him about how it is that Breasia and DL were spending time with him?
Yes.
Okay, did he talk with you about contact that he'd had with Aisha Langford relative to making arrangements for DL to stay with him?
That's correct.
Okay, and then were there discussions about activities the previous day when he picked the children up on July 9th?
There was.
All right. Did you have any discussions with him about what he had done after he picked the children up on July 9th?
Yeah,
Yes.
one more thing
Did that include
interesting.
discussions
Yes.
of what occurred at the apartment once he returned to the
Who-
apartment with DL and Breasia?
That is correct.
And then were there any
was on
discussions about
that
sleeping arrangements?
mattress?
It was.
All right,
Because
and then
it was
beyond that,
on
did he talk with you just about the nature of the child or the nature of
adult.
Breasia and whether or not she'd be a child to wander off?
He said she'd never ever leave.
Okay,
That was
and then throughout the interview, What is it that you wanted to be able to establish so that we understand this when we watch your conversations with him?
One of the most important parts I was trying to establish with the defendant was the exact time he says that he noticed that she's missing from the apartment.
Okay. Where you have a missing child, is it important to establish a timeline?
Yes.
Why?
Based on the time that she's gone missing and the circumstances around where she was at when she went missing, based on time, it helps us gauge, all right, how long or how far, if she did truly walk away, could she have gone in this amount of time? How far do we have to take our canvas? Are we talking she's been missing for an hour or several hours? When you have several hours of her whereabouts unknown, it starts to become concerning about, especially when no one else is reporting seeing this girl walking in that immediate area.
Okay. And would it be concerning if the child has been missing for several hours and Mr. Dinkins had reached out to the Davenport Police Department to report the child missing?
That is correct.
All right. Then as you're trying to establish that timeline, do you engage in any discussions with Mr. Dinkins about where he had been at and traveled to once the child was
video from anywhere
described as missing?
Yes, we had a conversation, or tried to have a conversation about where he would have been out, what he says looking for her. And at one point in the interview, I printed off some Google Map printouts of the general area of the apartment complex and the surrounding areas, and brought it into the interview with the defendant, and just simply asked him to mark on there kind of areas that you checked so we could cross-reference that.
Okay. When you presented those Google Maps to Mr. Dinkins, what kind of response did you get?
He said he's just been all over the Quad City area and that he wouldn't mark on the map any place that he specifically went to look for her.
At any point in the interview, did he ever mark on those maps?
No,
At any point in the interview, did he ever give you specific information as to locations he had traveled to when he said he was looking for her?
not in reference to looking for her, besides going down in the motorhome, but that was for a different reason.
Certainly. And then did you, when you are dealing with subjects and you're doing interviews, do you watch just their emotional comportment?
Yeah, of how they're composing themselves while they're talking. Are they relaxed? Are they nervous, on edge, or angry, mad, upset? Those are observations we make as we speak with people.
And as the interview progressed, what is it that we should look for relative to his emotional composure?
You probably can't see it well in the recording, but being as how close I was sitting next to the defendant, I noticed how heavy he was breathing throughout, and just statements that he make that this is crazy throughout.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel with the Marcus States Exhibit 125. May I, Coach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's the Marcus States Exhibit 125 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize States Exhibit 125?
The case of it, yes.
All right. And what is our Exhibit 125?
It's going to be the video recording of the interview with the defendant and myself.
Okay. Was this the interview that occurred on July 10th then when you had your contact with him at the Davenport Police Department?
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the video interview that you had with Mr. Dinkins?
Prior to today, it's been a while, but I reviewed my report along with it.
And then was your contact with him properly documented through that video surveillance or through that video footage?
Sorry, what was that?
Was your conversation and contact with him captured on that video camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 125.
Exhibit 125 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we play State's Exhibit 125?
You may.
Okay. Bring down to 1.25. Police interview, normal speed.
Your Honor, this is about an hour long.
What?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's just
Your Honor, if the witness
see
wants
if
to
the
step
sound
down,
is
this an hour
good,
long,
if
I
it's
have no problem
possible.
with that.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I'm fine
If
with
it's
that
possible
also.
to play
Okay, I'm
faster.
fine with that too.
Just sit. I can
No, we have to play this live on normal speed so we can actually listen to what his actual voice sounds like, how the questions is asked. Brandon knows it's a bench trial. Yeah, the finder of fact is
Detective
white
Obert,
male, middle-aged judge.
oh, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, we have sound. Checking phone. Calling. or received a call? No, he's calling someone. Who is he calling? His lawyer, maybe.
Your call has been forwarded to
Who is he calling? His girlfriend?
your call has been
Hi, Jude. He doesn't seem nervous. He's just trying to call someone.
Henry, what's up, big dog? You didn't see your phone? No, I was calling the officer back. Yeah, I'm down. Okay. Hello?
Okay, taking you so long to answer my phone call and text messages.
Well, I didn't see your phone call. I just answered it just now, did I?
Okay, you're at the police station?
Yes, sir. I'm right here right now.
Alright, do you have any info for us?
What type of info? Like what? Like what?
Tell them that, hey,
Yeah, he's in the interview room right now. And
hey, we're in an interview with them. We got it.
Okay.
Your phone's gonna be sitting right here, okay?
Okay.
We have good sound. Yeah, that was a good call for the. That was a good call from the police officers,
Henry?
Hey, what's up?
making him call and then take the phone.
I'm glad you're able to get it down.
I was gonna come down, man.
It just makes it easier. We just can make contact with you right away.
But I was right there with the officer when he called.
Yeah, but then you left.
Because she left and it was,
Who
I was
left?
met Aisha, and it made me mad because she was, basically blaming it all on me. But
First, let's just start
Why
with
was it
your,
okay for Aisha to leave, but not him?
yeah,
Henry Dinkins.
Where was he?
H-E-N-R-Y,
Yes, sir.
and then can you spell your last name for me?
Dinkins.
Yeah, he's always
I'm not
making
quiet, just so
excuses.
you don't have to, we don't have to get distracted here. Middle initial,
E.
date of birth,
August 2nd, 72.
good phone number for you.
I don't know the number part. It's out there, but I don't
Okay. And then the address is your address up there,
know.
or
No. I live in my mobile.
and where's that?
I don't know the address. I just know it's.
That's interesting. He lives in his motorhome, but he stays with Andrea. Interesting. Maybe there why he's leaving in the middle of the night sometimes to hook up with side pieces or side piece. Because why would Andrea's damp, muddy clothes be in his RV? Let's continue.
Right there by Nestle Parinas. Right there. Right there. That's that.
And what is it?
It's a mobile home.
Mobile home, and is it on Schmidt Road?
Yes.
And what does it look like?
It's all white. It's got King Highway on it.
King Highway.
Yep.
And say if I were to go on Rockingham,
All you gotta do is go down. You will see them.
on Schmidt, take a left on Schmidt Road.
Take the Smith Road, go down, and you will see like the back of the trailers, you would see them. And then
Like the semi-trailer?
Semi-trailers, yeah. And then you pull into there and you will see it right there.
Okay. Oh, wait, and then it says what on it?
Kings Highway.
And that's where you stay?
Yes.
Is there an address associated with
I mean,
that?
I don't know the address, you know.
All interview rooms have terrible acoustics, and all interview rooms would benefit from having some form of dampening in the roof, at least, or the ceiling. Oh, good catch, Mamasaurus. That's why it's so fishy he has no physical address. He legally has to have one because of the registry. Okay. That would explain that. Let's continue.
I mean, but there's an address on the building.
Okay.
But I don't know the address on the building. That's what the officer was asking me, and I told him I didn't know it.
Okay. And so do you have agreement with that building?
Yes.
To have your logo on there? Okay. All right. And where do you work at?
I don't work right now.
Okay.
I was working at Wilton Precision Steel,
Okay.
but I was waiting until after the corona stuff was over with.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
that would explain
you are
the job.
currently dating.
I mean, she's like a close friend,
Okay.
you know, but you know, we close. You know what I'm saying?
How long you guys been friends for?
A few years.
A few years.
Yes, sir.
And what's her name?
Andrea Culberson.
Close friends.
And did you drive her
Not
car
girlfriend, bad call.
here
Bad
or?
Calling her
Yeah,
a
Blake.
close friend.
What do you mean? Well,
I mean,
I get it.
Yeah.
I kind of get where you're going at, but is her car parked out front?
No.
No. Where's her Impala at?
Her and Paula's with my homie right now, so
Where at?
they moving around in it.
Who's moving around in it?
My homies,
Who's that?
Lil Vince.
What's his real name?
But no. We know you parked it a block away. Why? This is definitely interesting. Why is he trying to avoid telling them where his car is? That's definitely interesting. Yeah, now we might have an explanation why she changed her story a few days later. Him calling her a close friend instead of, oh, she's the love of my life, my girlfriend. Close friend, yeah. Bad call, Mr. Dinkins. Really bad call. And the unemployment, yeah, it is. What was her original story? What was it? That was what we heard in the body cam. We also know that she showed up at the precinct claiming they were trying to frame him. She was very protective of him. And then just a few days later, different story. Might be because she saw this, him calling her a close friend. And it's also really interesting that he claims that the Impala is around and about, when we know it was parked a block away. They found it a block away. Yeah, do all the YouTube things, like, subscribe, share on social media, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Let's continue.
Vince.
Well, okay. Vince what?
Harris.
And they're riding around in it
Until I call him.
Okay. And anyone else with Vince looking for it?
No.
Do you have a phone number for Vince?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just so I can confirm with him that's what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is crazy, man.
Okay. So let's start out with yesterday.
Yesterday.
Or did you have the kids prior to that? Well,
no, yesterday, Lil Dink wanted to come with me.
Okay, so let's backtrack there. Lil Dink is
Notorious.
Okay. And he is
my son.
Your son. And that's with
Aisha.
Aisha. And Notorious' last name is
I don't know what last name she got.
Okay. How do you spell her first name?
Deetor.
You don't know your kid's last name?
And then
You
you
should
have
be Moses.
freaking
Moses,
Christ.
yeah,
Oh,
Notorious
over 2
Mosley.
hours. Jesus
And,
fucking Christ.
his mother is Aisha Langford.
Aisha Langford.
Okay. And then do you have any other biological?
No, I raised Breasia.
No,
Since
you
How
didn't.
old was she?
My baby.
Okay. And so you raised her with Aisha?
Yes.
How long were you and Aisha together for?
Like 2 years. But we stayed close friends.
Aisha was 1
But you guys stayed close.
to 3
So
years
how
old.
long?
That's
so
not
you guys
We've
were
been
together for
friends. We've
2
been friends all the way up to now.
Okay. How long ago did you guys break up? Break it off.
It's like 6 years ago.
So she was 2 years
I'm
old.
only guessing that.
No.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
approximate
She
though.
was 4 years old.
So Notorious Breasia are kind of what you consider your
My
kids.
kids,
Is
yeah.
that
They
fair
my
to say?
kids. They my kids.
Okay. And so did you pick them up yesterday, or when did you pick them up from Aisha, or how did that exchange go?
Man, I'm trying to stay cool right now. Me and Aisha, I had seen them, and they said they wanted to come and spend time with me.
When do you mean
Yesterday.
Yeah, okay. And where at?
I don't even remember. But they wanted to spend time with me. And, you know me, I'm like, yeah, y'all can spend time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's just like crazy. This is crazy.
So what time did you see them yesterday?
I don't even remember.
Was it early in the morning, late in the
Now I
evening?
understand why they zoned in on this guy, but then again,
And this was at Aisha's
you need
house.
evidence as
I
well.
don't remember where we was talking, but I picked them up at Aisha's mom's house.
Picked them up from Aisha's mom's house at approximately what
I don't
time?
remember what time, sir.
Like evening, what time of day?
Well, I think it was around the evening time.
Evening time. So you picked them up from Aisha, and what car were you in when you picked them up?
I don't remember. I think it was the Impala. I don't know. I don't remember. It probably was the Gray. I don't know.
Okay. And then, so you pick them up, bring them back here, or bring them back up. Do you take them straight to your mobile home, or
no.
What you guys do?
We
Just run me through your day.
We went to my
What you
cousin's
remember.
house. We went down to my cousin's house, and they played with my little cousins, and they wanted to go.
What cousin's house was that?
At Vince.
Oh, Vince. Okay. And where does he live?
On Taylor.
Taylor and what?
Between 5th and 6th.
You know the exact address or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I guess they wanted to go to the house, so we went to the house. They started playing the games at the house, and then they took their showers, and then they got into bed. You know, me and Andrew laid down. I got up. I left. Came back.
What time did you leave around?
I don't even remember, sir. I mean,
And what the sleeping arrangements? How is that? Like who sleeps where in the house? And
I mean, the kids were in Andrea's room.
okay.
Me and Andrea was sitting out in the living room.
Okay.
We was in the living room, and I had left and came back. And then when I left, I think I went down to Little Ben's house, but nobody was there. And when I came back,
None of that has been testified to. That he left during the evening. Huh. Not by anyone involved. This has been testified to. And there's no, yeah, strange.
you know, I did a little look around. I didn't see Bree. No, that wasn't that time. I don't remember. No, that's a lie. That's a bald face lie. It wasn't even at that time. What time was it? I don't ever look at the time, so I mean, I'm really confused with the time. But I know when I went and looked for Bree,
So
I only seen Lil Dink in the bed.
Okay.
And
Okay, but when did you leave and came back?
I left, so I went like moving around, and I
left the apartment,
like
or?
the apartment, yeah, and went like out and about, where she was living, and out there in I don't know the apartment buildings out there. I don't know.
But you're. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it seems like he's saying he left in the middle of the night. He jumped from, went to his cousin house or something, but I don't know when. And then he came home and discovered that Breasia was gone. Then he went out again looking for her. They made a big deal of him not knowing the address. But if he lives out of his motorhome at that place, maybe not that strange. But okay, now we know he lives out of his motorhome, so he's constantly there, which makes his choices in decoration a bit weird, but still not weird, because if he had his son over there to visit, not so strange anymore. I mean, but yeah, I understand why the cops zoned in on him, but that doesn't excuse the lack of evidence.
So, just so I can get this straight, so you pick them up from Aisha's, you go to Vince's house,
Right, they
play with the kids. Then you head up to Andrea's house. Okay. Did you go to your trailer at all?
No.
Okay. And then so you guys go there. You said the kids shower and they get ready for bed, and they sleep in Andrea's room, in the same bed together.
Yes.
And then you and Andrea in the room. And then at one point you leave in the night. How many hours do you think it was between when you first got there and then you left the apartment?
Probably like about 3-4 hours.
Okay.
I must assume. I don't
Yeah,
know.
around
Figure.
And so then you leave, but is everyone still in those same like kind of areas when you leave?
When I was there.
When you left?
Yeah, when I left, ain't nobody came out of no room.
Yeah, everyone was.
Everybody was still, situated.
But what did you leave for in the middle of the night?
Before I left, Notorious was still playing the game, and I went in there, and he said he was done playing the game, so I turned the TV off, and he went to sleep. And then, I went in the living room.
Where did you go?
Sat around for a while, bored. Left, came back.
How long were you gone for?
What did you do when you left?
So 45 minutes to an hour, 30 minutes, I don't know, somewhere around there.
Okay, and then you come back, and then kind of what do you do when you get back? Nothing. Did you just go to bed, or did
No,
you
I wasn't
stay in the living room?
I was in the living room. I wasn't even tired.
Yeah.
But I walked when I was there, I periodically checked on to make sure they was good enough, because we had the air conditioner on, so I unplug it because it gets too cold.
Okay.
So I pretty much, like I said, when I realized that, and it's kind of odd because I never known Bree to ever leave, ever. Never, ever leave. It was just odd. You know what I mean?
So he's the first person who says she never leaves.
When I realized it, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I went looking around. Then when I came back, Andrea was up. She like, what's wrong? I'm like, man, something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I was freaking out a little bit. So she like, I'm like, man, I'll talk to you in a minute. I'll talk to you in a minute. I'll talk to you in a minute.
Andrea testified that they never talked.
And you know what I'm saying?
But that's
'Cause I
not
didn't want her
until
stress,
later.
You know what I'm saying? So, and
After
then
she finds out.
when I came back, I grabbed Dink, you know, and I'm like, man, he like, Dad, where is Bree? I said, I don't know. He's like, and then we rolled around, and then I text his mom. When I text his mom, she was at work, and she was like, hey, Bree's missing. She was like, well, stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me, Henry. So I'm like, man, no, I'm not playing with him for real. And she was like, um, stop playing with me. And I said, look, man, I'm not playing. So I gave Dink the phone. Dink told her, like, Mom, you know, we don't know where she at. So then he handed me the phone back, and I'm like, I got to talk to him. Like, man, your mom mad at me. He said, Dad, I don't understand why mom mad at you. You know, you haven't done nothing. I'm like, I mean, but I'm still responsible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, don't know what to say or do. You know. So then me and her met up, and she was like,
You and Aisha met up?
Yeah.
Where
at Burger King.
Okay.
And Aisha was like really upset. And I said, you know what I'm saying? I understand how you come in. I feel what you're saying right now.
Most or none of it is collaborated with the
right
other
now. It's not gonna help
witnesses
us out right now.
or
You know what I
family
mean?
members.
We have to figure this shit out, you know. So I was like, well, you're responsible, you know, and it made me feel so fucking bad because, you know, I am responsible, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I just, like I said, I was like lost. Didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say to her. I was lost for words. I couldn't even talk to her really. And she was yelling and screaming. And then she said, I'm gonna call somebody to come out there to Andrea's apartment. I said, okay. You know what I'm saying? So we went out there. When the dude approached.
Okay. From what I understand so far, not until after his initial interview, a few days later, 4 days later, everybody else's stories starts to change. Is it because they came clean about what actually was said and done? Or is it because everybody discovers, oh, he's a bad guy? But that wouldn't be normal that everybody changed their story. This is weird.
You know what I'm saying?
The dude as in
the officer.
Okay.
Man.
So did you call 911?
No, she did. I told her I was gonna go to the police station at first. She said, no, let's go to the apartment. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, we can call at the apartment. You know what I'm saying? And
but there was already police at the apartment.
Like, she ain't really missing. You know what I mean? Something, you know what I'm saying? Maybe something, I don't know. But once it really set in that can't nobody find her, that's when it hit me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, she's missing. You know what I mean?
So did you call 911 or did
Aisha did?
Okay, you didn't call 911.
No, because
and Aisha called with her own phone?
I'm not for sure, so I don't know.
Did Aisha ever have your phone?
I called Aisha first because I was really.
But did Aisha ever have possession of your phone?
No.
Okay. So let's backtrack here a little bit. So do you remember at what point, or approximately at what point in the night, you realized Bree was gone?
I don't remember what time it was.
Were you sitting around and then kind of like run me through again of when you noticed she was gone?
Like, you know, when I came back, the second time. You know,
After being gone for like 45 minutes.
yeah, I did like a little check. You know what I mean? You know, and she wasn't there.
She wasn't there. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So.
And you don't know what time you got back.
No, I don't.
Gotcha.
I don't remember. And I was like, I was scared at you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wow, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? But I didn't think it was like this serious. You know what I'm saying? I really was like confused.
Okay. And so you get back, and then I mean,
Then
we put a time frame in between at least. Like, are we talking like 10 to 11 at night? Or are we talking like
after hours? It was
like,
probably after hours. It was
like
probably like closer. I don't remember the time. I'm not gonna
12 to 2.
I didn't even. The reason why I don't remember the time is because I didn't have my phone.
Gotcha. Where was your phone at?
It was sitting right there on the table, and I mean.
What do you mean sitting right there on the table?
It was sitting right there. Well, not on the table. I think it was sitting on a ledge.
In the apartment.
In the apartment.
But you were in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but when I left, I didn't have my phone.
When you left to
go down to Little Vince's.
Little Vince's, okay. But then you got back.
When I got back.
Okay.
And then I left again. I left twice.
And where'd you leave for the second time, or what was that?
I think I went to the quick shop. Got a pack of cigarettes or something like that.
You remember what quick shop?
Quick shop on 53rd.
Okay. And
why are you
what
going
time would that
everywhere
have
in the
been?
middle of the night, and to whom?
Like I said,
And you got a pack of cigarettes there?
Yes.
Okay, going after cigarettes in the middle of the night.
So just so I have it straight, you went to Vince's, you come back. How long in between when you got?
I'm trying to put the time frames together. I could be off, but I know where I went.
Yeah, and that's what I'm just trying to
I'll
figure out.
And then,
so you got back from Quick Shop with the cigarettes, and then what happened after that?
Nothing.
No, well, okay. So but then you got back.
Then like I said, I got back. I don't know what time it was, sir.
Okay, that's fine. We can move past that.
All I know is,
at one point or another, you noticed that Bree is not in the
room.
Okay. And then so, what do you do immediately after you notice Bree's not?
I go outside.
Go outside. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing I did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, I went outside.
Okay. And then, like, just around the area, or did you get in a car and drive somewhere?
I went around the area first.
Okay.
And then I started moving around, like trying to get close within the areas. You know what I mean? Trying to look to see if she was walking, you know what I'm saying, or whatever.
And for the sake of, I'm not looking to hand me off on a driving charge. If you went and drove and tried to find her in certain places,
I went in the area where, out there, you know what I'm saying, like trying to see
around the apartment complex.
No, like outside, you know what I'm saying, like when I pulled in, I would have
like those businesses and stuff like that.
No, like the streets.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, like you know what I'm
the
saying?
Nearby streets.
I don't know what streets. I mean, I don't.
But here comes the pinging of the phone when he actually goes out, because Andrea charged his phone. It was dead earlier, and then we have when the weird pinging starts. He's out and about, then grabs his kid, and continues to drive around. This is when the absolute weird pinging of phone begins. What he was doing from whatever time until 3:30, there's no account because there's no phone. And everything around him is now extremely suspicious. Extremely. Was he doing some other criminal activity in the middle of the night? We don't know. But that could explain, why didn't you bring your phone? Well, were you doing dope deals? What else did you do? What else did you do? I agree. Stick to the good facts in evidence. And the good facts are the weird pinging, why drive to the next town over, a decent ride over, to buy just 2 bottles of bleach? Really strange circumstance. Do I believe the kid? Not really. Not credible, at least. I don't know what is fabricated and what is truth. And if 50% is pure fabrication and 50% is truth, then all of it has to be disregarded. Andrea protected him, went down to the precinct and was really protective of him until 4 days later. Probably after she heard him refer to her as a close friend. And all of a sudden, so we have a lot of women scorned here, at least one. Is it enough for them to get their story straight? I don't know. But there needs to be more good evidence.
Like the streets that would go back, the streets that would go forward. You know what I'm saying? It was like by Blockbusters.
Blockbuster. You mean
The video,
family video?
family
Yeah,
video.
yeah.
You know, I call them
Yeah,
Blockbusters.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but even if he said later on, I met with that guy for drugs, and he doesn't collaborate with it, it doesn't mean anything. He is just going to say, no, I never met the guy, because he didn't have his phone with him.
You know what I'm saying? But
Yep. And then how long were you looking for her approximately the first time?
what you mean the first time? I looked for a while. I've been looking for a period.
Yeah, no, but then you do come back to the apartment, you said earlier.
When I went looking for her, I did come back to get.
Yeah. So I'm asking just how long was that time frame of prior to picking up?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. But did you have your phone then when you were looking for her or no?
No,
Okay.
I wasn't even thinking about the phone.
About the phone. I
wasn't even that.
Yeah.
The phone wasn't even a concern. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Finding her was
Yep.
the concern.
For sure.
So the phone really wasn't a concern.
So you come back, you grab Dink, and then is that when you and Andrea have the conversation about what's going on, or
No.
or do you have the conversation prior to you leaving that long time?
I never really talked to Andrea, period, until basically I talked to Aisha. You know what I'm saying?
So Andrea had no idea until after you spoke with Aisha?
She didn't have no idea, period. Like, she didn't have no full understanding what was going on.
Did she know Breasia was gone?
Yeah, I guess she did. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't
Because I don't know if she went in the room.
Okay.
That's one thing I don't know if she went in the room. So
she knew you were upset or you were panicking about something, but she didn't.
No. Will he face more penalties for committing a drug crime as a sex offender? Here's the thing. As in the registry, he's supposed to report in every 3 months. He's not supposed to be with children. Every one of these times is a crime in itself. So they could have put him away for a truckload of years just on that alone. But now we have Breasia missing, and his activities are highly suspicious. But we need good evidence, proper evidence. And for me, that female clothing damp and muddy in his RV, who does it belong to? Who? Why don't we know?
she didn't know. But I know when I came back to get Dink was laying on the couch.
Okay.
Dink was in the bed at first.
Yep.
So evidently she knew then.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That Bree is not in the house.
Gotcha.
You know, I mean, we didn't talk about that,
Okay.
but I mean, it's like common sense type of thing.
Yeah, it's like, putting 2 and 2 together. Gotcha. So then you pick up Dink and you guys go looking again, right?
Right.
And sometime during that time you call Aisha, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you guys meet at Burger King?
Yes.
Okay.
No, McDonald's. Not Burger King. McDonald's on Kimberly.
On Kimberly, like East Kimberly?
Eastern. Yeah, it wasn't no Burger King. It was McDonald's.
So you guys meet there in that parking lot, or did you guys go inside at all? Or?
No, because she was mad, and she was like furious. You know what I'm saying? She really didn't want to talk to me. But the only thing she kept saying, "You're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible." You know what I'm saying? Why wasn't you
Maybe.
watching? I'm like, what you mean? She's asleep. The fuck you
That's
mean?
the one good evidence
You know what
we
I'm
have
saying? Who
is
watches, you know what I'm
female
saying? I
clothing
periodically
that
check.
might
Look.
match Andrea's size.
Any places you could, I mean, you probably already checked them, but any places in particular that she
Not yet.
enjoys or goes to?
I ain't been around my kids in a while. So.
Do you know how long has it been?
Some months. Like other than you know, being down there with the river with them, you know what I'm saying, barbecuing for them. As for really having a bond like the way we used to have,
like spending the night,
like period, like our close bond period. Like
Here's the thing: none of the women in his life might know he's on the registry. Maybe they learned about it, and then a few days later, everybody changed the story based on learning that he's on the registry. We don't know. Maybe we will find out.
be spending time with them, being with them, around them all the time. That's been some time back. You know what I mean? So.
And how long do you think you were at Vince's place for?
He wasn't there.
No, I'm talking about when you took the kids there after picking them up from.
For a while.
Several hours, probably.
See, it was some hours. I know it was some hours.
Was it dark when you guys got home from Vince's?
No, it was
still a little late.
It was still a little light.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is good.
He really doesn't have his times right at all.
I'll write some things down. And you said the kids like took a shower, did what they need to do to get ready for bed right when they got home? Right when they got
After they ate, played the game, you know.
So it was a little bit, yeah. Okay. And this, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, was this the first time that her and Detorius have spent the night up there?
Yes.
That's
why I'm really confused. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, Lil Dick used to stay with me all the time when I lived on 35th. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Can you grab my phone so I can see who that is?
I got it.
Yeah, can I talk to him?
I will just leave it for a second.
I just wanted to tell him to come down here. You know what I mean?
Because I thought you went and picked them up, or they came with you, or something like that.
What you mean by that?
I was told that you went and got your mom, or your mom came with.
No, they was out of town.
Your mom's out of town?
They was closer towards Iowa City. They said they was turning around.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, I thought they would be there, but they wasn't there.
Gotcha. So, okay. First time that they spent the night. Apartment 8, right? Was that it? Yeah. Have you spent the night there multiple times though prior to this?
Periodically. And then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, periodically, off and on.
Okay. Just so I make sure I have everything right. Kids go to bed. They sleep in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
So you guys sleep on the air mattress out in the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't go to bed. You go back to Vince's.
I went down there, but they wasn't there.
But no one was there, so you didn't.
Well,
hold on.
Let me rephrase that. Didn't nobody answer.
No one answered. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know if they was there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It was just no reply.
Why would he go there in the
So did you go
middle of
straight to
the
Vince's and
damn
straight
night?
back?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Like you didn't make any stops anywhere else or anything like that?
Not that I can recall.
And then then you went back, and then was it a certain amount of time before you went to the quick shop to get cigarettes, or
it wasn't right away.
Okay, there's some lull in between that.
I mean, probably. I mean, I'm assuming like I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and guess the time because I don't know. I don't want to put a frame on the time, and I really don't know the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So
And then did you go to Quick Shop in the Impala? Or is it a different car that you?
Yes, I went
right,
in the car.
in the Impala. Okay. Got cigarettes, and then you went straight back. Okay.
That took about 35.
Quick Shop on 53rd. Is that the
That's the one by West High School.
West or by North High School? You mean?
North High School.
Head back, and then it's after that is when you noticed Breasia's wasn't there. Then you go outside, you check first around the apartment area.
And I did see her.
You didn't see her, then you check some of the nearby streets.
Didn't see her.
Didn't see her.
That's when I panicked. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I knew Aisha was still asleep, so I really didn't want to call her until I knew that she got up.
Okay.
So when I called her, you know what I'm saying, she was up, but she was at work.
Where does she work at?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know it's a fast food place.
Okay.
And when I talked to her on the phone, she was like, quit playing with me. You know what I mean? Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm not playing with you, man. I'm keeping this shit real. Because at first she thought it was a joke. And I told her, this is not a joke. You know what I'm saying? And that's when she said, well, there's only one person here at the job. So I said, you got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off right now. So.
Yeah, him being on the registry, everything he has done, everything he's talking about now is in violation of that, and that will bring serious jail time. And everything about this is so damn strange. And I have this eerie feeling that nobody knew he was on the registry until the police told them, and then all of a sudden everybody's story changes. That's not good.
I really wasn't thinking about the phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh no, for sure.
That wasn't a priority. And I was getting ready to leave my phone when I grabbed a little dink, because you know what I'm saying. But that's when Andrew said, "Henry, take your phone." You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Oh," I'm like, "Where is it?" And then that's when I grabbed my phone.
Gotcha.
And
that's how you're able to
communicate
with Aisha.
Right.
But you never called 911?
No, I didn't. Okay. Because I really didn't.
Here's my theory. I think he didn't call the 911 because he knew it would. The second he called, everybody would find out he's on the registry. So he's desperately trying to find her. Or he did this, and I'm leaning towards he did it and is making crap up. Oh, alternate corner showed up. Thank you, alternate corner. Thank you so much. And I have no idea how many they are, but yeah. Thank you, and I will try to make a brief summary if you would like. Other than that, I'm quite sure that chat can fill you all in on what we're doing. And currently, we are watching the defendant's first police interview. And most of it doesn't make sense. Most of it. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, he's around and about. And I'm really not sure why. Alternate corner raid. Hey, yo. I know you've been watching the beginning of the Zachariah Anderson trial. And yeah, this is the Iowa versus Henry Dinkins. He is charged with kidnapping and murder of Breasia Terrell, age 10. She disappeared from the home of Andrea, his girlfriend, in the middle of the night. He already said in this interview he went out in the middle of the night, presumably to visit his cousin, but nobody answered, which is not strange because it's in the middle of the damn night and his cousin have kids. Hey, alternate corner, you're also here. Hi. Trying to fill you all in. This is the police interview of Henry Dinkins. And much of what he does and says does not make sense. In the middle of the night, he's up and about. Doesn't bring his phone. We know that his girlfriend found his phone empty, so she charged it for him during the night. While he's out and about, Breasia disappears. He claims he discovered it the second time he came home that night, which is really strange. Everything about this case points to him, but there's so far no real evidence. Jason, no, there's no charge of SA, and so far there's no evidence of it. And for the past 30 minutes, we've been watching his initial police interview. Nothing in this trial makes sense. Everything is very, very strange. His whereabouts. Why is the phone pinging in the next town over when he is supposed to look for Breasia? Why is he buying bleach when he's supposed to look for Breasia? His kid, who was in the apartment. Yeah, I'm saying the prosecution is doing a real shit job. Real crap job. There are circumstances in this that I would assume would make it almost impossible that anybody else but Henry Dinkins had the opportunity to commit this crime. Everybody has a different story. And here's the thing. While he is in this interview room, his then girlfriend is in the police precinct shouting at the cops saying, "You're trying to frame him. You're trying to frame him, blah, blah, blah," everything around. Really, really protective of him. 4 days later, she changes the story. I would assume that the reason everybody starts changing the story about Henry Dinkins 4 days to a week later is because everybody finds out he is on the registry. Jason, he is in custody. This happened. The disappearance happened 2020, July 10th, 2020, in the middle of the night. They found her remains the next spring. The remains. There are highly suspicious activity, really suspicious activity. And it all boils down to DL's, the 8-year-old kid in the apartment. It all boils down to his story of what happened during the night. Here's the thing. He started out with knowing nothing. Then he knew something. after she was found and they discovered that Breasia had been shot, then his story changed again and again and again and again and again. His story changed all the way up to and including his testimony in this trial, where he said things that has been said for the very first time by him. My opinion is, and here is where I believe the investigators and the prosecution failed Breasia Terrell. They should have removed the kid's testimony and then went on, what can we prove without DL's testimony, and then investigate out of that. But they didn't. They have been strongly focused on what DL has said. Everything in this trial is based on what DL said. And we know that he has implicated things and said things that simply did not happen. At least not yet. At least not yet. That's the best I can do because we are trying to catch up to the actual trial. Let's continue.
He wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It was like, I really wasn't for sure. I didn't doubt. I should have doubted 911, but I really wasn't for sure. You know what I mean? So I didn't doubt 911.
So then you met at Aisha at McDonald's, and then
Yes, sir.
did you guys ride together? Well, not in the same car, but
we
followed each other
rode
up to the.
We rode up there to the apartment, and that's when Lil Dink came out and said that officers outside. I said, okay, I'm coming outside. So I went outside, and that's when Aisha got kind of like a little frustrated, I would say, and he was trying to tell us like, no, give me information. I'm like, who?
The
officer.
Gotcha.
He was like, give me information. You know what I'm saying? Aisha, she was so mad, she didn't even want to give him information. I'm like, all right, you got to get a man information. You have to. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying? She walked away. That's when I walked away because I was just as mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, is you fucking serious? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call her. I.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And it made me mad. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you know,
yeah.
Who doesn't give the fucking information? I don't have no picture of Bree. You know what I'm saying? I have just like 1 or 2 pictures, period, in my phone with Lil Dink. You know what I'm saying? I used to have a lot of pictures of him in other phones. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't have them in this phone.
Okay.
So,
so you took Taurus with you, and then you met Aisha at McDonald's.
Yes.
So you get back to the apartments. How does Dink come out of the apartment when he's supposed to be with you and Aisha at the McDonald's?
No, that's not what I said. I said Lil Dink, when the officer, him and Aisha was sitting.
I'm going to stream and listen to this as long as I possibly can today because
came down.
Now everything is going to get
so you
more
were
and more
in the
interesting.
Apartment.
So
when the officer got there.
Dinner.
So you arrived
desk.
before the officer.
Huh?
So you arrived before the officer.
Sausage dipped in mustard.
You and Taurus both arrived.
Matter of fact,
the way you made it sound for is that you walked up and.
No. Me and Aisha made it there. Aisha got the number off the building and had them come.
What number off the building?
Because they got numbers on the.
Oh, like the address number.
The address, yeah. They got the numbers on the building.
Okay.
And like I said, I didn't even know the number. You know what I'm saying? I still don't know the number.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's when Lil Dink came up and said that a police officer. I'm like, okay, I'm coming down. And that's when I came down, and I got to talking to him, and he was telling me what something that happened with him before.
He lived out of his motorhome at one of these motorhome car parks. So address, yeah. But it's strange, really strange.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. She's like, don't panic. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm trying to keep my composure. but Aisha was already to the limit, and it ended up becoming a spring match out there, even with the officer. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do if you're not giving me the fucking information? I'm like, bro, man. I'm like, if I knew what you needed to know on pictures and all that, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
I don't have that. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing I can do about that. But she made me mad when she didn't want to give him that. You know what I'm saying? Because he needs that. That's how you get the, you know what I'm saying, the looking for that person.
Okay.
So.
And then so you leave the apartment while the officers are there, and then where do you
No,
go?
Aisha left first.
Okay. Aisha leaves, and then
I left.
Okay. And where'd you go after?
Like, I was just so mad. I was just rolling around.
Okay.
I was still looking, you know what I'm saying, but I was just riding, you know, just looking around. You know what I'm saying, like.
Do you remember what parts specifically, like some places that you checked or names of businesses? Did you make it downtown here at all?
I came all the way. I went through the whole Quad City.
Did you go back to your mobile home at all?
Yes, me and Lil Dick went down.
You this morning?
Yeah. And then once we was looking, you know what I'm saying, we got to looking, you know what I'm saying, and I was like, I needed to grab. What was it that I grabbed up out of there? I think it was a couple dollars, whatever it was that I needed. Some money.
So
I was starting.
Was that before or after you saw Aisha?
I saw Aisha. I don't remember, man. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, shit. It was. I seen Aisha. Me and Dink went out, and then we seen Aisha.
Okay.
Because I was starting to get low on gas, and I needed to grab a few dollars so I could have. That's why I got it in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's so I can continue to like just ride. You know what I mean? And just continue. I was, like I said, I was gonna ride until I couldn't ride anymore. You know what I mean? So.
And then so Aisha makes contact with you over the phone, and you're down.
I made contact with Aisha.
Yeah, you called her after.
Then
was there a reason why you weren't answering your phone or text messages or anything?
No, because my phone. Trying to get a hold of you? No, not at this time. My phone be acting up sometimes.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck it is about this phone, but sometimes I gotta text people first in order to call them, and I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? But anybody, you know, when I go through it and see it, you know what I'm saying? Because when I was moving around, my mind really wasn't on the phone. You know what I'm saying? My mind was on Aisha phone calls. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know what I'm saying, she found her or something, but anybody else phone call I really wasn't concerned about. Yeah. You know what I mean? I wasn't worrying about no other phone.
I would say his mind is crap. I'm on the registry. I've been around kids for a very long time, which I'm not supposed to. I'm facing serious jail time. How will I get away from this? Or he did it and is trying his utmost to explain why there are huge gaps where he have been that cannot be explained away.
Oh, but Aisha. But at first, Aisha said she tried to call me a couple times. You know what I'm saying? It didn't ring. You know what I mean? But once I looked at the phone and I called her back, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And once I got to talking to Aisha.
And so when you said you'd meet us at the station, where'd you go after that?
To my sisters.
Two sisters?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Out by the cemetery.
Like on Eastern?
Out by the cemetery.
Do you know that?
That's a possibility.
What's your sister's name?
Nita.
There's no evidence about that so far.
What my sister got to do with this?
Well, just
she wasn't.
So I know the address, so I can look it up.
Hi, Solomon.
McQuay.
McQuay?
Yes.
Can you spell that for me?
McQuay.
Nita is just Nita.
Nita.
Okay. So then you went there, but you said they were out of town. You didn't make any contact there.
No.
And then where'd you go after that?
Here.
Here? Okay.
Here.
Oh, and then
Well, they told me to give them. When I talked to the officer, I said, well, I want to at least have my mom and my sister come down with me. She said, okay, well, just be down here by. I think it was a female. She said, come down by. Just can you be down there by 12? I said, yeah, I can make it down there by 12. You know what I'm saying? So when I left from there, when I left from my sister's house, I came straight here.
Okay, and then so how is your car not here? You know what I mean?
I came straight here.
I get that, but the car that you were driving was the Impala, and the Impala's not here.
I didn't say I was driving the Impala.
Well, you came in the Impala.
I never said I was driving the Impala.
So you left the apartments in the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay, so at what point did you not have the Impala anymore?
What do that got to do with the Impala? I mean,
Because you left there in a vehicle, and that's.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it harder on you.
Yeah, I get it.
But I mean, literally, as for the situation with the driving aspect, you know,
I'm not looking for the driving. I'm looking for the car.
I'm keeping that solo with the.
No, that's fine. I'm more concerned about the car.
I mean, if you want to check the car, you can check the car.
Yeah, we would like to do that.
Yes,
probably.
you can, without a problem.
Here's the thing. He claims in the beginning of the interview that someone else is driving the car. But his car was found a block away, parked. Nobody else was driving it. Nobody else. So around 20-25% of what he is saying here is complete fabrication.
Where is the car currently?
It's reachable.
Reachable as in.
I can get it to you guys at any time. That's basically what.
If you're completing
and
in
also
here,
to backtrack.
I mean, one thing about me, I mean, like I said, if I had any
thumbs up
issues, I
and
would never
subscribe.
came down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna, pull, what I'm saying, no extra, but when it come down to the, how I feel about the driving situation.
And I know that, but I'm not worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out
What I'm saying is
your back trail of when you left the police asked you to stay
Right.
there and you left, and all of a sudden there's this car that you left in, but now we don't
Yeah,
know
but
where the
what
car
I'm saying
is.
is you
understand?
Yeah, but if you want to search the car, I can bring the car to search for you.
And I'm just trying to also backtrack, like where. I mean, you don't have to say you're driving the
See,
car.
that's my mom. 'Cause I know they probably downstairs.
It says restricted.
Swipe it.
Oh.
Hi, how are you? This is Angela from the warranty department. The reason I'm calling.
Bunch of junk there.
Damn idea
It
to
also
have
helps
that
just
plate
make
for
you
you.
understand your route that you took. Because you had the car and then you didn't. I just want to know where that transition took place.
It's reachable, bro. I just say it like that.
But you don't want to talk about how you eventually switched vehicles or.
Never switched. I mean, that was like, I ain't switched no vehicles.
Okay.
Why would I switch a vehicle?
But then so someone else was with you in the car?
Well, why would I switch vehicles? Where do you get to switch vehicles at?
Because so the Impala, you left the apartment, okay, and then now you're here at the station, but the Impala's not here.
It's around. I'll say it that way. It's around.
Bullshit.
It's
Around the block.
You parked it a block away.
Okay, that helps me better understand.
Yeah, I mean, I as for the driving,
and I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Breasia, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's the point that what I'm saying. Me.
I know you don't want to get in trouble for something that's when you're trying to find Breasia. I get that 100%. And so, but you can't think of. I mean, you've checked a lot of areas, and you haven't been around.
I don't. But see, like I think Bree and Dink said that they cousin TT or somebody lived in that area somewhere around there. I don't remember.
TT?
No, their cousin or TT or somebody. I know that they said somebody lived around the area. I am not for sure who it was. You know what I'm saying? They don't live in the building complex, but around somewhere. I don't even know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who it was.
Gotcha.
Here's the thing. Everybody testifies to that. Mr. Dinkins is a very authoritarian figure. He pushes everybody around. Here he is in a police interview. Not the big guy in the room anymore. And some of what he is saying is collaborated with evidence. I would assume 20-25% of what he is saying is an outright lie. And the rest I don't know.
All right, hang tight. I'll talk to some other guys, see what they found out. If they found out anything else, or
What you mean about anything else, bro?
like if they found like some video of her somewhere else, or you know what I mean?
Right.
He's not really hesitant to let them search the Impala, but exactly, why was he driving around? What was he getting rid of? What was he getting rid of?
Some of them are still printing.
That is
Of course,
my
naturally,
assumption
we
as
have
well.
problems with
What
printer
was he getting rid of?
Time like this. So, side here. So we'll start near it. And so this is the apartment complex, right?
Yes.
2744.
Maybe his friends are driving
the
around
ones up
with
here.
it, getting rid of
Believe that
drugs and stuff. Maybe.
I was saying.
No evidence of it.
So I don't know if you want to trace kind of like with the pen and trace where you went.
Bro, I don't know exactly where I went. That's why I'm not.
Did you stop at any places?
I don't remember. If I did or didn't.
Remember,
Did you talk to anyone
he
when
stopped.
you're out
No,
looking?
I was just looking. You know what I'm saying?
He stopped at the next town over and bought bleach. We know that now. He is not just telling that.
And just looking. I've been through the whole area. Almost all of this area. Almost.
So what ones have you not been to?
I haven't went over there by Castlewood. I haven't went over there. I haven't went over Western E-Mines over there.
Well, no. So this is 53rd.
Oh, no, okay.
This is a apartment complex.
I thought this was the whole.
No.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
So you went
I
through
don't
all
drove-
these streets.
I don't
and-
drove all through here, all around through there. I mean, I don't hit Brady, Harrison, fucking. I mean, I just, the furthest I went is all the way down. Just like
all the way down where?
like all the way downtown. Just like, you know what I'm saying? When you circle one area, you know what I'm saying? You gotta just continue to go through every area.
Mm-hmm.
I've been everywhere, man. I'm not going to say where and what streets.
Okay.
I just know I've been all through here.
And did you stop at any? Did you go inside while you're looking? Did you go stop anywhere and talk to anyone, ask them if they've seen someone? Do you remember any places that you did that with?
No, I didn't do that.
You didn't do that? Okay.
I just moved around.
Okay. So you were strictly in your car the entire time?
Moving around.
Okay. In the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back the second time, when you saw Dink on the couch, did Andrea then say anything? Did Andrea ask anything or say anything to you?
This has not been testified to by Andrea or the kid. According to them, he was still in bed when he came back the second time at around 3:30 in the morning, according to Andrea. She was looking out the window, she claims, and saw Breasia next to his car. Here's the thing. She did not disclose this until later. At this initial interview, she was outside claiming they were framing him. Whatever was said in this interview was probably shown to everybody else. They were probably informed that he's on the registry, and then everybody changed their story.
The only thing
Further
she asked
about-
me is like, what's going on?
Okay.
That's all she said.
And then what'd you tell her?
I didn't tell her nothing. I was just like, man, right now I'm frustrated. I'm looking. I should have said something to her, but I assumed that she knew some little dink being on the couch.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like, right now, man, I don't even want to talk right now. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to talk at all. That's basically what I kept telling her.
Telling her, yeah. Gotcha. So there's no.
Like, I'm not gonna draw no map because I really don't know where I was going. I was just moving around, just going around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not no spot in particular. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go in no stores because when I was moving around after I talked to Aisha and her mom said they was gonna move around too. You know what I'm saying? So I assumed that if all of us was moving around, you know what I'm saying, like even Andrea was moving around on feet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I mean, was no sense in me staying close to them. It's just like traveling, you know what I'm saying? The more grounds you can pick up. You know what
And
I
then
mean?
I'm sorry, who else was moving around looking?
And Andrea?
Andrea drove around looking?
No, walking around.
Walking around.
Like
walking around the apartment complex or walking
walking
further?
around complexes and then further. I don't know where all she walked to. She just told me she was walking around looking.
Gotcha.
Aisha mom was looking. Aisha auntie was looking. Aisha was looking. Aisha uncle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So,
and so was there any texts going around like about the situation, or is it just the phone calls?
I think there was like 1 or 2 texts.
1 or 2 texts,
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And so would you be fine if we downloaded the phone to have the call logs and the texts?
For what reason?
To corroborate everything here about the call logs and the text. It helps everyone out.
Download my phone.
To get the call logs to show that those calls were made at those certain times.
I can show you my phone. I can just show you my phone.
I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? You want to see? I can just show you my phone. I mean, I can just open up my phone and let you go on my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
What's the passcode to your phone?
Just give me my phone and I'll open it up for you.
Okay. Will you open up right in front of me?
Yeah, I'll open it right here. Cool.
So if you want to just take while I go grab your phone, if you want to just take a closer look, and if there's anything that's sticking out, be sure to mark it, okay?
I mean, what is there to stick out? But
like for sure places that you went, for sure.
Okay. Again, there's a lot he's saying that is not supported by evidence, and it's definitely not supported by other people's stories. Here's what we have to decide. Either this guy is telling the truth and just leaves out things because he's hiding drugs, making his friends dump drugs or something, but it does not explain what he was doing at a Walmart in the next town over with his kid buying bleach. It does not explain damp and muddy female clothes in his RV when they went there to perform the search warrant a bit later. Yeah, we know that because his phone pinged at that Walmart, and then they found surveillance photos and subpoenaed the receipt. So we know he was there, and the only thing he bought was 2 bottles of bleach. Now, in itself, buying bleach, summer of 2020, not strange. But he is supposed to look for Breasia. And did not disclose he was in the next town over. Why would he be in the next town over buying bleach when he's supposed to look for Breasia. So we know he is not telling the truth here. Stuff that evidence does not support, that actual evidence contradicts. But does it say beyond a reasonable doubt that he kidnapped and killed her? I'm not there. Do I believe he did it? Yes. Beyond a reasonable doubt, completely different thing. So but here's the thing. Nobody of the witnesses, him, his DL, Asia, mother of Breasia, Andrea, nobody is telling a consistent story. Everybody changes the story. Why? Hey, Dave, member for 2 months. Yay. Yeah, please consider becoming a member. It's $3 a month, and you get members-only content on my channel, and you get the link to my Discord, where you can continue discussing the different trials and cases I am covering. Let's continue. Well, this isn't. He is not pointing anything out. Yeah, we also know that they found his car driving around on different cameras. Not been shown yet. Not been shown yet. But it's not consistent with the story he is telling. That we know. My StreamYard chat is not updating. I see more in the YouTube chat, and I don't know why. But StreamYard has been doing this for quite some time now. This is a police tactic, leaving him alone to observe him what he's doing. Just to see if he's doing anything, and he just looked at the pictures and did not point anything out. Brandon, no, my Discord is not as degenerative as Dave's. And now he's just sitting there, motionless. Still just sitting there. How long does...
I ain't marking them, but I was just,
Okay.
Think of any, or mark any? No.
no, I ain't marking them, but I was just looking at the whole thing.
Thank you so much.
Why are you looking at me to do my password?
Well, that's what I asked.
No, I said I will open it for you.
Yeah,
But I'm
I
not, I'm not gonna give you my password.
Okay.
I will open it for you so you can look in my phone, but I'm not gonna give you my password.
And then you're just gonna lock it?
Yes, right after you finish looking.
Yeah.
I will let you look in there. I have no problem with you looking.
Okay.
That's something I don't have no problem.
Okay.
Damn, what the fuck is it? My mind ain't not even on my phone.
You recently got this phone too, though, right? Yeah.
No, I had this phone for a minute, but
I thought, well, just a new phone number?
no, this number.
Because you said you didn't know it. That's what I was.
I don't know my number. All I know is 72726.
Open it up. Open it up, kid.
I don't want to open it, then, bro.
You know?
Not if you staring into me while I'm trying to get my number.
What I'm doing is I'm making sure that you're not going in and deleting anything. That's what my concern.
Why would I delete something?
You never know with guys. Trust me.
No.
It happens. It
I
happens.
mean, as soon as I open it, I'll give it to you.
Sounds good.
So you can look at it.
Yep.
Oh, now my StreamYard chat updated.
Yeah.
No. Let me try one more time. You only get so many tries.
Yeah, that's true.
You know your password. Jesus Christ. This. No. Yeah, we know why they zoned in on him, because
Yeah,
this
cool.
is very fishy.
So,
Okay,
I
we
can
got it
see
open.
anything and everything.
was there? That's from a couple days ago. Yeah.
No, that was from when I
Well,
got.
Wednesday,
That's from when
yeah.
I got my kids to
So
the
you had-
conversation when they went to bed. Where was it? I think it's good night, mom. You know what I'm saying? You know, good night, love you, Bree. That's what she was.
Well, good night, mom.
You know what I'm saying? That's
Wait,
she,
what is good night, mom though? How?
That's good night, mom. That's the way she said good night, mom. Too.
Who says?
Bree. They didn't have no phone, so they was using my phone or they used the Android phone to use whatever.
But the phone number was to Lil Dink?
No, that's Aisha's phone, but it's my son, so I don't put her name in my phone.
That's the way you contact.
I contact him. You know
Okay,
what
that
I'm
makes sense.
saying? I don't contact her.
I got you.
So,
But there wasn't anything about this stuff besides the.
no.
Well, go click on
who?
on Lil Dink again and go down to the most recent thing.
Where are you?
Okay, and then.
Since he's not under arrest, and they probably don't have a search warrant, they can only do what he allows them to do.
Remember when I told you she kept trying to call me and my phone was acting up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here, I can show you phones. Now let me get to the numbers.
The call log.
Let me see. Okay,
Then that would be the call log.
that will
Gotcha.
see.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I like I said, I have no problem showing you my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But I guess where's the issue of like you just want to dictate of what we see or?
No, I don't. No, I just like, you know what I'm saying? I looked at it like, I don't have no problem opening my phone for you. You know what I'm saying? I really don't.
Okay.
I don't have nothing. I don't have nothing to hide in my phone.
Okay.
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. So that's the reason why I said I will open it for you.
Gotcha.
I just don't want nobody all in my phone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it don't matter, but I just don't like people.
Well, it does. I mean, it does matter.
No, you miss what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I say it don't matter. When I say that, I'm saying like, you know what I'm saying? If you right here in my presence, you can do what the heck you want with my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Basically.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to know what you're doing with my phone.
Okay.
That's all.
Gotcha.
I mean, it ain't nothing that I'm hiding in my phone or anything like that. That is not. I would like, if you like, okay, let's connect it to something. Okay, I want to see what you're doing with my phone. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
nothing,
I mean,
nothing personal.
to be able to download, we would need the passcode, but
Like I said,
which just helps helps speed up any suspicion we would have.
But I don't understand how I got suspicious with my own kids, man. These are my kids.
No,
you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I'm just saying it would clear any suspicion, right?
Listen, I mean, I know you're doing your job. You know what I'm saying? And I know what you have to do. I know what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no issues with that period. But these are my kids, bro.
Mm-hmm.
These are my kids. You know what I'm saying? These are mine.
Yeah, but you're also on the registry, so you're not supposed to be near kids.
Like, I wish I would have been staying in my same state of mind where I was saying no all the time.
What do you mean by that?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Aisha, I blocked her where she couldn't even call me.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's saying no. Because me and her have bad communication sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because of the person who she was talking to. You know what I'm saying? And it just caused a little but now she's not talking to that person no more. So it opened up our communication again. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I just...
Anyone you can think of that would try to take Breasia?
Why? For what reason?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You know better than I would, right?
The only person who would know better than me would be Aisha.
Yeah. But you can't think of anyone that would take her.
I can't see no reason why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Bree's a good kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's a good kid. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely a good kid.
Okay.
Definitely a good kid.
Then before you might have mentioned, I might have missed it. When you went to Vince's after y'all already went home from Vince's and you went back and you didn't get an answer at the door, what was the reason that you went back there?
That's where I be kicking up sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like just to drink a beer.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Sit down, drink a beer,
hang out
a little bit, talk to the yin yang. You know what I'm saying? That's as far as I go.
Okay.
For me.
So did you call ahead of time?
No, I don't know. Sometimes I call, but 99% of the time he don't answer his phone.
Okay.
So I don't call. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't call him. I just go.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, my babies are good. You know what I'm saying? My son too. You know what I'm saying? They listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? All my kids listen to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no problem with my kids. You know what I'm saying? At all. You know what I'm saying?
No behavioral issues, something like that.
The mom do. I don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Like they're defiant
with mom,
yeah,
but not with me.
Gotcha.
Why? Probably because I'm more lenient.
Okay.
And I tend to give them what they want.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you want, the only way you can get something out of me if you're acting good.
Mm-hmm.
Good grades, respectful, doing the things you have to do. That's when you get stuff from me. Other than that, you ain't getting nothing from me. You know what I'm saying? And my kids know that.
Mm-hmm.
So. This is crazy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, I'm more hurt for Aisha because, you know what I'm saying, that, she had him. You know what I mean? And my baby mama, you know what I'm saying, like I said, I know she feels some type of way behind it. You know what I'm saying? But like I told her, you know what I'm saying, she like, Henry, you should have had more of a watch. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never have to watch my kids like that. You know what I'm saying? Never. Mm-hmm. Even when I used to keep her in Bree.
Yeah.
Bree ending. You know what I'm saying? I never have to. Because my kids, you know what I'm saying, we communicate. You know what I'm saying? So I really...
You're breathing kind of heavy, is it? You just...
I smoke a lot.
Smoke a lot?
And then I'm, you know what I'm saying, thinking about my baby. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's like... It's rough, bro. It's rough. Even though she ain't my biological, but she's still my baby. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This was rough.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I kind of like, you know what I'm saying, think about it. You know what I'm saying? But I try to not.
What do you think?
And then I got asthma too, so.
Yeah. What do you think happened?
Big bro, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not gonna even try to even put a thumb on it, a finger on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say something that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because our communication was good all day.
With Bree?
With both.
With both as in?
Dink and Bree.
Yeah.
Both my kids been A1 all day.
Okay.
A1 all day, bro.
And then,
all day A1.
mhm.
And then I'm kind of like stopped up, congested a little bit too. So
Yeah, gotcha.
this is like.
Well, I can assure you, there's a bunch of people right now with the department going out there trying to do what we
I
can.
hope, pray to God that they find my baby. You know what I mean? Because we need her home.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
We need her home.
Yep. And
This is, and I know, like I said, I know I blames me because I should have had more watch on. You know what I mean?
mhm.
I know my baby mama. You know what I'm saying?
He was in Breasia's life the first 2 years of her life. Then he went to prison for some reason we don't know, because it's a prior act that's not allowed in. So he's been in her life before this. But this is the first time she stayed the night at Andrea's place.
And she is like furious at me. Like, I never seen her this mad at me, ever.
Yeah.
But she got reasons.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's like, if I would have had custody of my kids and I leave them over there and something happened, whether they bust a nose or get a scar or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Do you concerned about that? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not mad at Aisha. I'm just kind of salty that she won't really communicate with me.
And
You know what I'm saying? And that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because her mom do. Even right now, you know what I'm saying? I was talking to Donita on the phone.
Yeah.
And me and Donita 100, her mom.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And Donita loves me. You know what I'm saying? And the whole family do. You know what I'm saying? So, but I know what Aisha's going through, and it's just gonna take for her to.
And you know, some things that could help with that, right? Of her not being so mad at you.
She is, though,
Is
bro.
hear me out here for a sec. To help ease some of that, or lessen it, or for us to be able to go input more to her, is that your cooperation goes a long way with us, and it also is not going to make her so mad at you, right? So like if she finds out that, you know, the whole passcode on the phone, it is what it is, whatever, she might question that.
Ms. Cunningham, we will take our more.
Why did it break so immediate?
Question that.
That's a really strange place to stop.
Ms. Cunningham, we will take our mid-morning break at this time.
Thank
We'll
you.
be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
Okay, let's speed ahead. Everything in this case is weird. The defendant's story, every witness
Ms. Cunningham,
story,
you may proceed.
the
Thank you.
prosecution's
Detective Obert,
horrible
as we
tactics.
began watching the interview that you conducted of Mr. Dinkins at the Davenport Police Department, there was a call that had come in on his phone, and we could hear a voice in the background. There were two officers that had stepped in, and then his call had been placed out in the hallway. Can you tell us about that call and who that call was from?
That was a call between the defendant and Officer Burkle, who was still at the apartment complex.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified about having tried to call him several times and finally having sent a text
Time up to
during the course of his
1.25
testimony.
again.
Let me ask you this.
So we
During
can
the
speed through
investigation,
this so we can
did
get
you
up to live
apply
coverage
for a
of the
search
trial.
warrant for the defendant's phone?
We did.
Okay. Was that search warrant granted?
It was.
All right. And with that being said, with the granting of the search warrant, describe, I guess, describe the search warrant. What type of processing was to be done on that cell phone?
An extraction of the phone program called Celebrate is what's used. After we get the search warrant signed, we turn that into our computer forensics lab along with the computer forensic request form filled out, and then certified forensic analyst / sworn officer would do an extraction of that phone.
Just for purposes of education, help us understand the difference between a search warrant that is seeking to extract data from a cell phone as compared to a search warrant that is sent to the service provider for a particular phone.
Cell phone record search warrants are strictly related to the provider and will include things like subscriber information, call logs, location data, whereas an extraction of the contents of a phone include any activity on it, images, videos, text messages. Oftentimes in cell phone record search warrant returns, text data is limited, or majority of the time there's no text data that is included in the return. Whereas if you download a phone, the contents of the call log and the text messages are usually there.
Okay, all right. And to make sure that I understand that, in instances where you do serve a search warrant on a service provider, the records that they produce may not produce what the content of text messages would be?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. In this particular case, was Mr. Dinkins' cell phone then submitted to our forensic digital unit?
Yes.
Okay, and then who performed the extraction on the cell phone?
Corporal Nanabita.
Okay, once an extraction of information from the phone has occurred, what is done with that information?
It's put into what we call a Celebrate reader format. It's a program that allows a clean overview of being able to examine different categories. For example, there will be phone events or activity, SMS messages, or call logs, search history, things of that nature in their own particular order. Makes it easier for us to go through, analyze the data, and then also allows us to generate reports from content we feel is relevant.
Okay, when the extraction is completed, does Corporal Nanavita do the review of that documentation, or does that go to an officer to do a review of that documentation?
The download of the phone is reviewed by the detectives that work the case.
Were you that detective?
I did. There was two detectives that did a review of the contents of the phone. It was myself and also Detective Sean Johnson.
Okay, and in your review, then did you look at the text messages that were extracted from Mr. Dinkins' phone?
I did.
And then were you able to review the telephone calls that were either coming in to that number or that were being placed from that number to third parties?
That is correct.
Okay, now help us to understand this. If a phone is not powered on, does that limit what will be captured in the extraction reports?
In my experience if you were to get phone records back, it does show calls placed, whereas if the phone's off and there's no activity, it's not going to show like incoming calls into that phone download. So if someone was trying to call a phone that was off, it wouldn't necessarily show up in the download of the contents of the phone.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1, consisting of 5 pages, and the 91-2 consisting of 10 pages. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1 for purposes of identification and 91-2. What is State's Exhibit 91-1?
It is SMS messages, read a report from the contents of the defendant's phone.
Okay, what is the defendant's telephone number?
It is, can I reflect to my notes?
Sure, absolutely. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing your notes?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh his recollection.
You may.
The defendant's phone number is 563-726-4078.
Okay. Now, what's the date range for the text messages that were generated as a result of the Cellubrite extraction?
The extraction of the phone was for the entirety, but this report right here is within the couple days of Breasia going missing.
Sure. Does it include text messages for July 9th
It does.
and July 10th?
That is correct.
And does it go back any further? To
Not
the
in this report.
Okay, all right. And then going to State's Exhibit 91-2, what is that particular exhibit?
It is the call logs surrounding the upcoming days of the defendant having Breasia Terrell and then her going missing.
And then can you give us the dates that would be encompassed within that exhibit?
It goes from 7/8/2020 up until 7/10 of 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 91-1 and 91-2.
Both of those exhibits will be admitted.
All right. Detective Obert, in the text messages, do you see any text coming in from Officer Burkle?
There is.
What is the time?
It is at, on the report, it'll reference UTC time, which is 4:15 p.m. Central time. That day would have been 11:15 a.m.
Okay, what is the telephone number that Officer Burkle would have been texting from?
563-210-8365.
And what entry would that be on State's Exhibit 91-1?
And it would be number 5.
Okay, has that been highlighted so that it's very apparent if you look at that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay, and what is the nature of the text that Officer Burkle sent to Mr. Dinkins?
Verbatim, the text message reads, "Henry, it's Officer Burkle. I need you to call me back."
All right. Now, let's go to State's Exhibit 91-2. In that document, do we see Mr. Dinkins telephoning Officer Burkle in response, presumably, to that text message?
Yes.
What entry would that be?
Entry number 6.
And what does entry number 6 indicate?
Outgoing call from the defendant to the number mentioned earlier, we identified as Officer Burkle's, and that phone call happens at 12:04 p.m. on 7/10/2020.
And would that correlate generally with Mr. Dinkins' arrival at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, it'd be the same time that's captured on the Axon interview camera.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified that he tried calling Mr. Dinkins multiple times, but then the call was never answered. In the extraction report, does it identify times when the cell phone would be powered on?
The extraction would include activity of such events, yes.
Okay. Now, if you could explain to us what it means to have a phone powered on as compared to it being powered off. In extraction reports, what information is it going to give you?
Sorry. Boomer, this part of his testimony should be testified to by an actual expert in that area, not by him. And this has been throughout the prosecution's case. They are letting people who are not experts in an area testify to things in that area. It's ridiculous. It's baffling how bad this prosecution conducts. But defense doesn't object, and the judge allows it.
It'd be under like phone events or phone activity, and it would keep track or log every time the phone was powered off or powered on.
Okay. Did you look at that information in the Cellubrite records that were produced for your review?
I noticed it while doing the review, but Detective Sean Johnson mentioned that in the first report that was done of a review of the defendant's phone.
As the lead detective, did you go through and review information that officers had gathered that they felt was particularly relevant to the investigation? And was this information that was of particular interest to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what times on July 10th do we have that phone powered on?
At 8:08 a.m., 9:41 a.m., and 11:11 a.m.
Okay. So if it's powered on 2 additional times after 8:08 a.m., does that give any indication that there were periods of time where it was powered off?
Yeah, one would have to logically come to that conclusion.
All right. And the time of 8:08 coincides with what?
Roughly the time the defendant texted Aisha.
All right. And was that the text where he had indicated he needed her to call him?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review Aisha Langford's cell phone records?
Cell phone records and phone download, yes.
Certainly. And then I would note for the record, we've already introduced those and discussed those through Ms. Langford. But just very generally, in your review, then did you notice a number of contacts made by Mr. Langford or Ms. Langford to Mr. Dinkins' phone after 8:08 and the 8:29 timeframe when she contacted and spoke with Mona Borelli at the Davenport Police Department?
There was phone calls between the two, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and thank you, Melissa, for sending me that link, which removes my idea that his current and prior girlfriend did not know about his behavior. They most certainly did. Now, again, this court has deemed any prior to not being a part of this trial. So the prosecution needs to get it in somewhere else. They have tried, but not succeeded.
Could you please describe the clothing that Mr. Dinkins was wearing when he responded to the Davenport Police Department?
When he arrived at the Davenport Police Department, he was wearing a black do-rag, glasses, white t-shirt, blue striped shorts, and then white, blue, and a little bit of red on the shoes.
Okay. What style of shoe did he have on?
Tennis shoes, like I don't know if they're Jordans or Nikes.
Okay. Was that something that was of interest or note to yourself as detective and other law enforcement officers?
Later that evening, that was something of importance, yes.
Explain how that became important in the investigation.
It was found out from Officer Burkle that when the defendant first made contact with him at the apartment complex, the defendant was wearing gold and black shoes at that time.
All right. And then, of course, we've had the testimony of Aisha Langford about that. Did you have any discussions with Aisha Langford where she described those gold tennis shoes and being very dirty that he was wearing out at the apartment complex?
No, I never had that conversation with her.
All right.
I'm trying to have everybody, as many as possible, has a clear mind as possible, because his priors are not good. It explains a lot in this trial. But if the court says it's not relevant, that is what we have to go on. Let's just say I understand why they zoned in on this guy. And yeah.
Right. And was Ms. Langford interviewed by other officers as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you received that information, what did you do to show the difference in what he was wearing out of the apartment complex versus what he was wearing when he met with you at the Davenport Police Department?
So just given that initial information, I wanted to go back, observe Officer Burkle's body cam footage, create a still image of a clear shot of the defendant standing there, so all of his articles of clothing could be seen. And then I did the same thing when reviewing my accident interview room camera, made a still shot of him sitting there that would reveal all the articles of clothing he was wearing there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's marked the State's Exhibit 128.
Yeah. Him changing clothes and
May I approach?
You may.
I'm here
refusal to reveal where they went.
Do you recognize
That's
State's Exhibit 128?
I do.
How do you recognize
good
it?
circumstantial evidence,
It is
or at least
printout of what I put together of the stills that I earlier described, and then a brief summary on top of the time that Officer Burkle makes contact with the defendant up at the apartment complex, and then describing or advising that the bottom right picture is what the defendant's wearing at the station.
Your Honor, this time the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 128.
No objection.
Exhibit 128 will be admitted.
May I publish that exhibit?
You may.
All right, let me see if I can do, oh, there we go. All right, as we look at State's Exhibit 128,
yeah, definitely different shoes. Not sure about the shorts, but and then he only has white t-shirts apparently. Maybe different shorts, yeah. And he has never said that he made a change of outfit. That is a circumstantial evidence worth noting.
if you're standing looking at the exhibit, the photograph to the left would have been captured when?
At 8:55 off Officer Burkle's body camera.
All right, and then what's the location where we see Mr. Dinkins standing?
Up at the apartment complex, 2744 East 53rd Street.
Now, on this particular exhibit, is the image rather grainy?
It is,
But can you see the color of the shoes that he's wearing?
yes.
What color shoes is he wearing?
On the left side would appear to be the
Hi,
gold ones.
Sheldon.
Okay. Are those shoes captured on some video surveillance footage that was collected in the course of the investigation so that we get a real good perspective of what they look like?
That is correct.
All right. And then the image on the right, what is the location where we have Mr. Dinkins?
Davenport Police Station.
Okay. And then, and focusing on the shoes, can you see that there's a distinct difference between the shoes he's wearing there at the department and then what he had on when he had that initial contact with Officer Burwell?
That is correct.
What time, for purposes of our record, did
Yeah. Here's the thing. None of this explains why they found damp, muddy female clothes in his RV. Adult female size. I want to know what those have to do with anything and why they weren't tested. So far, they've tested a lot of things. We have yet to hear about anything about these clothes being tested. Whose is it? Whose is it?
Officer Burwell have that contact with Mr. Dinkins?
8:55 a.m.
And how were you able to determine that?
Well, the timestamp on there would be 9:01, but it was roughly around there.
Please be on the last question on his priors. Does the judge have that info? Yes, he made the ruling it's not admissible in this trial. How can you not take it into consideration subconsciously? We just have to trust his professionality as a judge. But we know at age 17, he did something with a person below the age of 13 and in the registry, he is not allowed to have contacts with kids under the age of 13. And he did. He started a relationship with Aisha, who then had one child. Then two kids. And then they had DL together. So she had two kids under the age of 13. He was never supposed to be anywhere near that family. Nowhere near. And that also means that he is not supposed to be around kids, period. He has to report his address every 3 months to a parole officer, or to an officer, or to a cop, or to a precinct, or whatever. And definitely, he is not allowed to have DL and Breasia over to Andrea's apartment. And because that would mean extremely serious jail time if he's caught not only by the first conviction, but if he's caught again and again, and then by evidence been around kids for years. I would assume under Iowa law that he is, by that alone, is facing decades in prison.
This was the best shot I could get of his full body showing the shoes. That's
Sure.
why I chose 9:01.
All right. Did you collect that time from the body-worn camera when you saw that point of first contact?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss the yellow shoes. Recognize.
You remember when Aisha testified, which was removed by the court, that their relationship ended when he went to prison. Well, that might be when they found out that he was not supposed to be around kids. And he was. And he had a child with Aisha. Sorry. So, yeah. So if he has this conviction, then another one, and this would be the third time. That means repeat offender towards the registry. That is serious jail time, prison time. So yeah, and while in jail, or while in prison or once released from prison, he met Andrea. Andrea and Aisha have met. There's no way they didn't talk about it.
Seeing that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes before he came to the department, did that pique law enforcement's interest?
Yes.
Why?
Being that, especially after the conversation, after the interview with the defendant, there's never mentioning of changing of shoes. When it comes to the importance of those shoes, there was information relayed that the defendant went down to Credit Island, and when we went down there, there were some footprints that led to a wooded little tree line area. It would have been helpful to, if we were to have those shoes, to be able to match those, the bottom imprints or the bottom layout of those shoes, and compare them to the cast printouts that were taken by the evidence deck down there at Credit Island.
Would that have been civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster?
That's correct.
And were those photographs that she took the late afternoon, early evening of July 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
Okay, and then the basis for, or the information that the defendant had been down at Credit Island that morning came from which witness?
DL.
Okay, all right. And we'll talk about this later, but did you actually physically go out on a ride with DL to have him point out locations he and his father had traveled to?
That is correct.
Is that one such location that DL pointed?
Yeah, DL is not credible at all. And Andrea is not charged with anything. There's no mention of her having a deal. None. And the defense would definitely have brought that up. And it can't be suppressed that she has a deal, because that goes to her credibility. Which means they have ruled her out completely. And the kid has changed his story so many times, including being 3 feet from when he claims Henry and Andrea shot and killed his sister. So no, I can't put any credibility to the kid. And again, if they are putting weight to what the cadaver dog scented on this island, then why didn't they test when the cadaver dog marked at a section of the impala? Why wasn't that tested? Why? Unless it shows up somewhere else. We don't know. It's a 5-week trial.
Out to you.
That was.
And then when you gone out on that ride with DL, did he show you where on Credit Island his father had parked when he before he got out of the car and wandered off somewhere?
Yeah, he gave us a general parking area, yes.
Okay, and then the child's description of where they parked and his description of his father's direction of travel, did that match with the location where those shoe impressions were found?
There were shoe impressions of where DL generally pointed. He said he saw the defendant going.
Did you go down in that area yourself?
Yes.
How would you describe the soil?
At some points, water, if it all depends on how much water is there, it could fill up past it or it could dry out. At that certain day, it was very muddy / kind of marshy type soil.
Okay. Were officers interested in finding those tennis shoes to be able to collect the soil as well from the bottom of those tennis shoes?
That was another avenue that could have been done, being that we collected soil from the vehicle and also from different areas throughout Davenport.
Okay, now let's go to the second half of that discussion. Jumping ahead, was there a search warrant that was obtained for the maroon Chevy Impala?
There was.
All right. And then was that vehicle seized?
It was.
At some point in time, was there an interest in the gasoline, the amount of gasoline within the tank of that Impala?
That is correct.
Now, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But was there a search warrant?
Yeah, the tank of that Impala is ridiculous, because they testified to that he had this amount of gas left in the tank. Then have a receipt for this and that gallons of purchase of fuel. But if they don't have what he started with in the gas tank, there's no way of knowing. No way, in my opinion.
Obtained to determine how much gasoline was left in the tank of the Impala when it was seized by law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. In order to remove that gas tank, what had to happen with respect to the vehicle?
The vehicle had to go up to where our fleet
Objection,
mechanics
compound.
are, so it could be hoisted on top
Already
of a lift.
testified
Okay.
to.
And once the vehicle was placed on a hoist and lifted, what was noted by Detective Garner?
That there was clumps of mud under the vehicle.
Okay. What was the weather conditions the evening of July 9th?
There was a torrential downpour at approximately 7
Okay.
p.m. And then there was also some rainfall at around midnight from July 9th into July 10th.
Okay. Were those weather conditions something that
Oh yeah, where the kid generally pointed, there's camera is in that area, and unless they can actually see the maroon Impala, then that means nothing. And I checked if there has ever been killings or shootings or anything around that island. It has many. So finding remains or the rest of blood, yeah, it's probably littered around that island. And we know that cadaver dogs can mark for remains that are days, years, decades, and century old scent of remains. So, ta-da!
was of import to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, down in the area of Credit Island, where DL had described his father parking, in that area, how would you describe the surface where vehicles could pull off and park?
That was kind of the one where
You
he would have
also
parked at
said
was
that
more of a
Dad
gravel
went
lot.
Okay.
fishing
Having been down there, was that surface such that a vehicle
with six other
would
guys.
bottom out and collect any type of soil or grass clippings?
I would say no. I mean, I was driving a similar CID car at the time, just older model Impala, and it's not like we got stuck when we drove and parked in that same area.
Okay. So then was there a
Either
question
the
about
defendant
where
is lying,
those clumps of dirt and
he-
grass would have come from?
or
Yeah, it was a concern.
the other
Okay.
witnesses
Did that remain
are lying.
I guess, a big
Which
question
they
throughout the
also-
course of the investigation and up through the discovery of Breasia Terrell's remains on
Or
March
at least
22nd of
everybody changes the story.
2021?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let me see what else. All right. So the next topic of discussion relative to those shoes and the cell phone records. Was law enforcement interested in knowing the movements of Mr. Dinkins after he left the apartment complex once he had had that contact with Officer Burkle?
Yes.
Okay. In order, well, we saw the interview that you conducted with Mr. Dinkins. Was he willing to ever provide you any location information whatsoever?
In reference between the time he left, Officer Burkles did then meet with me. It was kind of just general area. I said everywhere, but then he does provide that. Possibly went down to the motorhome, but he wasn't entirely sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha, and then also possibly being in the area of his sister's apartment.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm going to, or I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 74, pages 1 through 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 74, pages 1 through 4. And then actually I've done a printout of that. Could you look at that exhibit?
They better have his car at that place. If they haven't, despite being cameras in that area,
Do you recognize that exhibit?
it means nothing.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
These were printouts of what I showed the defendant during the interview.
Were these the Google Maps that you were asking him to identify locations he had traveled to?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he place any markings on those Google Maps to show you areas that he indicated he had been out looking for Breasia?
Not with a pen. He pointed at a couple of different spots during the interview, but he would not mark down anything.
And what spots did he point to on the interview, just as a refresher?
Just in general areas of the maps of kind of around the apartment complex.
Okay. For purposes of our record, how many maps are included within that exhibit?
4.
Okay. Page 1, what area of town does that map focus on?
It focuses around the apartment complex area, which would mainly consist of 53rd Street being the main thoroughfare and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Page 2.
This goes further over to the east, still has some of the apartment complex, but then it starts, then it shows all the business areas, and it mostly captures 53rd and Elmore Avenue.
Page 3.
This would be southeast of the apartment complex. 46th Street and Elmore Avenue would be the two main thoroughfares in that printout.
And page 4.
This would be southwest of the apartment complex. 2 main thoroughfares there would be Jersey Ridge Road and 46th Street.
Okay. Now, what 2 locations did he identify having gone to during the interview that morning after he left the apartment complex?
I'm talking about like the early morning hours. Like the first things he talked about was the Vince's place, which is 509 Taylor Street, and then he also mentioned Taylor Street and the Quick Shop on West 53rd Street, which the exact address would be 201.
All right. So Vincent Howard, did officers go out to that location and do an interview of Vincent Howard?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, did you go out that location with another detective?
There was a couple detectives that went there first and made contact with him. I did a follow-up interview with him. Could have been a couple weeks after the events.
Okay. And then during law enforcement's discussions with Mr. Howard, did he corroborate what Mr. Dinkins had indicated, as well as DL, for activities they engaged in on July 9th? Once Mr. Dinkins picked up DL and Breasia and before they returned to the apartment complex?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the second location. And this is prior to Mr. Dinkins' contact with Officer Burkle. So he gave a second location that he went to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that location is what?
Besides going back to 509 Taylor Street.
Yeah.
Was the Quick Shop at 201 West 53rd Street.
All right. We've only got a few minutes before noon. I'm going to table that discussion. We'll come back to that after the noon hour. But now what I want to focus on is after he had his contact with Officer Burkle, where did he tell you he had gone?
That he was out looking for Breasia.
Okay. Did he ever mention stopping at two separate locations?
He mentioned going down possibly to the motorhome, but he wasn't sure if that was before or after meeting with Aisha and then also Nina McQuay's apartment.
All right. And what was his stated reason for going down to the RV on Schmidt Road?
In the interview, it was believed to get gas money.
Okay. Did he indicate that he was running low on money?
And gas.
Okay. And so that's the reason that he gave for going to the RV over on Schmidt Road the morning of July 10th. And that's after Aisha has been notified that Breasia is missing, correct?
That is believed so, yes.
All right. That's his explanation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Who is Nita McQuay?
The defendant's sister.
Okay. What address does she reside at?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Was there a search warrant obtained for Nita McQuay's apartment?
There was.
Why?
It was to try to locate those gold shoes, and then phones were also seized during that search warrant.
Okay. Whose phones were seized?
I can't speak for certain if it was Nina McQuay's that day, but there was phones located in the apartment complex that were seized.
Okay. Now, was Nita McQuay's phone one of those?
Then I don't know if it was on that day or a different day, but her phone was eventually taken.
Okay. Who is Helen Mosley?
The defendant's mother.
And was her cell phone seized at some point in the investigation?
I would have to be refreshed by notes.
Okay. And then let me ask you this. We've had Special Agent Fennerin talk about a number of cell phones that he processed and produced CAS data for. With that being said, was Helen Mosley's one of those phones that CAS data was generated for?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Why were officers interested in looking at Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone?
Because the defendant had some sort of interaction with them that morning.
Okay. With that being said, when those phones were analyzed, both for Nita and for Helen Mosley, did that put them anywhere in the vicinity of that apartment complex or locations associated with Breasia, where her remains were later recovered?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Your Honor.
Here we go again. Trying to get in evidence without proper foundation. Okay.
You can answer the question.
And sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes, when the CAS data was obtained from Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone, did that data, as far as the locations of those phones, ever place them in areas of interest where Breasia would have been located?
No.
Or even the area where her remains were recovered later? No. Okay, all right. Now, let's stay with that topic of Nita McQuay's residence. Did the defendant tell you that he had gone to his sister's that morning?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have any sense of when he did that after his, in relation to his contact with Officer Burkle?
From our conversation, it sounded like it was after the fact, and it was right before he came down to the police station.
Okay. Were there concerns about the phone being powered? Were there concerns when you saw that the phone had been powered on 3 separate occasions for Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yeah, I mean, average person, to have your phone go off and go on 3 times, but it's not even logging the time that it's turning off. It's definitely a confusing thing to read in a Cellbrite report.
Sure. If the phone had been powered on, would that then generate location information?
It would.
Okay. Given that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes, were officers concerned about anything that he may be doing relative to himself and clothing items he may have been wearing earlier, or even bathing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. With that cell phone being powered off, were officers able to track his movements then that morning?
No, there wouldn't be a way in besides video surveillance or statements from witnesses.
And with respect to Nita McQuay's apartment, does her apartment have a bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to establish that Mr. Dinkins actually had done more than just change tennis shoes based on events throughout the night of July 10th after midnight, and even when you had your contact at the apartment or at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there's video surveillance from the quick shop that shows the defendant wearing a different pair of shorts and a wife beater.
Okay, all right. And so then were there concerns that he could have potentially bathed even before coming down to the Davenport Police Department once that was discovered?
That's a possibility.
Okay. Now, if an individual bathes and changes clothes, is that going to potentially impact evidence that officers would seek?
Here's the thing. They are starting to have good evidence. And then she ruins it by trying to stretch everything to fit into some narrative. It's horrible. Stick with the actual evidence, lady.
From that subject and clothing that they were wearing?
That could affect what evidence we get out of from the defendant, yes.
Were officers interested in any type of DNA evidence that existed in this investigation?
Yes.
And would that involve clothing worn by Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
And would that also involve any type of DNA that may have been on his body?
that is correct.
Would that include anything underneath his fingernails?
Yes,
Okay, and even anything in the area of his genital region?
that is also correct.
Your Honor, this would be a great breaking point for the state.
We will adjourn at this time. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, we are up to lunchtime. Let's power on. So we get as much as possibly done.
Sorry for the delay, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Detective Obert, I'd like to go back to the discussion that we were having relative to the defendant having indicated he'd gone to his sister's house that morning. And when I'm talking about that morning, I'm talking relative to the time frame after his contact with Officer Burkle at the apartment complex. Now, with Mr. Dinkins having indicated that, going back to his cellular phone, were steps taken to try and identify his location throughout the morning?
It was done through cell phone records.
Okay.
That a search warrant was applied for his cell phone records, and then those records were turned over to FBI CAST data agent Rich Fenner, who then was able to plot the defendant's phone's activities.
Did you get an opportunity to review the results of the survey Special Agent Fenner did of Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also have an opportunity just to review the results of the surveys conducted of Nita McQuay's phone, his sister, and his mother, Helen Mosley?
Their cell phone records as well, yes.
Okay, and from your review, did that cell phone of Mr. Dinkins hit towers in the area of where Nita McQuay lived?
That is correct.
Okay, where does Helen Mosley live?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Does Mrs. Mosley live with her daughter, Nita McQuay?
Yes.
All right, and Your Honor, may I utilize the Elmo?
You may.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose and I'm not doing an EDB out of it. Where I only
Detective Obert, I'm going to direct you to State's Exhibit
remove the
62. I'd like to show you what that document is, just for purposes of
image,
perspective.
not the sound.
Okay, what is State's Exhibit 62?
It is the CAST data records and plotting of the defendant's phone number.
All right, and are these records that you had an opportunity to review once Special Agent Fenner did his analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
That is correct.
Okay, now, relative to the activity for the cell phone that day, I'd like to direct your attention to page 25 of that exhibit. Now, in looking at this exhibit, let's go up to our legend there in the upper left-hand corner. Are there 3 entries on our legend?
There is.
Okay. Is there an entry that sets forth the address of Nita McQuay?
There is.
Okay. And what is noted on page 25 of State's Exhibit 62?
Just in general about the entire thing?
No, just her address.
Oh, it's 1321 East 39th Street.
Okay. Now, as we look at this particular exhibit, does this document then have an icon showing the location of where she resides? And I'm going to give you this pointer, and I want you to look back at what's displayed.
That would be the residence.
All right. For purposes of our written record, how is her residence denoted on this map?
That's a green box.
Okay. Did you?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your answer.
It's a green box,
Okay. Does that look green to you? Are you colorblind?
partially.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. Now, is there also an icon for the address of 2744 East 53rd Street?
There is.
All right.
Great,
And
he's
then can you
partially
show us what icon would
colorblind.
represent that address? All right. And then I'll just ask you, what color does that appear to you on the diagram?
Red.
Red. Okay. All right. All right. So if we
Just a general remark. If you're partially or very, I don't know, I don't care what kind of colorblind you are, don't testify color of shoes. Just saying.
look at this, what is the time frame that Mr. Dinkins is hitting off cell towers or sectors in the area of Nina McQuay's residence?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, as we look
I
at
know.
this, what
I
is the
mean,
time frame
she
that
really
Mr. Dinkins'
doesn't
cell
know
phone
the
is hitting on
answers
cell
to her
towers
questions. She knows the
and
narrative
in the area of Nina
she
McQuay's
wants to go
residence?
From
through,
9:35
but she
a.m. to
really
9:44
doesn't
a.m.
pay attention to the answers. She's constantly surprised by witnesses.
Going to page 26. As we look at page 26, again, if we go to our legend in the upper left corner, does it give us the address of Nina McQuay?
It does.
All right, can you show us where the icon is located on this page for where her residence is at? And then do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off towers in that area of town?
We do.
And what is the time frame for that?
9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m.
And then going to page 27. Actually, let me go ahead and move on beyond that. Going to page 29 of that exhibit. On page 29, in our legend, do we have the address for Nina McQuay?
We do.
Do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off cell towers in the area of her residence in this particular photograph?
That is correct.
And I should say photograph, but diagram. Can you show us what would represent the location of Nina McQuay's residence? And then during what period of time do we have his cell phone up in the area of her residence?
At approximately 11:46 a.m.
Okay, what's our starting?
Thank you to, I know who you are, but you don't want to be
11:29,
mentioned, for another
that's shown in
$25
southwest portion of
via
Davenport.
PayPal.
Okay, all right, very good. So if we're
And
looking at page 29 then,
that
if
brings
we're
us to
29
$50.
11:46 a.m., do we have him in two separate locations?
Yes.
Okay, so
Shot
here at
time.
11:49 a.m., where's
Cheers.
the cell phone hitting?
Southwest part of Davenport.
Can you go ahead and show that to us there on the diagram? Is that cell tower located anywhere in the area of Schmidt Road?
The Walmart is nowhere
Schmidt
near
Road's not on that portion.
her
Of the
sister's
diagram?
house.
Correct.
Okay,
It's in
and
the
then can you show us where
next
Mississippi Road is?
town over.
And then toward the 11:46, is that where he's back up toward Miss McQuay's residence?
That is correct.
All right.
It's
And then finally,
really
directing your attention to
No reason for him
page 30
to be at
of
that
this exhibit.
Walmart buying
In the legend,
bleach
do we have Nina
when he's
McQuay's residence
supposed
again?
to
We do.
look.
And
for
is his cell
Breasia.
phone hitting off towers near her residence?
There's no reason to it.
Yes.
Can you show us the icon that would represent her residence? All right, and then do we have an entry for the Davenport Police Department?
We do.
And how is that represented in this particular
Yeah.
image?
With a blue icon in SPD.
Can you show us where that's located at?
Yeah, and by the way, the general status of me taking a shot on stream is $50, either in PayPal, Super Chat, or gifted memberships. So if you want to see me completely drunk in an hour and a half, you know what to do.
What time would Mr. Dinkins' phone be up by Nina McQuay's residence?
Approximately 11:49.
And then what time then do we have his cell phone hitting a tower down at the Davenport Police Department?
At approximately 11:55.
Now, I promise you that if that is where this stream is headed, then I I won't do commentary on what we are watching, and maybe even stop watching the trial and just have fun the last hour of stream with something else, and so I don't bring out bad info about my opinions about this trial. Just saying.
What were the locations that Nina McQuay and Helen Mosley were identified as having been at? And actually, I want to rephrase that. What were the activities that they engaged in that morning?
Through statements made or through cell data.
We'll talk about the cell data, but through statements made.
Nina McQuay, in an interview, advised she went to the dog park, Northwest Dog Park, and then her and Helen Mosley eventually went to Meskwaki Casino,
Where's the Meskwaki Casino located?
Tama, Iowa, and that's northwest from here.
Did that bear out with what was noted in the CAS data for each of their cell phones?
That was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Gigi, health first. You know this. And whatever you have to do, your health comes before anything else. Yep. The closest Walmart to him was maybe 2 minutes drive. Instead, he was discovered next town over when he was supposedly looking for Breasia, entering a Walmart 30-45 minutes away, buying 2 bottles of bleach. Makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. Buying bleach in itself, everybody bought bleach and bleach wipes back in 2020. Driving 30-45 minutes to another Walmart while you're supposedly looking for Breasia, no. Bought it cash, which also says, yeah, somebody needs to explain that. Really, really hard.
I'm handing you what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit number 110. Look at that.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Helen Mosley's phone number.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 111?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Nina McQuay's cell phone number.
Your Honor, may I use the Elmo to go through some
Sorry.
documentation in each of these exhibits?
You may.
Focusing on State's Exhibit 111, Nita McQuay's CAS data for her cell phone. Page 4 of this exhibit. What is our date and time range on page 4 for Nita McQuay's phone?
It is from 12:58 p.m. on July 9th, 2020 to 8:26 a.m. on July 10th, 2020.
And generally, where is her cell phone located?
To the area of the apartment at 1321 East 39th Street.
Page 5. What do we have for activity here?
It is on July 10th, 2020 from 8:38 a.m. to 8:58 a.m.
Okay, and then what type of activity do we see relative to Nita McQuay's phone?
Appears like it's making some sort of movement from the northwest portion of Davenport back to the apartment.
All right, and would that be outside of areas associated with Andrea Culberson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, going to page 6. What is documented for Nita McQuay's phone?
It's from July 10th, 2020 from 9 a.m. to 10:13 a.m.
What are we seeing as far as
This has
activity
already
associated with that phone?
been
Looks to be the
testified
general
to.
area of the apartment complex of
And which-
1321.
No
East
wonder
39th Street.
her apartment complex?
Yes,
And is her
this
apartment
trial is
shown, as
5
being on
weeks
page
long
6?
it is.
Could you please point that
when
out for us?
everything is
Let's see who that's at.
presented multiple times
Going to
via
page 7
multiple
then.
witnesses. It's ridiculous.
What do we have here?
Cell tower data from 10:13 a.m. to 12:28 p.m.
And then what do we have as far as movement of that cell phone?
At 10:13 a.m. it's in Davenport, and then its progression or movement is northwest and appears to be 12:09 p.m. I can't make out any of those towns that are marked.
Where's Tama located on this diagram though? And is that represented by an icon on page 7?
It is.
Okay. Going to State's Exhibit 110 for Helen Mosley. What is the date and time range noted on page 3 of this image?
July 10th, 2020, from 7:55 a.m. to 8:38 a.m.
Is there an icon for co-residence there?
There is.
Can you show us where that is? And is her cell phone then hitting off towers in that sector?
It is.
Going to page 4. What do we have here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020,
This has
8:38
already been
a.m. to
testified
9:38
to.
a.m.
Why?
Is there an icon showing
Why
where
again?
she would have resided?
Yes.
Show us where that is at. And then is her cell phone hitting on towers in that area?
Yes.
Going to page 5. What are we seeing here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, from 9:30 a.m. to 9:54 a.m.
Okay, and then is there an icon?
Unless
to show
they are
where she
trying
was
to
at?
implicate
Where's that at?
one of his family members
And
for
again, is
being
her
the
cell phone hitting
owner
off towers in that
of
area?
those
Yes.
damp
Going to page 6.
female clothings in the RV.
What do we have in page 6?
But nobody
July,
else
cell
is
tower data from
charged
July 10th,
here
2020, from
besides
10:19 a.m. to
Mr.
12:06 p.m.
Dinkins.
And what is happening there?
Very similar movements, are almost the same as Nina McQuay's cell records.
Jesus Christ.
So based on that information, were the cell phones of Nita McQuay and Helen Mosley away from their residence at points in time when the defendant would have been over there at the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that was definitely interesting. Could have been testified to differently, but he knew they were out looking, perhaps, and he went to their apartments. Why? Why? Everything about his demeanor, him being there when she disappeared. There's, as I've said this numerous times, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that places him as the abductor and the killer. But the damn prosecution spent the entire first week muddling the waters. So I don't know what to trust.
And were there any overlapping times when his phone places him in the area of the apartment, and that would be Nita and Mosley's, where their cell phones are there?
That is correct. That happens around 9:40 a.m.
All right. And then as we get later on in the morning, then, is that where you see a separation of the family members' cell phones hitting at different locations as compared to his?
That is correct. Their movement starts at around 10:15 a.m.
Okay, all right. I just want to go back and then speak to one issue, so this is clear for our record. When you were speaking with Mr. Dinkins about his cell phone, the contact name that he has for Aisha Langford in his cell phone was what?
Little Dink.
So any entry that has Little Dink would actually be the telephone number for Aisha Langford in his records?
That is correct.
All right. The next topic of conversation. Mr. Dinkins did identify for you a specific location that he went in the middle of the night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What location was that?
There's two over the middle of the night, 509 Taylor Street, and then the second one, the Quick Shop on West 53rd Street.
Where is that quick shop located in reference to a business that we would have all been familiar with at some time? Across the street from it.
North High School, and the North YMCA is across the street from it.
All right. And would that be in the vicinity of what would have been the old Menards?
Yes.
Okay. So 53rd for our record runs what direction?
East-west,
All right. And then so what side of the street would the quick shop be on?
south side of the street.
If you are at the apartment complex there at Jersey Meadows and you come out onto 53rd, what direction do you have to travel to get to the quick shop?
West.
In the middle of the night, how would you describe the traffic flow on 53rd?
In my experience on night shift patrol for 2.5 years, at 3 in the morning, it's pretty light traffic.
That being said, then, can an individual travel fairly quickly from the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows to the quick shop?
Yes, they would run less chance of running into traffic or being stalled in the middle of traffic.
When you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, did he give you any idea of when he believed he had gone to the quick shop?
No.
Did he ever pinpoint a time for anything in that interview?
The only thing he said was after hours.
After hours? And after hours meaning what?
We didn't really elaborate much more on that.
Were you provided a frame of reference to work with to establish when he had gone to the quick shop?
There was no time given, no.
Let me be just a little bit more, be a little clearer. When Andrea Culberson was interviewed, did she give us times to work with for his movement during the middle of the night?
The only thing she could account for is at 3 a.m. when she woke up, he was no longer there. And then at approximately 3:30 a.m. is when the defendant arrived at the apartment complex and left shortly thereafter.
And at 3:30 a.m., was that the time when she looked out that bedroom window?
That is correct.
And at 3:30 a.m., when she looked out that bedroom window, what did she report seeing?
Seeing Breasia standing on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. Does that framework then have any bearing on what you would have done relative to the video surveillance camera at the quick shop?
Yeah, the objective there, regardless of even that time, was just to get a general recovery of video footage from the quick shop to establish when the defendant would have went there.
Okay, let's step outside that discussion for the time being, and I'd like to establish a general framework for how the collection of video surveillance footage worked. All right, was there a massive canvas done of areas here in Davenport?
There was.
Okay, looking for what?
Any either canvas of witnesses that have seen anything or have seen Breasia, and then video surveillance that would capture either her whereabouts or any other things related to her disappearance.
Okay. What areas of town were the canvassing? Where was the canvassing conducted? It's to try and collect video surveillance footage that would show us movements.
We collected almost the entire city of Davenport. I mean, we had a bunch from the southwest end, a bunch around the area of the apartment complex, and then it was roughly 100 different businesses that were canvassed.
Okay. Outside of Scott County, were there areas that were canvassed for video surveillance?
Yes.
Describe.
There was we attempt video collection along Highway 61, along Highway 30, and then into Clinton as well. There was a large video collection canvas.
Okay. Were there a significant amount of video, or was there a significant amount of video footage that was seized from various locations?
There was.
Okay. With the collection of a significant amount of video footage, then describe what process was put in place to conduct a review and determine whether any of that video footage was relevant to this investigation.
The detectives that would go out to the field to try to recover that video footage, they would make contact with either the manager of the business, or if it's on a personal residence, they'd talk with the owner. Depending on how that video footage could get downloaded, the detective would either bring a thumb drive or bring a DVD that it could be downloaded onto. Things were checked in place on timestamp to make sure that was accurate from that, so that could be reported accordingly when reviewing the video footage. Once that was collected from the detective, from the business owner, or the person that lives at that residence, it was taken down to the station and then turned over to what we call light duty officers or other detectives that are at the station that were assigned strictly to video review.
Okay. Now, in that video review, were there characteristics and vehicle descriptions that were provided for each of these officers so that they could use that to determine whether or not there was relevant activity in any of the footage?
Yes. When it came to stuff around Davenport, obviously the focus was number one is everyone knew what Breasia looked like, and so to keep that in mind while reviewing video footage. And then the Highway 61 or Highway 30, it was relayed to them that the maroon Impala that was Andrea Culberson's was a point of interest. Okay.
Why was that a point of interest along Highway 61 and even going into Clinton?
Because the defendant is located at the Walmart in Clinton at from approximately 6:51 a.m. to 7:10 a.m.
All right. And what vehicle was he associated with?
The maroon Impala is registered to Andrea Culberson.
Were there any types of identifiers on the maroon Chevy Impala that would help distinguish it from any other maroon Chevy Impala that might be out driving in Davenport, along the highway, or even in Clinton?
There was a couple different distinct features about it. Have very dark tinted windows. The sticker on the back passenger trunk, and then there's also, that's white in color, and then there's also a sticker on the driver's side windshield that would be distinct from other vehicles having that.
Okay. And then were those characteristics utilized to determine whether or not you were observing the correct Chevy Impala?
It was one of the things that we used, yes.
Okay. Now, if video footage was determined to have something relevant, was that submitted to someone within the Detective Bureau to review and verify if it was significant to this investigation?
Yes.
Explain.
We had our own working spreadsheet of different vehicles that we thought could be the defendants or any other thing of significant evidentiary value. When that was logged into that spreadsheet, I would go in and take a look, and then I would review that stuff separate and determine if it was considered relevant or not to the investigation.
By going through that process, then, were you able to narrow down all of that video footage to specific locations where the Chevy Impala was traveling through?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now let's jump back in to where we left off. So at 3:30 a.m., we're at that point in time where Andrea's looked out the window and described Mr. Dinkins leaving the apartment. At the quick shop, then, was there activity associated directly with Mr. Dinkins and that maroon Chevy Impala?
That is correct.
Describe.
The defendant and the maroon Chevy Impala arrive into the parking lot of the quick shop at approximately 3:33 a.m. The defendant gets out of the vehicle and enters into the quick shop and purchases $35 worth of gas and 2 Newport packs of cigarettes. And then a separate transaction was made for 1 Bic lighter.
Okay. Was there a receipt that was obtained for that transaction?
There was.
Okay. We've heard testimony from Detective Poyer relative to that receipt, and then photographs taken of the gas pumps to show the prices of the different gasolines available. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
All right. So to be clear, is Mr. Dinkins captured pumping gas into that car?
Yes,
And then as he comes into the store, can we clearly see what type of clothing he is wearing and what type of shoes he has on?
the pumping of the gas would have been after he exited the store.
Certainly. But as
Okay.
he's coming into the store initially
Yes,
and even exiting, can we see what he's wearing
that is correct.
and the shoes?
Yes.
When you watch that video footage, what did you notice about the behavior of Mr. Dinkins when he went into
That
the
must have
store?
been the best quick shot
At a point while
surveillance
he's at the
video
counter,
ever.
at approximately 3:34 a.m.,
That's
he
almost
glances out
never
to
noticeable.
his left, which would be out towards the parking lot where his car would be parked. He makes 7 glances within a minute span.
Did that catch your attention?
Just off common sense, it appeared to me that he was concerned about something out in the parking lot, most likely his vehicle.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Dinkins have any keys in his possession?
He did. He had a lanyard that was shown on video. So that would, again, reduce the thought of he's not worried about it getting stolen because he has the keys with him, and the Impala headlights do go out while he's still inside the business.
And then as far as his pulling into the parking lot, can you see the vehicle where it pulled up to a gas pump?
Yes,
With the tint on the windows, are you able to see anything inside the vehicle?
you cannot.
When he pulled into that parking lot, was there any other vehicles out in the area of the gas pumps?
Not in the area of the gas pumps.
All right.
Hey, I know about tinted windows, and in some states it's illegal to have too dark of tinted windows, but also it's very not that common to have tinted front window. So that's strange. I don't even know why, first of all, why it would be allowed, and two, why it's an option to even sell that kind of tint to a window. But Iowa, it's your state and your rules.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel as to mark the State's Exhibit 151.
Ooh, and we are at this point in time. I'll be right back. I've been sitting down in front of that camera for over 5 hours. At one point, even this Viking's bladder wants to be emptied. Thank you for that little break. Let's keep going here.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 151 and feel free to get us that envelope?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 151?
It is the quick shop footage from 201 West 53rd Street. It is strictly from the time period of 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. on July 10th.
All right. Does that capture the activity of Mr. Dinkins when he pulls into that parking lot, enters the store, leaves, pumps gas, and departs the parking lot?
It does.
All right. Now, as far as how that surveillance system is set up there at the quick shop. Give us a perspective of what it would appear like if that disc was utilized.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, explain how it would be formatted.
In its original format, it requires a player that was downloaded when the video footage was downloaded.
Possible.
When you open up the player itself, you have to then go into the files, individual different camera angles. You only can show 4 different angles at one time, but there's 6 different angles inside the store and outside the store. Then you click play, and then you can kind of jump into different times throughout that hour.
Okay. Now, were you able to?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll show this. He was sentenced to 5 years in jail for possession and intent to sell large amount of meth and amphetamine. Was given early parole only 5 months later in March of 2020. 3 months later, Breasia disappears. He was supposed to be 5 years in jail. He spent 5 months. Please, in the prison system, if anybody is sentenced to 5 years, you don't let him out after 5 months. You fucking retards.
Take that feed and just create one continuous feed from the point in time that he came into the parking lot, entered the store, left, pumped gas, and departed.
That's correct.
Okay, so within that exhibit, is there a thumb drive that would include that consistent feed you have been able to produce? And I have it over here.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And have you had an opportunity just to review the feed that you put down on the thumb drive or put onto the thumb drive?
Everything about
and is it consistent with what you would see in the disc format, but not just having to jump from frame to frame to frame, depending upon the camera angle?
Yeah, so we'll go to different camera angles on that, whereas compared to this, you have to watch them all separately.
Sure. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 151. Is that right?
Yes.
With the understanding that both the disc and the thumb drive are being
Prison
offered. I have no
system
objection.
Breasia.
Ms. Cunningham, can you verify that, please?
That is correct, and Your Honor, on the exhibit sticker, in addition to marking it as State's Exhibit 151, I noted disc and thumb drive.
She was well aware
With that,
about
Exhibit 151
everything.
will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we play this exhibit?
You may.
Breasia's mother was well aware of all of this. Remember in a testimony that she said with Breasia's disappearance, she realized she had to change her life. Yeah, imagine what she put her kids through. Just imagine. Everybody failed Breasia. Everyone. And from everything I heard, she was a good kid. And everybody failed her. Her mother. Her absent father. This fucking guy who is on trial now. The justice system failed her. Everyone failed her. And here we are watching a trial where the prosecution is failing her again, in my opinion. That poor kid. Those poor kids. No wonder DL is so fucked up. He grew up in this. He's been failed too. Does it excuse him fabricating to get his father into prison? No. It might be a reason, but it's no excuse whatsoever. And the prosecution knows this and fails him as well.
All right, we're ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Was this camera accurate?
Yes.
Or I should say camera, was
Normal speed?
the time accurate for this footage?
So there is no timestamp on this one. But in the
Normal
disc,
speed?
when it shows the timestamp is 2 minutes off.
Okay, so if it were to say 3:31, what time would it actually be?
3:33.
Okay. What has happened here?
The defendant has exited the vehicle and is now walking towards the quick shop.
And then can we see that lanyard?
Yes.
Now,
That is definitely a whole other outfit. You don't need
can we see that lanyard?
those are gold shoes.
Yes.
Those are different shorts. That's a wife beater. Definitely changed every part of his outfit.
Now, as he's walking in, and let me pause this video if I could. How would you describe the clothing that he was wearing?
Remember, he is supposed to be out looking for Breasia. This is after he claims he discovered she was gone. No, this is not a jury trial. This is a bench trial. The judge is both the finder of law and the finder of fact. All remember, at this moment, he is supposed to be looking for Breasia.
The subject is wearing a black do-rag, a white wife beater. Looks like white/blue shorts with a little darker blue on it, as well as possibly some pink. And then he's wearing gold shoes.
All right. Yeah, and so we're just going to go back just a little bit so that we can see that again as he's walking in. All right. And were those gold shoes consistent with what you observed when you were watching Officer Burkle's video?
I don't know.
Video.
It was.
Now, what do we need to pay attention to?
The subject.
Hold on. You forgot your password. You may have asked this question 100. Is that you, Brandon? Are you trying to troll us again? Find your find your password again and start making this a drinking stream. Daddy needs new shoes.
Just glances out towards the vehicle.
Yeah, he's constantly looking at his car. He's supposed to be looking for Breasia here. Doesn't seem like he's looking for anybody. Seems to
How
that he
is he
knows
paying for this
exactly
transaction?
where she is.
With cash.
This is immediately after Andrea says she saw Breasia standing on the passenger side of his car. Oh God, no. Don't make drunk me have ideas about gold shoes. Yeah, for you who are completely new here, drunk me likes to buy sober me presents. And I got a package yesterday. This is still sober me. I'm not really sure what it is, but I will be opening it tomorrow at Jeff's F-It Friday stream. Hey. Nice, I got a new subscriber. Yeah, I mean, there are so many things that makes him the actual last person to see her alive. This is immediately after Andrea testifies to that she saw Breasia outside of his car. Here he is, when he's supposed to be looking for her, buying random stuff, cash. Sorry. Buying random stuff, looking at his car, when he's supposed to be looking at her. Oh, thank you, Genitals, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. To SB, Cindy J, VW, Susan Lay, Salty Dog. I think you all have been previous members, but you know where everything is. Members only content on my channel, on that specific tab, and you are you have the link to the Discord. Very generous. Thank you so much. And that would bring us just about $15 closer to next shot. Let's keep going. Oh, for fuck's sake.
What happened here?
It appears he might have was about to walk out with some of his change.
Okay. There. I'm changing from router to phone. Might be a bit of a glitch. There. Okay. Okay. Sound. Full screen. Yes, this is 3:33 a.m. Oh, come on. I changed router. This is 3:33. 3 minutes after he's supposed to be out, more or less 3 minutes after Andrea saw Breasia standing beside the car. There he is, in a Quick Mart, gas stop, whatever, buying random stuff, constantly glancing at his car. It's 4:12 a.m. and my belch woke you up. Thank you, EU. Yeah, I'm a good belcher. Come on. Let's make this happen. All right, let's try the next point of view. I'm going to restart my computer to get everything down to 0. The cache memory and everything, and maybe we will get another half hour, an hour after this. I'll see you in 30 seconds. I'm back. Let's see if we can get this working for a bit more. There. Sound. Full screen. Start. I mean, I have had 8-9 hour streams without this issue. And I know what's going on. It's my internet provider believing that I use too much internet, even though I pay extra for
And what happened
unlimited.
here?
It appears he might have was about to walk out with some of his change.
Now, in this segment, what did we see him doing?
Exit the quick shop and walk back towards the vehicle.
Okay. Initially, when we saw him coming back from the door, was that where he was turning to pick up whatever item had been left there on the counter?
That is correct.
And Detective Ober, what happens at this point?
Appears the defendant is pumping gas into the vehicle.
Okay. In the video, even when Mr. Dinkins, does he get in the car now?
Yeah, I just showed him briefly get in the car.
And just based on your observations, did he leave the gas pump going while he sat in the car?
It's due to the quality of the video footage and the car blocking majority of that. I can't say for certain. I would assume.
Okay. Can you even see him in the car from this video footage?
No,
So does he stay in there just for a little bit before he gets back out?
that is correct.
And what's the weather like this time of year?
And during the summer months, I mean, it's cool. All depends on the weather for that day, but fairly warm in July.
Why is he starting up the car while pumping gas? Yeah, this is, I mean, I said it before, I will say it again. Everything about his action says he did it. But the prosecution tries to enter stuff irrelevant. And not even a stretch, but a stretch that not even Reed Richards
What has
can
happened
do.
now?
He exited the vehicle and is back towards where the gas tank would be, or the spot to put gas in.
Now, as he exits the lot, what direction would he be traveling?
East.
What would that take him toward that becomes relevant to conversation that we're going to be having here in a bit?
Continuing on 53rd Street would get you towards Welcome Way.
Up to this point,
Okay. And which of those
80%
two
of
streets
what has been
would
presented
take you out of town on
is
the Highway
worthless for
61?
this trial,
Brady.
in my opinion.
Brady runs what direction?
North-south.
Okay. But if you catch Brady
This is
in that
A7.
location, is that simply a
And in
one-way
my
going out
opinion,
of town?
80%
It is a one-way going north.
Okay.
is irrelevant.
Now, we can't see a time counter on the footage that you've been able to put into that stream on this thumb drive, but did you document the time of
Yeah.
arrival and the time of departure so that we've got a perspective of the time element associated with this activity?
That is correct.
Okay, could you give that to us for purposes of our record?
The approximate time that he arrives is between 3:32 and 3:33 a.m. And then
Thank you,
the time that he's
John
leaving
Smith,
is approximately
AKA
8:38.
Brandon,
3:38
for your
a.m.
$10 super chat.
Detective
First-time viewer,
Obert,
long-time drink
you know,
provider.
depending upon
And
the
that
clock in
brings
Andrea
us
Culberson's
to
apartment, would that be a sufficient amount of time to
25
travel from
bucks,
Jersey
which
Meadows
leave
over to the
25
quick
bucks
shop
either
with
through YouTube,
minimal to no traffic on 53rd
either through YouTube, through PayPal, or through memberships for the next shot.
at this time of night?
If we're considering it to be exactly
Let me check
3:30
PayPal.
a.m., it is a possibility to get there in
Oh, come on. Oh God, Windows Update. Get out, Windows Update. I don't need you. I have a Windows Update as to not do any fucking thing while I'm online. And still Microsoft, you fucking...
3 minutes.
Sure. What's the distance between the two locations?
I imagine a couple miles.
Okay.
All right, let's try switching to Google Chrome instead. At 5:41:42. Yeah, about that. I'll be right back. Ta-da! Share screen, share screen. At the stream. Let's try again.
At this time of night.
If we're considering it to be exactly 3:30 a.m., it is a possibility to get there in 3 minutes.
Sure. What's the distance between the two locations?
I imagine a couple.
We had indications on yesterday that they have standing objections, and this prosecutor does not like repeating objections or speaking objections. So they might have a standing objection towards this.
Miles.
Okay. Now I want you to look at State's Exhibit 38. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
I am.
How are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
It's a printout that I worked with Sergeant Pfeiffer on that covers the overview of Davenport and Scott County, as well as Clinton County. And it shows our defendants' movements on the day of July 10th.
As we look at this exhibit, we need you to provide some further explanation. Sergeant Pfeiffer described as the general map and areas that were depicted on this map. But are there various images that have been placed on the map for Scott County and Clinton County?
Yes, majority of them are stills of the maroon Chevy Impala, along with the associated times it would have been traveling past that camera. And then there's also the still of the defendant himself with a cart with 2 bottles of bleach inside it, and the receipt next to that.
Okay. For each image that appears, does it give us the location where that vehicle would have been traveling at to be captured on video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Does it give us a direction of travel?
It does.
And then does it give us a time?
That is correct.
Do all of these images come from video surveillance footage that was identified as being relevant to this investigation?
That is correct.
All right.
So, John Smith, aka Brandon, when you competed against MG Law, you lost your phone. We are back to normal speed, just so we can get as far as humanly possible before everything breaks down.
On State's Exhibit 38, do we have an entry that has been placed on the map for activity there at the Quick Shop? And then if you would like, go ahead and step down, look at the map, and then take your pointer and then go back to the microphone and explain what it is that you're seeing.
I can't remember his name.
The arrow that I just pointed to was showing 3:38 a.m. Of the Maroon Impala traveling eastbound.
And would that be its time of departure?
From the Quick Shop, yes.
All right. Let's reflect back to statements that Mr. Dinkins made during his interview. When Mr. Dinkins was talking about locations that he had traveled after his contact with Mr. Burkle, do you recall him referencing possibly going down to the RV, but he couldn't quite remember if he had or not?
Yes, he wasn't sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha.
All right. And then what was his stated purpose for going out to the RV?
To get gas money.
Okay. And why did he need to go out to the RV to get gas money? Based on,
He was running low on fuel, according to his statement.
okay.
Okay, so after he pumps gas, he's claiming he has to go to the RV to get cash. Good evidence, good, excellent circumstantial evidence. Why don't we hear it until day 7 of this trial? Why all this unnecessary crap first?
Did he give you an idea of what little cash he had on his person that would have prompted him to go out to the RV to get cash?
We did not have that discussion, no.
All right. With the receipt that was obtained by Detective Poyer for the transaction at the Quick Shop, did it set forth the items purchased,
Yes,
the cost of those items purchased,
that is correct.
how those purchases were paid for,
Yes,
and the denomination of bill or bills that was given to complete the transactions we observed?
on the, so
No,
we'll give the
it is
total, and then
pumping
it says
gas with
cash next to
money
it. The
and
total is
then
$51
coming
and some
to the
change,
RV
and then it says cash
where he
change on the
claims-
next line, and that was
Yeah.
$48 and some change.
Gotcha. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88-1, which is already introduced into the record. May I approach?
You may.
All right. So I'm handing you State's Exhibit 88-1. I'd like for you to look at that. Did you review this receipt after your interview of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
Okay, and was this actually seized a little bit of time after your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
yes, I believe it was a week or so.
Okay. With the purchase of gasoline at the Quick Shop, how much gas was purchased?
$35 worth.
What is the gallon capacity for the gas tank on a 2007 Chevy Impala?
17 gallons.
Looking at the gas prices in the following exhibits, 8-2, and I don't remember what the last number is. Give that to us.
88-3, 3 through 5.
All right. In looking at the gas prices for
Okay.
low grade, mid grade, and
Now I
premium,
understand why you can't fix it. Verizon is
a
shit.
purchase of
And Apple can't
$35,
fix it. I'm
what
very
would that be
sorry,
consistent with?
John Smith. I feel bad,
So
and
if the subject
I hope
were,
you
if the
can
defendant were to fill
fix
up with
this
unleaded, which is
possible.
87 at 2.14,
All of law.
$2.14 a gallon, that would bring
Sorry.
you to about 16.3 gallons worth of gas.
Okay. And then so with the $35 purchase, does that suggest that he filled up the tank of gas there?
Yes, that would almost fill it completely.
Okay. That being
What? Would $35 almost fill up a tank? A tank of gas? I highly... Seriously, if a gas tank... That gas tank we know contains... What was it? 14.5 gallons? Would $35 almost... I need to listen to this again.
and premium. A purchase of $35, what would that be consistent with?
So if the subject were, if the defendant were to fill up with unleaded, which is 87 at 2.14 a gallon, that would bring you to about 16.3 gallons worth of gas.
Okay.
Jesus, that's a lot of gas. That's cheap. That's extremely cheap. We pay in Sweden 21 Swedish krona, which is $2 for a liter. What's a liter? One liter is a bit over a quarter of a gallon. And you paid that in 2020 for a full gallon. US liquid gallon, 1 liter equals 0.264. Yeah, 3.78 liters is 1 gallon, and we paid $2 per liter in 2020. Jesus, you have cheap gas.
And then so with the $35 purchase, does that suggest that he
That's why
filled
I
up the
didn't.
tank of gas
Okay.
there?
Okay.
Yes, that would almost fill.
Now we know that he actually more or less filled up his tank at that stop. And he had very little left once they found his car. That's a lot of driving around.
Fill it completely.
Okay. That being
That
said,
makes
then
sense.
what was, what are the
Sudden,
items that were
great
documented as being
circumstantial
purchased?
evidence.
2 packs of Newport cigarettes and $35 worth of gasoline.
What was the total cost of items purchased?
$51.63.
And what was the amount of change that he received back?
$48.37.
Recognizing that, did he make any other purchase that morning that we know about?
Just following this, he did pay for that lighter, and that was $2 and some change.
Got it. All right. And then did he make any additional purchase that morning that law enforcement was able to establish?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would direct counsel to States Exhibit 87, which has already been.
Okay,
introduced.
now that's good evidence. Okay, now I get it.
May I approach?
You may.
Okay.
I'm trying
And then you States
1.25
Exhibit
again so we can get through
87. Do
this.
you recognize States Exhibit 87?
I do.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 87?
It's a Walmart receipt from the defendant on July 10th.
Okay.
Does that reflect
Here
the
comes
purchase
the
that he
receipt.
made at the Walmart in Clinton?
It does.
What was the cost for the 2 bottles of bleaches that he purchased?
The total was $9.46.
All right, so if you were to subtract the bleach and that lighter from the change that he had received, where would he have been as far as cash that he would have had on his person?
Sorry.
Approximately $35 to $36.
Is that distinctly different than his statement to you that he only had a couple of dollars on his person and had to go out to the RV?
Yeah, I mean, he was able to fill up almost the entire tank with $35 that night.
Yeah.
And if he has that same amount still on him, he
Great
can fill that up
circumstantial
whenever he needs
evidence
to.
on how much he lied. Great circumstantial evidence. Why are we hearing this now? Day 7, afternoon of day 7.
When the search warrant was obtained to drop the gas tank, to identify how much gas was still left in the tank, how much gas was still left in the tank?
4 gallons,
And again, what was the total capacity of this gas tank?
17.
Why were officers interested in knowing how much gas was still left in that tank?
It was to try to help establish how much distance was traveled with that Impala.
Okay.
Normally,
Are we getting
if
proper
a
evidence?
gas tank is filled up, generally, how many miles will you get out of a particular tank of gas?
Objection, this witness is not.
Good objection, but all of a sudden thinking about, okay, where did he drive? Where do we know he drive? Because the phone was pinging, and how much distance is missing from that equation. Great circumstantial evidence. Finally, on day 7 afternoon.
Not qualified to give such an opinion.
Sustained.
All right, and let me ask you this then. What type of vehicle do you drive?
2016 Chevy Silverado,
Okay, what's the capacity on your gas tank?
21.
21? All right. Just as a frame of reference, if you fill that up, how many miles, total miles, can you get out of that tank of gas?
Objection, irrelevant and immaterial to the issue in this case.
Your Honor, I think it bears a lot of relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, there's great circumstantial evidence, and then she blows it by trying to get him to testify about this. This is so fucking moronic. It's almost as if the prosecution wants to ruin the case.
From there, did you collect still photos from that video?
I mean, seriously, they are spending 80% of the first 7 days of trial with irrelevant things. And then she tries to make a shortcut. Here's a thing, lady prosecutor. How about you present good evidence in trial? And then you don't need to use idiot shortcuts.
Surveillance footage or generate still photos from that video surveillance footage at the Quick Shop?
I did for my own, but I believe in what you're referencing to, that was done by the FBI and provided to us.
Okay, and then did you go through and review each of those still images?
I did.
Okay, does it give us a date and a time count for the surveillance cameras there, either outside the store or inside the store?
It does, and the timestamp on there is what would have been on if you were to play it as the player and not real time.
Okay, and again, what adjustment would need to be made? How many minutes?
2 minutes,
Okay, so if it says 3:30 on the counter, what then would that adjust to?
3:32.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
Yeah, Gigi. How about getting the manufacturer book to get the optimal?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
These are idiot shortcuts when there's good
I do.
evidence.
And how do you recognize it?
It is still photos of the video footage we just watched of the Quick Shop and the defendant arriving there, purchasing gas and cigarettes, and filling up his vehicle and leaving.
Okay, and then as we go through these still images, will it have a point in time where he is captured in an image where we can definitively see his clothing and what it looked like?
There is.
Already seen
Your Honor, at
it.
this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
You don't need still
No objection.
images. The video
Those
is already
exhibits will
in
be in the-
evidence.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
You fucking morons. You're entering everything into evidence 2 or 3 times, and then you try to make shortcuts when it's actually important. This is so
All right,
stupid.
just to set the stage,
This is so
what do we see on page
stupid.
1?
You see the top picture is the
80%
headlights of the
of the
Impala
trial up to
as it's
this
coming
point
into the parking lot.
It's irrelevant
What
and
direction is it traveling
worthless.
into the parking lot?
It's traveling east.
Okay, and then does it show it in that bottom photograph
Already
where it's parked?
testified to.
It does.
Already
Okay.
shown.
Now,
By
these
video.
next few pages, let's just go through these. Is this page 2 more photographs of what we see out in the parking lot before he enters the store?
It is.
Page 3, would that be the case?
Yes.
Page 4, would that be the case?
Yes. On the
I
bottom one, it shows him
seriously
getting
don't
closer to
think
the
the
door.
Okay.
defense
And
will
then
put up
so,
a case in
as
chief.
we look at that, let me go back and
That would
look at
mean
page
that
4 real
more or
quick.
less the entirety of the 5-week
All right.
trial is only,
would that be Mr. Dinkins more
prosecution's
down here
case
toward the
in
lower
chief.
portion?
It is.
and
Okay,
it's so
And then on page
fucking
5?
moronic. It's so
More the same.
stupid.
Okay.
It's a
Now-
waste of time. It's a waste of taxpayers' money.
What point do
It's
we
a waste
have
of the
him
court's time.
approaching that
They could have
outside
had
door as
dozens
documented
of
on
other
page 6?
trials.
You
While
can
she
plainly
is
see
wasting
he hasn't entered
the
the store
court's
yet, but he's
time.
at the door.
Okay, so the counter says what time?
The timestamp on the sheet says 3:31:45, but
Which
it
would
would be 3:33:45.
Or
And then in our bottom
they
photograph?
testify to. We watched the fucking
He's just
video.
now entering the store.
All right, now on page 7, does that simply show him there at the counter as purchases are being made?
It does.
Page 8, would that
This
also
is
be
so
the case?
stupid.
It does.
Page 9, is that also the case?
Yes,
Page 10, is that also the case?
it is.
Page 11, is that also the case?
It is.
We are
Page
missing
12.
$25 to next.
Is that
shot.
also the case for that top photograph?
Thank
Yes.
Detective Olbert, there are a number of images associated with his presence there at the cash register. Were there certain things in particular that was being captured as he stood there in the photograph?
Yes, there was a few of them of
you.
stills
Thank you, Dennis.
where you can
No,
see
nobody
direction as I
can
was facing out
compete
towards
with
the parking
Kurt.
lot.
Will that give us a sense
Nobody.
of how many times
That's-
he kept looking
he's
out
the
toward the
master
parking lot as you go through those series of
on
photographs?
Yes.
head explosions.
Now let's go to page 13. On page 13, what do we have here?
The top one is him getting closer to the
We
entrance
already
doors,
seen this.
and the bottom one
He's
is him
already
entering the
testified
business.
to this.
So is this at the
You're
point of his first
wasting
entry?
time,
All
prosecutor.
right, as we look
Lady.
then at this photograph, or
His
these
fashion
photographs,
sense is from an
give us
episode
very specific
of
physical descriptors. First
Dynasty
of all, for his top,
1987.
For his what?
his top.
Yes,
Give us
white,
a very
white, wife beater.
Okay, the shorts.
We
Again, they're
already
white or
know
blue,
this.
or light blue, and then with darker blue and possibly some pink on them as well that come at it at like an angle for some sort of emblem
This
or
is so
signature on there.
stupid.
Okay, and then
This is
The shoes.
so fucking
If you wanna-
stupid.
Push
Pull it
it
up,
slightly
sure.
up.
I will
because I'll have a
absolutely.
Clear shot, yep. So there are the gold shoes that were also seen on Officer Burkle's body camera.
Going back to State's Exhibit 128, looking at what
We
he was
already,
wearing
we already
when
know
he came
this.
into
We
the
already
police
know
department,
this.
and even looking
This
at
is
what
not
he
a
was wearing
jury
as far as
trial, it's a
clothing
bench
when he
trial.
dealt with Officer Burkle. Is the t-shirt different?
Compared to the quick shot, yes,
Are the shorts different?
This
Yes.
is a bench trial. The judge
In search
already
warrants that were
knows
applied for,
this.
were search warrants
You already
looking for the clothing that he
testified
had
to
on when he
this.
was in the quick
It's
shop?
already in
we
evidence.
were set out to
What
look for
a
those pieces
fucking
of
waste
articles of clothing,
fucking
sorry.
time. You
What steps were taken to
Oh.
try and identify the articles of clothing that he was wearing there at the quick shop?
Can you
judge
ask that question?
Yeah.
actually
What
know?
steps were taken to try and locate the articles
Defense.
of clothing he was wearing as depicted in the quick shop video?
This might be a part of the defense tactics. Telling the judge in sidebars and everything, they are wasting everybody's time. I hope so.
Search warrants at several residents and vehicles.
All right, which vehicles?
The maroon Chevy Impala, the Camaro, the black Camaro with the features or the imprints on them, and then as well as the Kings Highway motorhome, that is registered to Nina McQuay. The apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd Street, and Nina McQuay's apartment complex at 1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4, as well as 1909 Grand Avenue.
And still, there are two pieces of evidence the prosecution needs to explain away. There were multiple DNA regarding the bed yeast stains. In the RV, damp, muddy female clothes and shoes size 7 muddy. The defendant is approximately 6'3", maybe 6'4". He wears 4 or 5 times XL. He does not have size 7 shoes. That would be him walking around on stilts. Who is the female? Who is the yeast stains? Whose DNA is it? Why is that not tested? Who does the female damp, muddy clothes in the RV belong to? Who? Size 7 shoes. Who does it belong to? Who? Those can be treated as absolute exculpatory evidence. Thomas Stratford says another one of his victims. An accomplice, nobody is charged with accessory. He is not charged with a conspiracy.
Okay, I'll talk with you about 1909 Grand Avenue here in a minute. Were those shorts, that T-shirt, and those gold shoes ever located in the course of the investigation?
The shorts, we're confident to say we did not locate those. The wife beater, white, that's a fairly common thing to have, so we might have come across a couple of those in one of the search warrants.
Certainly. In the back of the black Camaro, was there a white wife beater's T-shirt?
I can't speak on that.
Okay, all right. Did Mr. Dinkins actually have more than like one of the white T-shirts that you noted when he came into the department?
Asking questions she does not know the answer to. It's so fucking stupid. This prosecutor, I mean, most of you have been here throughout my streams. You know what I'm talking about when I say good circumstantial evidence and worthless evidence. She is so focused on worthless evidence. She's asking questions she knows or don't know the answer to. She's asking questions of him she should know he can't answer to. She's entering evidence twice, thrice sometimes. That's already in evidence. Wasting everybody's time. Mama Saurus Rex says they're only interested in the conviction, not the truth. Then if she is that interested in conviction, why all the shit? Why all the innuendos? Why all the
Department.
Through search warrants, yes, we were
Okay.
able to locate multiple white T-shirts.
And the white wife beater T-shirt, was that another article of clothing that was more common for him?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then did you ever locate the gold shoes?
4 or 5 times.
What's the significance of 1909 Grand
not
Avenue?
much codes to fit.
The defendant had phone communication with a subject by the name of Genesis Johnson the night on July 9th. So detectives went out and spoke with her. Her first statements to police was that she hung out with the defendant that night. So when we executed a search warrant on that residence to try to locate those items that we just mentioned.
And were they located at the residence of Genesis Johnson?
They were not.
To this date, were those gold shoes ever located?
No,
To this date, were those shorts ever located?
no,
All right, and then because of the nature of the T-shirt that he was wearing, do you believe that you've ever located that T-shirt?
I can't say confidently, yes
Sure.
or no.
Going back to State's Exhibit then 14, very simply, or page 14 of State's Exhibit 145.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, going back to our Exhibit 145, looking at page 14.
All right.
Just tell us what we're seeing here.
Subject entering the store.
On page 15,
The top one looks like he's about to head out, but then he's turning back on the bottom one.
page 16,
Then he's walking out of the store,
page 17,
walking towards the vehicle.
page 18,
Still looks like he's walking towards the vehicle.
19,
He's getting closer to the vehicle.
and then actually from pages 20 through 36, is it just more of the still images capturing what we see out in the parking lot?
Yes, which was captured in the video we watched.
Okay, and then finally, let's just go to that last page for a timestamp. What time do we have
She's
him
entering it a fourth
to
time.
party?
It's at 3:36 on the timestamp, but accurate and true time would be 3:38.
That is 4 times with the same fucking evidence. It's so stupid, it is immorally stupid. Seriously, this is.
Detective Albert, after you concluded your interview of Mr. Dinkins, what was your next step in the investigation?
After I was done interviewing the defendant, I also spoke with Aisha Langford and DL
Okay, where did that conversation take place?
at the Davenport Police Station.
Okay, what was the substance of your conversations with Aisha?
Wait a minute. Does this means he conducted the interview with the two of them in the same room? Jesus Christ. You fucking retard. If you did that, you might have ruined the entire case. Please make it that you did not interview them in the same fucking interview room.
Langford.
Again, gathering her information and then understanding the family dynamics of Breasia Terrell and DL and relationship with the defendant, and then how it came to be on the defendant having Breasia and DL for that night, and also clothing that was packed or worn as a part of it as well.
Okay, in those discussions that you had with Aisha Langford, did she indicate to you where she had been at on July 9th when Mr. Dinkins came to pick up DL and then Breasia ultimately ended up leaving and going with the two subjects?
She advised she was at work, which is on Checkers on East Locust Street.
And actually, did you go ahead and collect her time card records just to lock down the times that she had been at work?
Yes, included what she was scheduled to work and then her actual timestamps.
All right, and I would represent, we've introduced that through Ms. Langford. All right, now, when you were talking about the clothing items though, was there any discussion about whether or not she would have packed pajamas for?
You realize how quickly she passed that part over? That is one question that has to be answered. I hope the defense asks it. Did you conduct this interview with both Aisha and DL in the same room? If you did, you're a fucking retard.
The children?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did that particular fact become something of interest when considering what happened after the children took their baths that night there at the apartment?
The changing of the kids' clothes, or for example, what we've heard is the changing of them into the large white t-shirts provided by the defendant.
Okay, and then what size of t-shirt are we dealing with when we talk about large white t-shirts?
For the one that was located on the defendant on that day is a 4XL.
All right. Was there a large white T-shirt located with the skeletal remains of Breasia?
There was
And what size was that?
4XL.
All right. Now, when you talked with Miss Langford at the
Another
department that
good
day, could she provide you any
circumstantial
definitive
evidence.
information about
Just
the
pass over
shoes
to
that
enter
Breasia would have been wearing when she went with Mr.
irrelevant
Dinkins?
things.
There was at least established some sort of sandal or flip-flop or slide, and potentially white or blue.
Okay. And beyond that, was there discussion of a potential pink flip-flop that she may have been wearing?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as you went throughout the course of the day, then law enforcement, in terms of their perspective and what they would be looking for as far as clothing for Breasia or shoes that she potentially would have been wearing, what was in play?
The sandals, because Aisha Langford did just get some of the clothing back. So the sandal and then potentially some black shorts that she was wearing as pajamas, and then large white T-shirt.
Okay. All right. All right.
The
And
4XL, sorry.
the 4XL. Okay. So what were the two on the shoes then that we were looking for?
The flip-flops or sandals that were possibly pink or blue or white.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Now, once you concluded your interview with Miss Langford, who did you speak with next?
DL.
All right. What time of day would your interview with Aisha Langford have started?
Approximately 1:48 p.m.
So were you done with your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Any information you gained from Aisha Langford then, did you not have that? You didn't have that information available when you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
And then when you spoke with DL, describe what occurred during that conversation.
We need to know, did you conduct this interview with the mother and DL in the same room? If you did, none of it should be allowed. You fucking retard.
We talked about the activities over the course of the night, and then what happened this morning.
Okay. Did DL provide information about where he, his father, and Breasia went after Mr. Dinkins picked them up at Grandma's house?
Oh my God. This indicates they were in the same room, interview room, while he was questioning the both of them. You retard. You moron. You fucking imbecile. So, okay, I kind of, okay, search for info. Who is Genesis? Is that the sister or the aunt or whatever? Did I miss that part? Let's go back a few minutes.
Exhibit 145, looking at page 14.
All right.
Just tell us what we're seeing here.
Subject entering the store.
On page 15,
He's turning
17,
in closer to
these.
you watched.
Okay. And then finally, we have here.
6.
Okay, thank you. He hung out with the girl that night? So he claims he has an alibi?
Detective Albert, after you concluded your interview of Mr. Dinkins, what was your next step in the investigation?
After I was done interviewing the defendant, I also spoke with Aisha Langford and DL
Okay. Where did that conversation take place?
In the
at the
same
Davenport
room
Police
you're-
Station.
Okay.
Moron.
What was the substance of your
Fucking
conversations with Aisha Langford?
Again, gathering her information and then understanding the family dynamics of Breasia Terrell and DL and relationship with the defendant, and then how it came to be on the defendant having Breasia and DL for that night, and also clothing that was packed or worn as a part of it as well.
Okay. In those discussions that you had with Aisha Langford, did she indicate to you where she had been at on July 9th when Mr. Dinkins came to pick up DL and then Breasia ultimately ended up leaving and going with the two subjects?
She advised she was at work, which is on Checkers on East Locust Street.
And actually, did you go ahead and collect her time card records just to lock down the times that she had been at work?
Yes, included what she was scheduled to work and then her actual timestamps.
All right. And I would I would represent, we've introduced that through Ms. Langford. All right. Now, when you were talking about the clothing items, though, was there any discussion about whether or not she would have packed pajamas for the children?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did that particular fact become something of interest when considering
correct me,
what
Ms.
happened after the
Fowler.
children took their baths that night there at the apartment?
The changing of the kids' clothes, or for example, what we've heard is the changing of them into the large white t-shirts provided by the defendant.
Okay. And then what size of T-shirt are we dealing with when we talk about large white T-shirts?
For the one that was located on the defendant on that day, it was a 4XL.
All right. Was there a large white T-shirt located with the skeletal remains of Breasia?
There was
And what size was that?
4XL.
All right. Now, when you talked with Ms. Langford at the department that day, could she provide you any definitive information about the shoes that Breasia would have been wearing when she went with Mr. Dinkins?
There was at least established some sort of sandal or flip-flop or slide, and potentially white or blue.
Okay.
See, Sauter, please, is when you said less than 10 minutes ago, I went back a few minutes. Is it before this or after this? Let's just keep going.
And beyond that, was there discussion of a potential pink flip-flop that she may have been wearing?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as you went throughout the course of the day then, law enforcement, in terms of their perspective and what they would be looking for as far as clothing for Breasia or shoes that she potentially would have been wearing, what was in play?
The sandals, because Aisha Langford did just get some of the clothing back. So the sandal, and then potentially some black shorts that she was wearing as pajamas, and then large white T-shirt.
Okay. All right. All right.
The
And
4XL, sorry.
the 4XL. Okay. So what were the two the shoes then that we were looking for?
The flip-flops or sandals that were possibly pink or blue or white.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Now, once you concluded your interview with Ms. Langford, who did you speak with next?
DL.
All right.
Yeah, after you concluded the interview, yeah. But they haven't said the interviews were separate. That leaves me to conclude they were in the same room. And if that is correct, I hope the defense picks up on it. If they were in the same room, then none of it is important.
What time of day would your interview with Aisha Langford have started?
Approximately 1:48 p.m.
So were you done with your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Any information you gained from Aisha Langford then, did you not have that? You didn't have that information available when you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
And then when you spoke with DL, describe what occurred during that conversation.
We talked about the activities over the course of the night, and then what happened this morning.
Okay. Did DL provide information about where he, his father, and Breasia went after Mr. Dinkins picked them up at Grandma's house?
He provided the apartment complex as
Okay.
the place that they went.
Okay. But before that, did he talk about them having stopped off at a friend's of Mr. Dinkins?
Another friend's, yes.
Okay. And then did he describe what it is that they did at that friend's house?
Play video games.
Was that consistent with what Mr. Dinkins had reported to you?
Yes.
All right. And then the address you were able to identify as what address?
509 Taylor Street.
And that came through here. Who?
Just through conversation with the defendant, and we were able to figure out that's where that subject lived after he identified who that was.
And then when law enforcement reached out to
13.56 minutes ago. 6:10, 13. So let's start 17 minutes ago.
30 on the counter, what then would that adjust to?
332.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26. I'd like you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
It is still photos of the video footage we just watched of the quick shop and the defendant arriving there, purchasing gas and cigarettes, and filling up his vehicle and leaving.
Okay, and then as we go through these still images, will it have a point in time where he is captured in an image where we can definitively see his clothing and what it looked like?
There is.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Okay, it's 13.56 minutes ago in my stream. It would kind of little past this. Okay.
All right, just to set the stage, what do we see on page 1?
You see the top.
The parking lot. But in that bottom photo, let's just before he enters this case, as we look, and then door.
At the door, 5, but he's just now entering the store.
As purchases are made, is that also?
It is.
Is that are there certain things
There's a few of them.
that give us?
Yes.
All right. Now let's go to page 13.
The top one,
So is this at first of all for his top? Okay.
darker blue and pop emblem. So they're
Back the State's Exhibit to the police department, and even looking at what he was wearing as far as clothing when he dealt with Officer Burkle. Is the T-shirt different?
compared to the quick shop. Yes.
Are the shorts looking for
These are
articles of clothing wearing there at the quick shop?
Can you re-ask that question?
Yeah. What steps were taken to try and locate the articles of clothing he was wearing as depicted in the quick shop video?
Search warrants at several residents and vehicles.
All right. Which vehicles?
The maroon Chevy Impala, the Camaro, the black Camaro with the features or the imprints on them, and then as well as the Kings Highway motorhome that is registered to Nita McQuay, the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd Street, and Nita McQuay's apartment complex at 1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4, as well as 1909 Grand Avenue.
Okay, I'll talk with you about 1909 Grand Avenue here in a minute. Were those shorts, that T-shirt, and those gold shoes ever located in the course of the investigation?
The shorts, we are confident to say we did not locate those. The wife beater, white, that's a fairly common thing to have, so we might have come across a couple of those in one of the search warrants.
Certainly. In the back of the black Camaro, was there a white wife beater's T-shirt?
I can't speak on that.
Okay, all right. Did Mr. Dinkins actually have more than like one of the white T-shirts that you noted when he came into the department?
Stop when I'm
Through search warrants, yes, we were
Okay.
able to locate multiple white T-shirts.
And the white wife beater T-shirt, was that another article of clothing that was more common for him?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then did you ever locate the gold shoes?
No.
What's the significance of 1909 Grand Avenue?
The defendant had phone communication with a subject by the name of Genesis Johnson the night on July 9th. So detectives went out and spoke with her. Her first statements to police was that she hung out with the defendant that night. So when we executed a search warrant on that residence to try to locate those items that we just mentioned.
Okay.
And were they located at the residence of
That's
Genesis
exciting.
Johnson?
They were not.
To this date, were those gold shoes ever located?
No.
To this date, were those shorts ever located?
No.
All right. And then because of the nature of the T-shirt that he was wearing, do you believe that you've ever located that T-shirt?
Thank you,
I can't say
Sister.
confidently yes
Sure.
or no.
Going back to states.
Okay, so he went out. Initially, she said he spent time with him during that night. That would put him out of the apartment until 3 a.m. when he returned the first time. But is it a proper alibi? We don't know yet. Let's go back to 6:10 something.
DL, did he indicate the next location that the three of them would have gone to?
No, this is
The
in
apartment
Davenport,
complex.
Okay. Did you
in
know
the
what vehicle
Ford
the
City area,
three parties were
blah,
in
blah,
that day when Mr.
Iowa.
Dinkins picked them up?
It was mentioned the Camaro, but in my interview with the defendant, he wasn't entirely sure.
Okay. Was the child pretty certain about what vehicle it was?
Yes,
And did Danita Gardner even know what vehicle it was? And I don't know if, well, you didn't interview Danita Gardner, did you?
I did later in the investigation, later on in the investigation.
And then did she know what vehicle Mr. Dinkins had picked the children up in?
It was always the Camaro.
All right. Then was there a description by DL about what happened after they left the Howard residence?
They went up to the apartment,
Okay. What did the activities consist of?
playing video games, eating supper. He went into detail about popcorn and 2 other things, blanking on that, sorry. And then they also showered that night as well.
And then after
Thank you,
showering,
Ms. Sauter.
what information was
Invaluable
provided to you
information.
about what happened?
That DL and Breasia were in the bedroom for the remainder of the night, and that Andrea and the defendant were in the living room for the remainder of the night until several of the parties fell asleep.
Okay. Did DL ever report being awakened by something?
Not in my interview, but it was relayed that he was kicked at some point,
Okay.
or that he woke up and started crying and realized Breasia wasn't there.
All right.
Okay, so in his initial interview with DL, nothing of this was mentioned. Interesting. Again. So when did he start to change his story? Was it, yeah.
You described interviewing him. You'd also mentioned another detective was involved in the interview of DL. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Was that a topic of discussion that he had with?
And again, he had an interview with Aisha and DL, more or less the same time. If they were in the same room. Yeah.
The other detective?
Yes,
And who is that detective?
Detective Hamas.
All right. And then as far as what happened in the middle of the night, leading up to the discovery that Breasia was no longer there in the apartment,
I'm sorry.
then what was the further discussion about what happened throughout the middle of the night and his discussions about the discovery of Breasia no longer being there in the apartment?
He talked about Andrea calling out to him to have him come into the living room. And then at some point,
Yeah, probably. Parent has to be present since DL is a minor. Probably. But in this case, bad idea, especially later on.
it's realized that the defendant comes back and then takes DL with him.
Okay. And so is that the point in time where he is awake and
We probably will be hearing from Genesis because as he explained it, initially, she reported she spent the night with him or time with him. It will be interesting to hear if she as well changed the story.
actively describing events that
Or
are
him.
developing?
Yes.
I don't know.
Once Mr. Dinkins picks DL up, does that give us information relative to where he had been traveling that morning?
Yes, and we found that out through video surveillance and the defendant's cell phone records.
Okay, all right. So the child's description of what happened, was it consistent with independent evidence that corroborated what the child had said?
As far as to what point?
Let's talk about the Walmart area.
It does.
Okay, what happened up there in Walmart or at Walmart in Clinton?
They arrive at the Walmart parking lot at approximately 6:50 a.m. The defendant exits out of the vehicle, goes up to the doors, tries both doors, is realizing that the store is not open. He returns back to the vehicle. They leave the lot at approximately 6:54 a.m. They come back into the lot at 6:57 a.m. The defendant exits the vehicle at 6:58 a.m. Goes up to the doors, has to wait outside for several minutes. He's not able to get inside Walmart until 7:04 a.m. And then he is seen purchasing bleach, and then he exits and gets back towards his vehicle and leaves at approximately 7:10 a.m.
Okay, did the child provide any information as to why there would have been that ping that was
Yeah. And this battery in out, just starting the phone. I mean, there's so much inconsistency with the boy's testimony, and if he might have seen his dad coming out with bleach but never reacted to it until much later and added on to his story again. This at least is corroborated with undisputed evidence. He went in and bought 2 bottles of bleach when he was supposed to search for Breasia.
Noted having occurred on a cell tower in the area of Comanche and Clinton.
This is
According to
good
interviews with other
circumstantial
detectives,
evidence.
DL advised that he grabbed the defendant's cell phone out of the center console and put the battery back in the phone and powered it on. This happened at 7:02 and 7:03 a.m. This would have been while the defendant was outside of the vehicle.
Okay, all right. And would that have placed Mr. Dinkins inside the store?
He'd been at the front entrance doors,
Oh, at the front entrance doors, waiting to enter?
waiting to enter. He doesn't enter until 7:04 a.m.
All right. And then in the child statement, did he indicate what he did when Mr. Dinkins exited that store?
The DL advised that he took the battery back out of the phone and put it back where he found it.
Why?
So the defendant wouldn't find out that he was messing with the phone.
And then, of course, when we talk about location information from the cell phone at that point in time, did we have any information other than that ping?
No.
Okay.
Well, somehow it pinged.
Did you review
Maybe
video
that's one of the
footage
points where DL
that had been
actually told the
flagged
truth.
by light duty officers showing a path of travel for that Impala out of Davenport and to the Walmart in Clinton?
That is correct.
Describe.
Detective Rashi was reviewing mile marker 124 camera, which is on Highway 61, just north of Davenport. She noted a maroon Impala passing that mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m. We are confident that that's the one because of the sticker on the rear trunk, as described earlier, that when comparing images of Andrew Culberson's maroon Impala, that's why we can say it's that vehicle. And then we have it again at Posh Farms, which is 6441 Lincoln Way, just west of Clinton, and that it's seen on that camera at 6:43 a.m.
On State's Exhibit 38, can you show us where mile marker 124 is?
Good circumstantial
Now,
evidence,
is there
and
a
it
still
took
image
them a
that was
fucking
taken
full
from
week to get
that
there.
video surveillance footage
With
showing that path of travel
80%
at 6:11 a.m.? Okay.
And
What direction
re-entering
is the Impala
same
traveling? Okay.
evidence
And
multiple
do you
times.
identify the time and video footage or location of where that video footage was taken? Okay. All right. So looking at Highway 61, what would have been the path of travel of the vehicle then, based on observations?
We are back to, okay, this is 6 a.m. This should be light out. Never mind.
Made at Posh Farms. Presumably.
Presumably, it would have taken Highway 61 north and then gotten off at the Highway 30 exit, and then would continue east towards into Clinton. And then what I'm marking now is what Posh Farms would have captured on the camera at 6:43 a.m.
What direction was the Impala traveling on at that time on Highway 30? East, okay. And then do you have an image from the Posh Farm video surveillance?
Finally, they have going up to the Walmart. They catch him there. They catch him there. This is on the route to where Breasia was found. All right.
Surveillance footage that shows that vehicle traveling east on Highway 30.
It is not displayed.
Okay.
Do I buy the kid
However,
being
is there an
present
image
when
that
she
will
was
show
killed?
that vehicle
Not in a
traveling
second.
back past
Can
that
I
location?
now buy?
Okay. Is there an entry, though, that
We
is not an
might have
image, but an
seen
entry for Posh Farms that gives us the time it traveled
him
past that
traveling
location
around?
going east of
Yes.
the town?
Do I buy him
Show us where that's at and
watching?
indicate what is documented.
6:43 a.m. on 7:10.
Do I buy him watching him pouring bleach? No. There's no way. We know the scene. We know where the defendant must have walked. My bet is that he woke up at Walmart, went back to sleep. The kid, that is. And the rest is fabrication.
All right. And then after the vehicle passes Posh Farms, is it captured on any other
Yes,
video
that is the
surveillance
one
footage before
key
going into the
in the
Walmart store?
kid's testimony. The rest, don't buy it. I don't buy it at all.
Okay. Once it passes First Central State Bank, does it enter the Walmart store?
It enters the Walmart parking lot, yes.
Okay, the Walmart parking lot. All right, now do we have a still image on this diagram for what was noted in that video surveillance footage from First State Central Bank?
It is not.
Okay. Would the image have covered areas of interest, for example, where canvassing would have been done and searching would have been done?
Yes.
All right. So the entry, how does it appear? Is it simply a descriptor?
Yes, it just says 6:49 a.m. eastbound.
All right. Then we're at the Walmart, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, now, I'll talk with you about the Walmart video footage, but let's continue that path of travel if we could. Is that vehicle picked up on any video surveillance cameras after it leaves the Walmart?
Yes.
What's the first camera it's picked up on?
As it's leaving the lot, it's quickly picked up back on that first Central State Bank at 7:10 a.m.
What direction is it traveling?
westbound.
Is it picked up on the video surveillance cameras at Posh Farms?
It is
What time is it traveling westbound on Highway 30?
7:15 a.m.
Okay, and then as it continues traveling westbound on Highway 30 and before it gets to Highway 61, is it actually picked up at another location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
DeWitt Travel Center at 7:26 a.m.
Where is the DeWitt Travel Center?
Just on the south side of DeWitt.
Okay, so what time does it travel westbound past the DeWitt Travel Center?
7:26 a.m.
And then do we have that vehicle ever going back south on 61?
We do.
Where's it picked up at?
Again on mile marker 124.
Is there an image showing it going past mile marker 124 traveling southbound?
There is.
And what time then does it travel southbound past mile marker 124?
7:52 a.m.
Detective Obert, where is mile marker 124 relative to our more rural communities as you travel out of town? You know, we've got Eldridge, Long Grove, Parkview. Where's it located at relative to those communities?
It's in.
All right. And would that be before the LeClaire Road exit that would take you into Eldridge?
That's correct.
Go ahead and take your seat.
Ms. Cunningham, I think we'll take our afternoon break at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, finally, we have good circumstantial evidence. So they have him, same camera spot, 6:11, 7:52. So he didn't drive the eastbound route up, he drove up there, shown here, 6:11. Drove all the way up, all the way there, but still wasn't there so he could buy stuff. He waited a bit outside. That leaves a good portion of minutes for him to do something. 7:04, and then not until 7:52 he's spotted again at that place. Leaves decent amount of minutes to do something. Sorry. Do I believe the kid saw something? No. Not in the slightest. But this is good circumstantial evidence. Finally, on day 7.
Ms. Cunningham.
You look at this spear for a second. I need to go pee again. Thank you, Peace Pony. All right. Do I believe the kid? No. Do I believe he woke up when they stopped at Walmart? Yeah. Remember, this kid was woken up at 3:30 in the morning. Tired as F. What happens when you drive to and from? Well, highway, da-dum, 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 da-dum. That kid is out like a light. They get to Walmart. Stops. Kid wakes up. Oh, Dad is at Walmart. Phone, battery in, play something, sees Dad comes out with bleach. Buy it. I buy it. Battery out, there. Dad drives again. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. There's a discrepancy in the time where with just the pings, where they knew, okay, the time doesn't add up. He has to have stopped at a good number of minutes somewhere along that road. What did they do instead? They searched the fucking island like motherfucking morons. Had they gone by the pings alone and searched different areas there, they might have found us sooner, in my opinion. But they searched that fucking island. They brought a cadaver dog to that fucking island, wasting everybody's time on that fucking island. Idiots. Let's move on past the break. This is so infuriating. They have a good case, but they are ruining it
Ms. Cunningham, you may
with
proceed.
irrelevant
Thank you.
and stupid details.
Detective Obert, what I'd like to do is go back then to activity before he traveled out of town and headed into Clinton. Now, by virtue of information that was provided in an interview of Andrea Culberson, did her statement correlate with a path of travel taken by Mr. Dinkins before he headed out and was
The timeline of the drive to and from the Walmart is there's a missing piece of time there. I don't think they were at that island at all. Was he at his girlfriend's side piece? Maybe. Don't know. But yeah. Again, I think the state's case is so full of holes that they created on their own when they had great circumstantial evidence in their hands that they ignored by looking at irrelevant.
documented going past mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m.
Not through any interview or anything that I conducted with her. It was just that that the defendant arrived at the apartment, picked up Notorious and left.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then the time frame that we were working with, if he, that Impala's traveling down Highway 61 going north at 6:11 a.m., was there a specific time that could be provided as to when Mr. Dinkins got back to the apartment and picked Notorious up?
Sometime prior to that. I mean, so there's video footage of the Impala at 5:55 a.m. near the, it would appear as if it's possibly leaving from the apartment complex, and through video surveillance and cell phone records.
Okay, now they have to explain the damp female adult clothes and shoes. Damp and muddy shoes and clothes that fits an adult female. Who is she? That needs to be explained. I mean, there are good circumstantial evidence here. Really good. But I spent a week with 80% crap.
It appears that the defendant makes a loop back to the apartment complex.
Okay. What is the first location that his vehicle is picked up at where it appears that he's left the apartment complex?
5:55 a.m., which is at the Quick Star, 2000 block of East 53rd Street.
And then what two major north-south streets does that Quick Star lie between?
The two main ones would be Eastern Avenue and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Relative to Jersey, would it be to the east or west of Jersey?
It'd be to the west of Jersey.
And then relative to Eastern, would it
be to the eastern?
And which side of 53rd does it lie on?
North side.
The north side. All right. Then from there, were you able to determine a path of travel based on additional video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. Describe.
In the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue, we have the vehicle going northbound on Eastern. This is captured from a residence at 6138 Judson Circle, and that's at 5:57 a.m.
5:57. And then after it passes that location, well, what direction is it traveling on Eastern?
North.
Okay. What major street would it be heading toward once it passed that residence on Judson Court, heading north on Eastern?
It'd be Veterans Memorial.
Okay. And then where is it picked up next traveling?
Southbound on Jersey Ridge Road in the 5900 block. This was captured from a residence at Woodland Avenue, 5915 Woodland, and that was at approximately 5:59 a.m.
Okay. Does that video camera face
5:59 a.m.
Does that video surveillance camera face out onto Jersey?
It does.
Okay. For purposes of our written record, can you use Veterans Memorial Parkway to travel from Eastern back east toward Jersey?
Yes.
Okay. And then when is it picked up next?
It would be northbound off that same camera at 5915 Woodland Avenue, heading north at 6:05 a.m.
Okay. And then from there, then the next camera that it would be picked up on would be what?
6:11 a.m. on mile marker 124.
Okay. Now, Andrea Culberson had testified that when Mr. Dinkins had picked up Detorius, he had left with a bag of the children's clothing. She had him take his cell phone and then called him back because there was another bag that children's clothing was in. And so he returned to the apartment. That path of travel that you've described through that video surveillance footage from those three locations, would that be consistent with the testimony provided by Andrea Culberson?
That would be.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
So extremely leading, and she's testifying to facts, and he just, yeah. Oh, I hate this.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 62, and specifically, I want you to look at page 14 of that exhibit. Again, had you reviewed this past survey that Special Agent Fennerin completed for the defendant's phone records?
Yes.
All right, on page 14, as far as locations where Mr. Dinkins' cell phone was being plotted, the locations of where it's being plotted, is it consistent with the path of travel that you've described based on the camera at the Quick Star on 53rd, the camera for Judson that faces out onto Eastern, and then the other camera, Woodland Avenue, right? That faces out onto Jersey Ridge.
It does match that, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Let him
You may.
testify to it. I hate this so much. That she is testifying 3, 4, 5 times as much as the actual witnesses.
Okay.
That is how desperately she wants
Describe
her
what we're
narrative
seeing
in.
on
When
page
there is
14 of
good
this exhibit.
evidence, the witnesses can
And if you could
testify
take the
to
pointer and then
themselves.
just look back on the
It's so infuriating.
screen to walk us through that. Where's 2744 East 53rd Street? And is there a number beside it?
Yes, it's labeled, there's a number below it that has 1.
All right. From there,
The the arrows are indicating that it's up towards west on 53rd, and then the next direction is north on Eastern.
and then from there,
It's Veterans Memorial, and then heads back east on Veterans Memorial, and then south on Jersey Ridge Road.
all right. And then when you go back to that video surveillance footage, do we see it then traveling back north on Jersey Ridge?
We do.
All right. The numbering
So
there, the
much-
1, 2,
I
3,
mean,
4, 5, is that consistent with the
I said this throughout. There is good circumstantial evidence. It's buried in shit because of the prosecution trying to get more in than necessary, which muddles the water. It's so infuriating. I've said this a long time now. This should be a clear-cut case, almost a slam dunk, with the actual circumstantial evidence. And they waited a full week to start to enter them. And we still don't know the answer to who does the muddy, damp clothes belong to? Female size clothes, female sized shoes. Why? Why everything else that does not matter?
path of travel that you noted in the video surveillance footage?
It is consistent, yes.
Detective Obert, after those locations were plotted in the telephone records provided by Mr. Dinkins' service provider, do we see that phone hitting off any cell phone towers on Highway 61?
No,
Do we see that cell phone hitting off any cell phone towers as that vehicle turns onto Highway 30 and heads east into Clinton?
no,
Other than the pinging there at the Walmart, do we see that a phone hitting off any cell phone towers as it travels west on Highway 30 out of town?
no,
Do we see that cell phone hitting any towers at all as it travels south back on 61?
no.
And then at what point are we able to determine the location of that phone once again?
It's at approximately 8:08 a.m. And it's southwest part of Davenport.
If you could go down to our diagram and show us what area you are talking about. And that would be States Exhibit 38. Describe the area that you're pointing to. Don't take me there, just tell me the area generally, and then we'll walk a path.
Southwest part of Davenport.
Oh, she's
Okay,
overselling.
would that be in the area of Credit Island?
It's
And would that be in the area of Schmidt Road? Okay, now if you're going south on Highway 61, is there a major interstate that runs east and west that an individual can then access and travel around what would be our westernmost border of Scott County? Show
This
us where
is
I-80 is
so
located on the
stupid.
diagram.
desperate to get that
So
fucking
if you
island
travel
in.
west on our diagram, if you're
Make it
standing looking
fit
at it, where would it be
The
located?
kid's testimony, that is way
And would that be to
later
the
on,
left side of the exhibit?
when there is
Now, as you continue
excellent
west
circumstantial
80,
evidence.
is
She's
there
trying
a
to enter
north-south
shit
thoroughfare that runs
circumstantial
along
evidence
Davenport's western border?
that is easy to
What is that?
rebut by
Can you please
the
show us?
defense.
If you travel then south on 280, will that take you down to the area of River Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you get off of 280 and access the area of River Drive?
Yes.
Okay. For
Can
purposes
you?
of discussion,
Maybe.
during this period of time, was there any construction going on down in that area along River Drive?
This,
All right, go ahead and take your seat. We'll talk about that.
yeah, let's dilute
Describe the
good
construction
evidence
work
with
that was going on
shit.
during that period of time.
It was at the intersection of River Drive and Rockingham Road.
Okay. And so if you got off of Highway 280 to access River Drive, could you drive straight along River Drive toward Credit Island, or would you have to take another route around that?
You'd have to take a detour around that.
Okay. Can you describe a detour that would be taken that was consistent with cell phone activity that was picked up for Mr. Dinkins' phone at 8:08?
The only thing I can speak on or will speak on is that there is a possibility to get.
See, can and will speak about. This is the prosecution trying to muddle the water with shit evidence when there's good evidence. This investigator knows this and tries to direct her back to the actual evidence. But she ain't having it. She wants in shit evidence because she has a narrative that she wants in, no matter how bad it is, no matter how many holes the defense can poke in it. This is so infuriating. This is so bad. And that is why we have a 5-week trial instead of a 1-week trial.
Onto Concord eventually, and then head north towards Rockingham Road. And at the Hy-Vee on Rockingham, 3019 Rockingham Road, there is video surveillance that shows a maroon Chevy Impala north on Concord and then east on Rockingham.
All right. Let's just set the stage for that area of town for the time being. And then we're going to come back to that when we discuss further contact that you had with DL at the apartment complex. All right. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel as remarked to State's Exhibit 86, consisting of 3 discs.
So they see the car at once.
Could you wait just a moment, Ms. Cunningham?
There's no need to go detours. There's no need for it. You have good circumstantial evidence that can point him at the last person who actually sees Breasia.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. My court reporter and I just had to discuss
Drives
that I'm
around
Thank you.
to the
Thank you.
place where she actually was
You may.
found.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 86 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86?
No, the responding officer
I do.
What is
during
State's Exhibit 86?
the body.
Walmart surveillance video footage.
Is this for the Walmart in Clinton?
Yes.
All right. I had a thought. Let's address this and we'll go back to it. Detective Obert, if an individual.
When she says, I have a thought, ignore it. She's a fucking moron. There's so much good circumstantial evidence in this case. And she keeps pushing this bad narrative.
Wanted to purchase Clorox, and they lived in the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. Is there a location where they could very quickly go to purchase Clorox?
There's a Walmart within 1.5 miles from from where the defendant was staying at the apartment complex.
Okay, and so therefore, would there be any need to go to Clinton County to purchase Clorox?
No, there's 3 Walmarts within a 10-mile radius of that apartment complex before you have to get to Clinton for another Walmart.
All right, going back to State's Exhibit 86, what is it?
That is
It is the Clinton Walmart surveillance video footage.
Okay, how many discs are within that particular exhibit?
There are 3.
Okay.
Turning the phone off, going
Does
next town over.
this exhibit capture
on that.
activity in the parking lot related to the maroon Chevy Impala and Mr. Dinkins during the early morning hours of July 10th?
That is correct.
And does it also capture activity of Mr. Dinkins when he approached the store and entered it?
Yes.
Does it capture his activity inside the store?
Yes,
And then does it also capture activity involving his departure?
it does.
Your Honor, at this time,
Yes, this is the 5th time she's entering the Walmart into evidence. Once is enough. Does it ping at the Walmart? Yes. Do we have receipts from there? Yes. What did he buy? Clorox, bleach. How do we know? It's on the surveillance photos. This is the 4th or 5th time she is going back. And that is why we have a 5-week trial and not a 1-week trial that more or less is open and shut. But she is making it worse.
the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 86.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I play portions of these discs?
Again, this is a 5-week trial that should have been 1 week long.
Okay.
Because she is trying to run a narrative that is unnecessary. And to the most part,
Are there a
completely worthless.
number of different camera angles for the parking lot at the Walmart store in Clinton?
There are.
Okay. Now I'm going to play this first video. And if you could. Describe what it is that we need to look for. As you do that, is it giving us a date?
It does, let me point to it. Which is Friday, July 10th, 2020, and then 6:49 a.m. as is counting.
All right. When generally does Mr. Dinkins first enter the parking lot in that maroon Chevy Impala?
It's going to be coming up here shortly, right before 6:50.
Okay. And then can you give us a sense of what direction it will be coming into the parking lot?
I can point to it on the screen.
Is that the maroon Chevy Impala that's coming
That
in?
is.
Okay.
Come from the top right to the left of the screen.
And then the time generally would be what?
6:50.
Infuriating.
Now, is there feed that shows us approaching the Walmart?
Like if the person was to walk on foot and enter the business.
Well, yeah, and we're probably going to be more circumspect, but will we see him approaching and waiting at doors for the store?
Yes.
Okay. Is the store open at this point in time?
Not before 7 a.m. No.
See, good evidence. It's been there all this time. But she's constantly. I hate to repeat myself, but
Detective Obert, what do we have here right now?
It is one of the general entrances to the
so
business.
much good
Camera views.
circumstantial evidence.
6:59 a.m. right now. We see
when
the
she
defendant
disappeared,
standing
and
near
where
two other
she
people
was
in line waiting to go into
eventually
Walmart.
found.
Okay. I know that we're not showing all views, but when he got there originally, was he
So
able to get
much.
into the store?
No, he
And she's
approached the
ruining
store at
it
approximately
by
6:51, went to
irrelevant
both general entrances
shit
and returned back to his
evidence.
vehicle
Okay.
and left.
And then did he come back into the parking lot?
He did
Okay. And what time would he headed back into the parking lot?
at approximately 6:58.
All right. So then is this the second time that he's approached the doors to enter the business?
It is.
All right. When are customers finally able to get into the store?
From this angle, the defendant tries to go up to the door closer and ends up just walking over to the other entrance. So we're not sure what time these people were able to enter, but we know he used the other door and he was eventually able to get in around 7:04 a.m.
How is Mr. Dinkins dressed?
Gold shoes, appears to be the same shorts that we that he was wearing when he came down to the police station, and white t-shirt, and then a black do-rag.
Okay. So still he has those gold shoes.
That is correct.
Which would indicate that whatever he did on the way back from Walmart, where the time allows him to have a stop, he does something that gets his shoes modeled. There's circumstantial evidence that is so easy to connect all the dots, except that 80% of what she
Are we
wants
past
into
the 7
evidence
o'clock hour
is
at this
shit.
point?
We are.
Where are we at?
7:01 a.m. Which would have been the approximate time of that phone ping in Clinton.
Okay, so now
When
the
you
kid has
watched
woken up.
video surveillance footage, was there any footage that ever picked up the vehicle traveling at a point where we could see through that front windshield?
That was when he was leaving the lot for the first time at approximately 6:54 a.m. There was a passenger.
Okay. And then for purposes of our written record, what just happened?
The subject went up to the door, the defendant went up to the door, and then now has moved over to another entrance to try to gain access into the business.
Okay. The frame that we're playing, what is it numbered as?
2.
Okay, now let's jump over to frame 4. Let's go ahead and set up frame 4. Tell me what we're going to see in frame 4.
It should be the other entrance to the Walmart and eventually show the defendant being able to enter the business.
She really loves the sound of her own voice. She
Where are we
wants
at
to
on
do
our calendar?
all the Matlock
7:04 a.m.
moments. And instead, she's doing a shit job at something that should be open and shut. With circumstantials, with the
There, the
phone.
defendant just entered the business shortly before 7:05 a.m.
All right. I'm getting a little help from my younger assistant here. All right. And then what time did he enter the store?
Just a little bit before 7:05 a.m.
All right. Now we're going to jump over to another video segment. Is there a segment that will show where he goes in the store? Where are we at in the store now?
Just from the view of the video footage, it looks like there's
I mean,
cleaning supplies
that
along
much
the left aisle, and then looks like some
shit
clothing on the
testimony,
right.
shit innuendos,
Has Mr.
and
Dinkins
they
come into
have
view
this
yet?
all the time.
He's just now
Lay
coming
the
into view on the top
foundations,
part of the screen,
enter
and he has
the
a cart with him, and
evidence.
he's walking over towards the cleaners
It's not
section.
hard.
Okay, what was the time?
7:06.
What is Mr. Dinkins doing at this point in time?
He's placing 2 bottles of Clorox bleach into his cart.
What was the size of those bottles of Clorox bleach?
81 ounces each.
To
And
get
were
here,
those smaller in sizes
it must have
compared
been
to
10
the
hours
bleach
of
that was
testimony
found in
about
the
those
apartment of
fucking
Andrea
bottles of
Culbertson?
bleach.
It was the same size.
When you need the ping of the phone, the
And did
Walmart
Ms.
receipt,
Culbertson ever describe the defendant bringing any bottles
enter
of bleach back
the
to the apartment
videos.
that day?
It was never mentioned in any testimony or any interviews that I had with her.
Okay. All right, now, is purchases those items,
There is
okay? And then as far as the video feed that we're going to be playing, what number is assigned to that?
12.
Okay, I have this all the time.
Where is the purchase made from?
Self-checkout.
What time are we looking at on our counter right now?
It's approaching 7:08 a.m.
I mean, not even the Murdoch trial would take this long. I mean, there's
For a
no.
written record, what is Mr. Dinkins doing?
He has scanned
He doesn't
1 bottle
throw
of bleach,
anybody
but from the receipt we can
that
tell
we
that he
know
scans it
of.
twice to pay for 2 bottles
All the irrelevant is already out,
And then how does he pay for
and
it?
she
with cash.
still makes this a
And is that
5-week
consistent
trial.
with what we noted on the receipt itself?
Yes.
God.
And then what time generally is he taking the receipt and completing this transaction?
I'm almost at 7:09 a.m.
All right. Detective Obert, we had conducted a review of this footage last night for purposes of playing it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what video segment would show the Chevy Impala passing under camera where it would have picked up DL in the vehicle? Today, for some reason, things don't seem to be working out quite right.
You would go back to the
Which
DPD
is strange
file.
because he's
No,
supposed to
sorry,
be
go
looking
back to the
for
DPD parking lot,
Breasia
Gotcha.
at this
and then
point.
it would be the, there's a still shot of it, but then it should be,
They have had all the circumstantial evidence needed to point him
Number
out.
8.
You were
Number
lying.
8? Okay, so let's play number 8.
You bought bleach.
And this would be
You
under the
took this
file
long
that's
going
denoted
from this
DPD
point to
parking
this
lot.
point.
Yes, this is it when he first comes and leaves
Open.
the business.
Good time. I mean,
What is the time on our counter here?
lay the foundation,
6:54 a.m.
enter the evidence, paint the picture.
Has he already
Don't
left
let
the store that
50%
first time
of
when he
the
wasn't able to
time
get in?
This is
in love with your
now
own
showing
body.
the Impala leaving before
Entering
he could get in the
shit
store.
evidence and
And as we
muddle
look
the
at it,
water.
does it show?
It shows a passenger, appears to be black male or
All right.
You're racist. No.
After this, is that where we then observed him coming back into the parking lot that second time that you've described?
yeah, at approximately 6:57 a.m.
Thank you.
Hi, it's happening with Hopper. Good to see you. This is a trial that should have been a week long. Now we are at the end of day 7 and they are finally entering evidence that matters. But there are still
Detective
a
Obert,
shit ton to explain
did you
that doesn't fit her narrative.
determine the distance between mile marker 124 to a location there in Clinton where Mr. Dinkins in that maroon Chevy Impala was seen traveling past?
Yes, so two focal points I focused on was the mile marker 124 and Posh Farms on Lincoln Way / Highway 30. And his travel took on the way there 32 minutes. Me driving it personally myself, going the speed limit, it took me 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Google Maps also puts it at roughly 22 minutes.
All right, so we're talking about 10 minutes longer in his trip from mile marker 124 before he's shown up at the video for Posh Farms?
That is correct.
All right. Go to our whiteboard and write that up there. Just up there in that left corner where we've got a bit of an open space. Yeah, going north. Now, did you then look at the time when he was traveling west past Posh Farms to the time that he got back to mile marker 124 coming south back to town? What was that travel time? Write that down. And what was your travel time when you traveled the speed limit? 22 minutes. Write that down. Go ahead and take your seat. I want to take you back to State's Exhibit.
I just looked it up. Kelly Cunningham, elected District DA, November 2022. This is one of her first major cases as an actual DA. She has been first assistant for 30 years before this. This is more or less her first major case as an actual DA. That would explain a lot. Because now she's calling the shots. She has nobody to tell her.
Breasia Terrell's remains.
I was.
Okay,
Bring it
show us
down.
on State's Exhibit
Bring it
38 where her remains were located.
Now they are doing the prosecution her way, as she wants.
Using
And she's shit
Highway
at it.
61 and the exit going onto Highway 30 into Clinton, how much further north would you travel on Highway 61 to get to the location where her remains were located? 5 miles. Go ahead and take.
So, here's the thing. They knew his phone locations. They found the cameras which showed his car. They could have canvassed that route with cadaver dogs and found her much earlier. Much earlier. Instead, they wasted a lot of fucking time at that fucking island. She could have been found within weeks had the police done their job. They had this information. His phone pinging. Cameras of where his car was. They've had this more or less the entire time. And still, she was left out in the elements for 8 months. While they were looking at the wrong fucking place. Because the lead investigator is a fucking idiot. And the prosecutor is a fucking idiot. She could have been found much earlier with more evidence. But they fucked it up. And they are on the verge in this trial to fuck it up again.
Your seat. So for a 22-minute trip, how much additional time was there on the trip out?
For the defendant was 10 minutes.
Is that 10 minutes unaccounted for?
Yes,
On the trip back, how much additional time did it take?
15 minutes.
Was that 15 minutes unaccounted for?
That is correct.
When DL was interviewed, did DL describe any awareness of his father having acquired bleach?
Through interviews with other detectives, that's what was disclosed.
All right. Were
After
you
everything.
involved in a trip that was taken with DL where they went up to the Clinton County area?
I was not involved in that car ride. That was Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hamas.
Okay. Now, were you involved in a car ride with DL on July 10th?
Yes,
Through that car ride, was DL able to show locations where he and his father had traveled to after they got back into town? And
I'm not going to say it again.
Aisha Langford was notified that Breasia was missing.
yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibits 15-1 and 15-2. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibit 15-1 and 15-2. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
There were Google Map printouts that I put together, marking those travel times and what I just explained about how long it would take to travel that mile marker 124 to that Posh Farms.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit. Give me a moment, Your Honor. I may need to correct the record.
Hi, Mamasaurus Rex. I hope the people who voted her in are watching. Who knows if Breasia will get justice thanks to her. She should have just been an administrative DA and let the trial attorneys do the job correctly. Yeah. We are almost done for the day. We have 20 minutes left of this. Okay, I'm losing a lot of viewers. Oh, here they come back. The viewer count goes up and down
Your Honor, I
wildly.
correct our
I have
record
no idea
to
why.
have the exhibits read 153-1 and
Playing
153-2.
1.5. Playing this in 1.5 speed. We are 7 hours and 20 minutes into my stream at the end of day 7, and they are finally making
I'm looking at States Exhibit 153-1
actual
and
circumstantial evidence
153-2.
in, and she's
Just to reset the stage,
still
what is that group exhibit?
trying to make that fucking island
153-1
happen.
is the Google Maps printout of the time it would take to travel from mile marker 124 to Posh Farms.
And then States Exhibit 153-2.
This would be the same route, but it would include stopping near where Breasia remains were found and then to Posh Farms.
Okay. Your Honor, the state will move to introduce those
And
exhibits.
all that time
Those exhibits will be admitted.
If you factor
focusing
in
on a
the
fucking
trip to the
machete
location
when they
where
know she's
Breasia and
shot.
Terrell's remains were located on the trip
Nobody
out,
cares how.
would that
it is.
account for that additional 10 minutes of time?
It could, yes.
Okay. If you were to factor into the equation a trip out to the location of her remains after the Clorox had been purchased, would that account for the additional 15 minutes?
It could.
Okay.
Island.
Now let's
Not
go
relevant.
back to the
Nine,
Davenport Police
Not
Department.
relevant.
We're back on
Unless-
July 10th, and
the-
we're at the point in time where you
Unless the medical examiner testifies to cut marks. on the bones.
You are speaking with DL. Is there another detective who was with you when you're having conversations with DL?
Detective Hamas eventually, I spoke with DL briefly by myself, and then I went back in and Detective Hamas began speaking with DL.
What would have been the substance of the conversation that you and Detective Hamas were having with DL?
About the events that unfolded from when they were with the defendant up until he arrived at the apartment with his mother and the police officer was present.
Okay. Was there a discussion about events up in Walmart or in Clinton?
On that day, no.
Okay, on a later date, was there?
On a later date, there was, yes.
Okay. At any rate, on July 10th then, was there a discussion where DL then talked about what happened when they returned to town?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do to understand what the 8-year-old was communicating?
Yes.
We had him come with us in a CID vehicle, and we drove down to the southwest portion of Davenport and had him pick out places that looked familiar that he possibly was with when the defendant stopped.
What was the variable that made you choose to go down to the southwest portion of Davenport?
The defendant's motor home being down in that area.
Okay. Describe then your path of travel when you left the Davenport Police Department and who was a part of that trip, if you will.
It was myself, Detective Hamas, and DL. We went on 4th Street and then went towards Division Street and then south on Division Street towards Rockingham. After south towards Rockingham, then we continued west on Rockingham Road, drove past Burger King and went out towards River Drive and then went down Concord onto River Drive and back.
Okay. Where is the Burger King located that you mentioned?
It's near Schmidt Road and Rockingham Road.
And what is the relationship of the Burger King to the Hy-Vee there on, on Rockingham Road?
It's roughly a mile east of the Hy-Vee.
Okay. So then describe what locations you were.
Okay, that is what's happening, because I've seen it go up to 80, down to 55. Now it's around 70. YouTube keeps kicking people out, and then they have to manually find their way back again. Yeah, that would explain the big jumps. Thank you, Mamasaurus Rex.
Directed to. And as I asked that question, the locations that the child identified, did that form the basis for any canvassing of locations that would have video surveillance cameras affixed to the structures?
DL pointed out Credit Island, and we did do video surveillance canvassing of that area and then also of the area where the defendant's motorhome was.
Okay.
There's no audio from the interviews with DL, only his testimony, as far as I know. They are not entering his interviews. They referred to his interviews, so they are not in evidence, only his testimony. And we know his testimony is completely worthless.
Did the child recognize Schmidt Road when you traveled past it?
Not one way, but then initially a different way.
I think
to recognize it.
All right. Did the child describe what occurred when he was down in that area of town with his father after they returned from Clinton?
In regards to the Credit Island, he said he saw his dad parked just after entering Credit Island, and he walked out towards a muddy wooded area to wipe off a knife.
All right. And then from there, after
Credit Island has jack shit. It has no evidential value whatsoever. That is just to try to recover the kid's worthless testimony. You have excellent circumstantial evidence. Excellent. And you just pass by the excellent evidence, circumstantial evidence, and you push so much time towards the worthless circumstantial evidence. It's infuriating.
father had walked out to a muddy, wooded area to wipe off a knife, where did the child describe the two of them going?
To the motorhome.
Okay. And did the child describe anything happening there at the motorhome?
I can't recollect them exactly what would, besides that they went in there briefly and then left.
All right. Was there anything about that mobile home that then became a point of interest in looking for evidence?
It did.
What was that?
A machete that was located on microwave inside of the RV.
Okay. And what was it about the machete when?
Did you mention that machete before you tried to involve it into the prosecution? Did this nosy little bastard hear about it through someone else because you can't keep your fucking mouth shut, I find that probable because you talk a lot.
It was seized through a search warrant that was noted.
There was some sort of cloth or fiber stuck in the teeth throughout the machete.
Okay. Given those two locations.
Here's the thing, if you test that machete, the surface of it, it will tell what trace evidence it's still on it. It will tell you if it's been wiped off with bleach. It will tell you if it's been wiped off any kind. They might not be getting blood, they might not be getting DNA, but there will always be traces of what blood contains that can't be explained away. I can almost bet you they haven't done it because they are focusing so much on the kid's testimony that I say has virtually no value unless it's supported by evidence. That is the Walmart evidence. The phone pinging, okay, he woke up, played on the phone, then disabled the phone again once he saw his dad come out with bleach. That's the one thing, because it's supported by other evidence. The rest is shit.
Then, was there video surveillance footage that was collected down in that area of town?
There was.
Okay. Describe those locations and the relevance of those locations, either to Credit Island or the RV at 743 Schmidt Road.
There's one video we recovered that shows the entrance of Credit Island at Sarah Lowe's residence, which is 2358 West River Drive. There is Jack's Break in Alignment. That is 2160 West River Drive. It captures north and southbound traffic on Schmidt Road, right near where you would enter the defendant's motorhome lot. There's also Devon Self-Storage. That is for approximately a block east of Jack's Break in Alignment. And that different camera views include River Drive and then also points north. And two of the camera angles capture portions of the lot that the defendant's motorhome was parked in.
Okay. And then beyond that, were there two other businesses more toward the northern end of Schmidt Road and on Rockingham?
Yes. The other business that we recovered video from that we thought was of evidentiary value was the Hy-Vee at 3019 Rockingham Road. Then also Purina, which is just north of the lot where the defendant's motorhome is parked. And that camera angle captures both traffic on Schmidt Road and traffic on Rockingham Road.
Okay. Let's go back to State's Exhibit 38 so that we've got a bit of a perspective. As you look at State's Exhibit 38, show us where Credit Island is at. And then I'm just going to adjust your microphone. Stand off to the side if you could, and we'll just move that microphone over here so that you can speak into it. All right. Where's Credit Island?
Right here. It's on the southwest portion of this map.
All right. Where is Sarah Lowe's residence located in relation to the entry onto Credit Island?
Just because of how far it's kind of zoomed out, it's going to be kind of in this area.
Okay.
I thought we had a different one that we could. Yeah, go.
Will we get a different perspective on a different exhibit?
Yes.
All right. But for purposes of this perspective, is there a drive that you turn off onto from River Drive when you go into Credit Island?
West River Drive and is where you gain access to Credit Island.
Okay. Is Sarah Lowe's residence right there on River Drive?
It is.
If you were standing or if you're sitting there at that drive into Credit Island, but actually facing north as if you're going to turn either east or west onto River Drive, which side of River Drive is Sarah Lowe's residence located on?
To the west.
No, which side of River Drive? The north or southern portion?
North portion of River Drive.
And then Credit Island is located on which side of River Drive?
South.
And then her residence, is it to the east or the west from that access point, either going into Credit Island or exiting Credit Island?
It's west.
Okay. How many structures down would you say?
Approximately 4 buildings or houses, and then there's also a bait shop.
Okay. What is the location where her camera is affixed on her residence?
It points from the residence to the southeast.
Okay. And then what activity would it pick up relative to Credit Island?
Vehicles entering and exiting Credit Island.
All right. Now let's talk about Schmidt Road. Schmidt Road, is it to the east or west of that access point onto Credit Island?
East.
If you were at Schmidt and River Drive, what's the distance from Schmidt to that access point onto Credit Island?
Within a minute. I mean, maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds.
Okay. Let's talk about a track. Did you run track growing up?
Yes,
All right. If you were to think about the single lap around a track, how many meters or yards would that be?
400 meters.
And then if you were to compare the distance of, if you were to turn from Schmidt Road, heading west on River Drive to get to that entry point onto Credit Island, what would you estimate it to be?
Approximately that.
Okay, so it's just a short distance?
Yes,
All right. If you turn onto Schmidt Road from River Drive, Jack's Break and Alignment, is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
east side of Schmidt Road.
And then
He's
how
head
close
up
to
it
River
as
and
well.
Schmidt?
It's at the corner.
It's at the corner. The video surveillance camera affixed to that building, is it action motivated or a constant feed?
Constant feed, but it downloads in different time frame of clips.
The camera at Sarah Lowe's residence, is it action motivated, motion activated, there we go, my goodness, I'm getting tired, or a constant feed?
Constant feed.
All right. Devon Self-Storage, what would be its location?
It would be further east of Jack's Break and Alignment.
And would it be on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
It would be on the east side of Schmidt Road, but it mostly shares West River Drive.
All right. The parking lot that the RV was parked in, what relationship does it have to Devon Self-Storage?
It is to the north
So
west.
this has nothing to
from that
do
building.
with the fucking
northwest.
island. It has to do
All
with
right.
that fucking
Um,
RV.
At Devon Self-Storage, is the video surveillance camera a constant feed or motion activated?
That one is motion activated.
All right. And then if you've turned onto Schmidt Road from River Drive, what direction would you be heading up Schmidt Road?
North.
Okay. Where is Purina located there on Schmidt Road?
At the corner of Schmidt Road and Rockingham.
And then is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
And then our high V, what's its location relative to Purina?
Relative to Purina, again, I'm estimated to be about a mile west of that location on Rockingham Road.
Okay. And then on Rockingham Road, is it located on the south or north side of Rockingham Road?
It's on the south side of Rockingham Road.
All right. Go ahead and take your seat. Your Honor, would it be a good time to stop since we've laid that foundation before we get into the specific details?
That would be fine with the court. We'll be in adjournment until Monday morning.
Okay, but there's a few minutes of
Is there a request as to
feed,
what time we start on Monday morning?
or isn't it? Are we
Any
done
issue
for
with
the
that,
day?
Ms. Cunningham?
No, the state understands that counsel has to travel.
We'll be in adjournment until Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you, Your
weekend.
Honor.
So much wasted time. So much wasted time. So they have excellent circumstantial evidence, and she's muddling the waters with shit circumstantial evidence. Well, I will see if we can get a couple of hours tomorrow before Jeff's F-It Friday, where I'll be joining, so we can catch up a bit more. Other than that, Saturday and Sunday, a lot of streaming from this trial, so we can get caught up. Okay. I'm going to send you over to Sal, to his verdict watch. He starts in 10 minutes. In the Travis Rudolph case, they are on verdict watch, and so far they are having almost a full day to reach a verdict, which is interesting because that's a retrial of a person who was sentenced to death. But apparently, it's not so easy this time around. I hope he can fill you in. I'm a bit tired. It's almost 10:30. Thank you all for showing up. Remember, hit that like button, subscribe to me if you haven't, and that bell notification thingy. And I'll see you all back here tomorrow. See you around. Have a nice day. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.